are immigrants. Their children are first-generation Americans. I'm a first-generation American. My family immigrated here, seeking better opportunities for their children. And Bharti played the role that first-generation oldest siblings play. They are the glue of the family. They are the liaisons. They are the mentors. They are the advisors. They are the interpreters. They are the people who keep the family together. And not only do they keep the family together, but they ensure that the family will thrive. That was who Bharti was to her family. The oldest sister. She helped her family with their business. She made sure that her family could thrive in this community. And because of the gross negligence and utter disregard for human life by all those that were involved, that was taken from this family. I see in Sunny the father, Bharti Shahani. I see my father. A man who's doing his best to put food on his family's table and relying on everyone around him to support his family, including his eldest daughter. I see my father, a brave man. And I've witnessed Sunny's bravery over the last few days. And as you can imagine, when someone goes through a tragedy like this, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot to juggle. There's a lot to handle. On top of comforting your other family members, on top of being there 24 hours for his daughter. I see in Karishma, my mother. Her children are everything to her. They're her babies. And Bharti was her angel. I see in Namrata my sisters, especially my youngest sister who looked up to me and my older sister. Someone who was not just Namrata's sister, but her best friend. An amazing sister to both her sisters. This is who we're here to talk about, is Bharti. This is what not just the Shahani family lost, this is what our community has lost. A bright star, a future leader, someone that all of us should look up to. And what we need to do, and the message that we're here to communicate is clear. We want justice for Bharti. We want justice for her family. We want to make sure that the people who decided to put profits over the safety of the lives of children and youth are held accountable for their callous disregard for life. And so what I will do now is I want to turn the mic over to the family so you can hear directly from Sunny and Karishma about what Bharti meant to them, about this amazing person that has touched their lives and the lives of everyone she's come into contact with. So please.
Your name and spell it for us, please.
It's Mohammed Nabulsi, Mohammed Nabulsi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your patience and waiting for us here. I'm here today. Came here to just get a justice for my daughter, Bharti Shahani, and I'm here to tell you what Bharti was meant for us. She was born on 26 July 99 in New York at the St. John Hospital. And I came to this country in 92. I came here with my parents to make a bright future for our family. I had 7 sisters, and I was the only son to my parents. From very beginning, from my school life till college, I had to work hard to support the family. And I used to work hard to make sure that everybody gets the food on the table. From New York, we moved down to Charlotte, North Carolina in 2006. I was there for 3.5 years. My parents moved here, my sisters moved here in Houston, and they were telling me that there is a bright future over here in Houston. So I moved here finally in 2009 in July. When I was moving, my kids, I had 2 daughters at that time, Namrata and Bharti, and they were small, so they agreed to move down here. And then I had a 3rd daughter here in 2010, and her name is Bharti Shahani. Bharti used to take care of our whole family, like taking care of her younger sister, being like her mother, because my wife, she started working with me and was supporting me in the business, because in business we had a lots of ups and downs. When I moved here in July, I started working with one of my friends in the clothing store to just get the experience of here. I'm in the clothing business since 2001. So when I was trying to start my own business, my mom got sick in 2010, and she was here 5-6 months in the Methodist hospital itself with a pancreatitis. And then my dad got alone. I lost my mom in 2011, I lost my dad in 2013, and I was without the job for 4 years, which I got a good support from my sisters and my brother-in-laws over here. So Bharti was seeing, my kids saw what I was doing for my parents, and they learned the same thing from us, and they were taking care of us. Bharti's future was like, say, Daddy, I want to be in a A&M. I want to do engineering in a chemical engineering. That was her dream. So we sent her to the A&M, because first 2 years she did a St. Jack down here, and then she went to A&M for her studies. After first semester, she changed her topic from the chemical engineering to the computer science, and she told her, Daddy, is a bright future, and we will do an online business to your store, because you are struggling hard. You have to be 5 days in the stores, and that's what we had a support from her. Unfortunately, it was a wrong day and wrong time for her. She went to that concert of Astroworld. She called me around 3 o'clock, Daddy, we are leaving home. And I was at the work and my wife was at the shop too. And at 6 o'clock, when they were entering to the concert, they called her that we had ate a pizza and all that, Daddy. So inside, maybe our phones will not work because the signal might be low and it might be too loud. At 7:45, my wife, she texted her and she asked her, how's everything going? She said, everything is going good. We have finished the one concert. We are waiting for the next one opening, starting at 9 o'clock. So we thought like our kids are enjoying at the concert, and they're enjoying the music and all that. But at 10:45, I got a call from my second daughter, Bharti Shahani, that I lost my phone and it's too crowded, and I'm trying to look for Bharti. She got a phone from some security person over there, and she was trying to call her. Her phone was not replied. Then I have to, when she called us, then my nephew was there too with them. So I called my nephew and he picked up the phone, and then I made a three-way calls and so that he can go and pick up Namrata where she was stuck. And then I told them to start looking for Bharti. That was around 10:45. By 11 o'clock, me and my wife left for the NRG stadium because I was really upset that something has gone wrong. Because of that, Bharti is not picking up the phone. Otherwise, she always picks up the phone right away and reply to us. When we reached to the NRG, we went through from each security and all that. Finally, they told us they have sent a lot of patients to the Bentop. So we went to the Bentop first. From Bentop, they told us she's not here. Then they sent us to the Herman Memorial. We went there, even she was not there, and it was getting very scary for us, that we can't find her till now. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Finally, we found her in the Methodist hospital in an emergency, in a critical condition, with a heart failure, and she was on the vent, and it was really tough for us to see her in that condition. I can tell you a little bit brief about her. She was like an angel for us. She was the head of the family. She was a very nice girl, always calm, always listens, and she had a bright future. Only thing I'll request you guys all, to the Houstonians, to please make sure that she gets the justice. And I don't want somebody else's daughter to go like this. I was keep hearing the newses and all that, but for last 6 days I not slept also. Me and my wife for 24 hours, 7 days we were like with my daughter in the ICU. And I'll be thankful to the Methodist staff too, which they allowed us to stay in her room. So whatever time was left, we can spend with her. Now I'm worried about my 2 daughters and my wife, what will be the impact on them after we lost our precious angel. I don't have to say anything else, I'll pass it on to my wife if she has some words to give.
I don't have any words, what to say. Only thing I would say, Bharti is love. You know what is love? Bharti is love, pure. Always thinking about everybody, friends, parents, family, my daughters, her dog Blue. She has a blue pet husky. Bharti called baby. Blue is my baby, mama. And I said, no, Bharti. She said, yeah, mama. Blue is my baby. She is love. You know what is the other name of Bharti? Bharti is love, only giving. Only giving. She don't ask nothing. Whatever I tell Bharti, yes, mama. Bharti, help me at store. Yes, mama. She will sit late night studying, more focused. Only A's and B's. No C. Never. No hanging around. No. Very nice. I'm blessed. God gave me, blessing. But what happened now? What happened to my blessing now? I want my baby back, I won't be able to live without her. It's like, it's impossible. You know what I'm saying? I'm empty here. My Bharti? Bharti, they say Bharti gone, no? She in vent now. In the hospital, she's in vent. You know, God is there. You believe Krishna? God? Jesus? God? God? You know God? God, Father. Miracle happen, you know? Miracles happen. She might come back, right? They didn't take the vent off. No. But you know what my daughter did? Best part, you know? What is the best part? You know? You know what is the best part? She signed. When she's gone, she's going to donate her organs. See? You see? Did you see that? You know? Always giving, no taking. First thing she asked me in the life, Mama, can I go to this concert? Why did I say no to her? You know why? Because this was the first thing she asked me for herself. And first I said, no. That's because we don't go to concerts. No, we don't even know what this concert is all about. I know concert might be music, you know, having fun, girls having fun. But this is not concert, right? No, this was not concert. I don't know what it was, but this was not concert. You know, because my baby didn't come back. This was not a concert at all, you know. But you know, she might come back, right? Miracle happened. Did I tell you? God, Krishna. I believe in Krishna. Krishna, Radha. Bharti is Radha. Radha is love. What is Radha, you know? Radha? Krishna Radha. Radha is love. Bharti is love. My baby is love. Raju, Bharti love, right?
Yeah.
See my baby. She might come back, you know. She's still in the vent. Yeah. I was sitting and they told me, you have to, let's go here. I said, okay, I talk about Bharti because, you know, Bharti, everyone should know what is Bharti. I want the world to know what is Bharti. Bharti is my baby. And nice baby, pretty. I pray God, Bharti, everybody have a baby like Bharti. Because she is the best. But Namrata is good too. She's nice too. My little one, Ria, she's sweet too. But Bharti, that is the best. Bharti, Mama. Okay. Ask anybody in the family. You come ask my neighbor. You know, she helped me at the store. Ask somebody. How is Bharti? They're going to tell you what is Bharti. Bharti, my baby, love. Bharti is love. I don't know what to do now without Bharti. How will I live without her? I want my baby back, please. Give me my baby back, please. Oh my God, my baby. Raju.
Sorry about that.
My baby. Please, my baby.
Again, you can just feel the heartbreak that this family is dealing with as they have lost not only their daughter, but also their sibling, and very upset to be speaking about her as she's no longer going to be with their family. We continue to keep you updated on all of these unfortunate victims. There's been so many lawsuits that have been filed. We're going to continue to listen in right here live in Houston on Live Now from Fox.
And so we're going to hear from her cousin, Mohit Balani. He's going to say a few words. Mohit was also in attendance at Astroworld. And so, Mohit.
Spell your name first and then
My name?
Yes, yours and then also sign in.
Yeah, Bharti Shahani.
I'll spell the names for you.
S-H-A-N-I.
Yeah, the last name for the family is S-H-A-H-A-N-I. Mohit is M-O-H-I-T. Bellani is Bellani. The mother, Karishma, is Karishma. Shahani. And so we're going to hear from Mohit a few words. Here.
Hey, thanks for coming. So I'm Bharti's cousin, but she was basically like a sister to me. She lived about like 2 minutes away from us, and we grew up together. So I have no siblings, and she was my sibling. I actually had a few words prepared that I wanted to say about the actual night of the concert. So I just want to speak about what happened on the night of November 5th, 2021. I spent so long like thinking about like what I wanted to say, you know, and like what I want to say is that there are no words to describe what really happened, but that doesn't seem right. That seems cliche and it seems wrong. There are words. Words like nightmare, horror, barbarity, and catastrophe. That's what happened that night. The word I see most people using is actually tragedy. But I think the connotation behind the word tragedy kind of implies that this is something that was very much like unavoidable. So I think that word is wrong. I think the word that should be used is atrocity. This was 100% avoidable. This was an act of pure brutality. If the producers, the venue, the organizers, and Live Nation had done their job, if they had hired properly vetted security and trained medics, if they hadn't grossly oversold the event and then let hundreds, maybe thousands of people sneak in, if they hadn't packed us in on all three sides with barricades, they suffocated us. They did this to Bharti. They suffocated Bharti. They did this to the 9-year-old boy right now in the ICU who's fighting for his life. They did this to the other 8 people who also lost their lives that night. There are so many families grieving in hospitals right now, so many people in the ICU, so many injuries, so many people mentally traumatized. And this was, I just pray for them, please. I pray for them, pray for us, pray for everyone who lost their lives that night. Pray for all the families affected. Just pray for everyone who experienced that hellish experience and somehow survived, because I guarantee they're traumatized by it somehow. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? That's the saying. And so how much are videos worth? Like 100,000? 1 million? There are dozens of videos online where you can clearly see exactly what happened at that festival. I can't even call it a festival. At that atrocity. Now I'll talk a little bit about Bharti as well, of course. I think like Mr. Lassiter said, Bharti was the glue of the family. I would say she was more like the super glue of the family. She held them together like entirely. I have no idea how she did it. Like she was in school, she was like helping her father, like handling her sisters. She took on so much responsibility at such a young age, and she was such a great kid. Like she never complained about it, never said anything. She was a very, very special child, and now she's gone. That special child is gone because of what happened on November 5th. And I don't want anyone to ever forget what happened that night and what happened to Bharti. And I'm going to make sure this never happens to anyone ever again. Bharti, so I was actually in their house the other day, and I saw their dog, Blue, and I could see him like going around like looking for Bharti, and that just like completely broke me down because like he lost his mom, right? Like Bharti was his mom. He's still like looking for her all around the house. It's I can't walk into her room. I can't. I've been trying so hard just to not think about her. I was actually the first person in the ER that night who saw her. I got there, and like I was assuming that she'd just be like dehydrated or something, right? Like from the concert. And the very first thing he told me was, like, you know, she's not conscious, right? She had 2 heart attacks on the way here, and she's intubated. And I just like immediately shut down, like completely. That should never happen to anyone, especially not at a concert. It's a celebration, right? It shouldn't be. Like, people shouldn't be dying. I walked into the room and I saw her with the tubes down her throat, and I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I just wish we could bring her back somehow. Or I wish I could have helped her that night. I was there also. I wish I could have done something. I wish someone would have done something. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Can you tell us how old you are?
Not 25.
And I'm
20.
So now we're gonna have Namrata Shahani, her younger sister. Namrata's name is spelled Namrata. Just one more time, Namrata. Shahani.
Words cannot describe how I'm feeling right now. Like, I cannot put into words what Bharti meant to me, because it feels like she meant everything to me. We were always together, always doing things together. I've never not known like what it feels like to be without her, if that makes sense. Like, she was always someone I could look up to, someone I can hold on to. When things got hard for me, I always told her, and she always helped me out. She felt like a second mother to me. She just always helped me. I don't know how she did it, but she was always there for me. Every time I needed something, she was always there. She was always someone I could share my feelings with. And I don't know. I just don't know what the future will look like from now on. I'm still hoping, right? Praying for a miracle to happen. Something to happen where my sister comes back to me. It hurts more because she was not only my sister, she was also my best friend. And she was also Blue's best friend. He loved her the most, right? Like, she meant everything to him. When she used to go away to College Station for like periods of time, it just felt like, like he wouldn't eat, he wouldn't like do anything. He He would just keep sulking, keep looking for her, keep sniffing me to see if I had like been near her. And I just don't know what I'm gonna do right now. I still am not being able to process what happened on the night of November 5th. It just feels like that day never ended. It feels like we're still living in this nightmare that's not ending. And every day I wake up, I constantly wish that like maybe it was all just a dream. Maybe it was just a big nightmare and it'll finally be over and I can finally see my sister again, finally hold her again, finally hug her again, like tell her how much I love her. We were holding hands that night. I was there with her. I was holding her hand. And once that happened, the next time I saw her, she was in the ER, unconscious on a ventilator. I just want to ask everyone, right? Not just Houston. I feel like as a world, this is our responsibility to make sure that we get justice for this. Like, things like this shouldn't be happening, especially now, especially after all this we have faced, right? Like, stuff like this shouldn't be happening. It's not normal. This is her first music festival. This is about like our first music festival. She was looking forward to it. She had her outfits planned. She bought everything. She tried everything on. She showed me. Never once had we thought that we both wouldn't make it back home or back to the hotel that night. That thought had never crossed our head. So please keep praying for Bharti. Thank you.
So now we will take a few questions. The family has agreed to take some questions, but we are going to limit the questions to Bharti. Again, we're going to stay away from. They've shared what they want to share about the festival. Okay.
Mr. Master, can you just clarify, because you opened it by saying that it was at 6:50 p.m. last night, and she removed from the ventilator?
Yes. Or she was declared.
She was declared. She's
Declared.
still on the vent because she has, donated her organ.
Right.
So they are keeping her there for 48 hours to 78 hours, 72 hours more.
So she was declared dead,
Declared.
and then removed from the ventilator, and her organs were donated.
She's not yet. They're in the process.
They have a process for 48 hours.
So they haven't removed her from the ventilator? Okay. Within 48 hours of
72
last
hours,
night.
yeah.
Correct. That's right. That's right. That's all right. Good question. All right.
Any other questions?
Can you tell us what Bharti's goals were and what her major was, what she wanted to do with her life?
She had computer science as her major, and her goal was to, get a good job and support the family in the business. Because I have a clothing business, which she was trying to build up the website and do it online. Because I'm like 59 years old and I'm a diabetic. My wife is 52 and she has asthma too. So we were struggling with our health, and she was the backbone of the family, saying that, Daddy, don't worry, I'll help you out in the business once I'm done with my graduation and all.
You said clothing business.
Pardon?
It's a clothing.
Yeah, I have a clothing.
Clothing.
Clothing. Yeah.
Clothing.
Can you talk about the things that she enjoyed doing, like what brought her joy and pleasure and comfort?
Yeah.
So she loved playing badminton. She recently got into that actually. She likes taking Blue on a walk, right? She's the only one who can do it. That's the thing. He's very aggressive, so she's the only one who can take him and take care of him and control him. She likes hanging out with her friends. She is a very, very good painter and drawer. Like, she, like, draws the best stuff, like things you couldn't even think of. She loves coffee. She's always at Dunkin' buying her coffee with her coupons or whatever. She just was very full of life, you know? Like, she was just very full of life. She enjoyed the smallest things. She never let anything stress her out or break her. She was just always put together.
What kind of dog did she have?
She has a husky. He's 2 years old.
Any discussion from her about her plans right after college, where she wanted to be, what she
Right.
wanted to do?
So the thing is, on the day of when we were driving to the festival, my cousin and her were discussing, and he said that he was gonna help her get a job and help her out with that, like while she was still in college. She was thinking of getting an internship.
What type of job?
Oh, like something within for her.
She was doing software engineering for Capital One. It said software engineering for Capital One.
She was looking into that job offer.
I think someone asked like what she liked doing, right? I think one other thing Bharti loved doing was she loved helping others, and I'm glad that through this process, the donation process, she's getting one last chance to help the people around her, to help others.
You mentioned it was her first festival.
It was her first music festival.
What was she looking forward to?
Honestly speaking, we were both just looking forward because we had no idea like what, like, it was her first festival. She wanted to have a good time, right? She wanted to celebrate the music of the performer. She wanted to take pictures, post them on Instagram, what every girl does. She just wanted to, you know, for the first time in her life, she just wanted to have fun, and that was taken from her.
Did Bharti have a particular artist she wanted to see that night, you know, out of all the others? The obvious one?
Yeah, that's the obvious.
The headliner, yes.
And the GoFundMe, did you want us to continue to share that for funeral expenses or anything like that?
Absolutely.
I know a lot of people.
Not really you and your family.
And just they'll be setting up a foundation. We'll be setting up a foundation for her. The family feels strongly about that. That her memory will go on.
You and your family have shared so much about how much Bharti meant to you all. With her story now being one that's received around the world, what do you hope, how do you hope what she taught you, what she's done for you, is received internationally?
No one should ever go through what we are going through right now. That's the reason we're having this press conference today. We just want the world to know that we understand that there are other parents out there who have also experienced the same loss that we have experienced, and no one should ever feel the way we're feeling, or feel the way those parents are feeling, because you're sending your kids out for one night of fun, and the fact that you don't see them again is very, very heartbreaking.
You mentioned that you were holding her hand that night. Did you remember maybe at one point talking to her, and what was the last thing she said to you?
If you feel comfortable.
She was always looking out for me. The last thing she said to me was, "Are you okay?"
I think that's going to be it for today. So we just ask that the media respect the privacy in this very sensitive and delicate time for this family. We're here as a resource for the family, and if there's anything that's needed from the media, you can go through us.
You can say it's not a student as well.
Yes,
And where?
she's a student at the University of Houston.
Are there photos of Bharti that we will be allowed to use?
We will get with the family about that, and we'll be able to.
Also, could we have a picture of Blue?
Picture of Baloo? Yes, we'll get that. Okay.
Maybe a question was asked, but I didn't hear the answer. Has Travis Scott or his representatives reached out to the family?
No one has reached out to us. No one has reached out to us.
And so
Except
with
y'all.
that-
Except
and so
y'all.
with that, today's statement from Travis Scott's representatives reaching out to victims to contact them, have you had any contact?
No one has reached out to us on behalf of any of the parties involved in the disaster that was November 5th. And that's all for today.
Thank y'all. And if y'all would just give us a second to get the family ushered out, and then I appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you, guys.
So sorry.
A very sad thing for this family once again after their 22-year-old college student went to her first concert hoping to have the time of her life, and unfortunately that was not the case. Now the family mourning the loss of their loved one, as we heard a number of wonderful tributes to her. It will be a story we continue to follow, all of that aftermath of this tragedy down in Texas. We'll continue to give you more updates as we get more right here on Live Now from Fox. We will step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, more top stories across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this morning, we did have some breaking news. There was a police pursuit of a suspect who had been a possible shooting suspect that they were following. So earlier, we did have both not only Houston police, but also the constable's office giving some updates. I want to play those updates for you right here on Live Now from Fox. After we had put this lengthy chase out, this did end with the suspect dying from gunshot wound after he had also shot someone. Let's go ahead and get those details, though, from the officials down in Houston.
All of our current and past veterans, and I want to thank you for your service as we remember your wonderful service to our nation on this Veterans Day. Also, our Veterans Day Parade that we were engaged in this morning will be part of my comments, and I'll explain to you how that fits into this scenario. Understand that there's still going to be a lot of investigation to do between multiple agencies on this incident, so I won't have all the answers that you need this afternoon, but I'm going to go through systematically what we know right now, what happened today, so that you leave here with no confusion about what actually occurred and what we know up to this point. So we need to rewind to Monday. Monday of this week, there was an incident at the Precinct 4 substation off Hallsworth Road in the Spring area. And Precinct 4, obviously Constable Mark Herman and Precinct 4's office, great partners, they're out here as well, and I'll talk about their involvement in this case as well. And some of this information you will also have to get from Precinct 4 and Constable Herman, and we'll be working jointly on this throughout the investigation. But on Monday, there was a suspect that went through the parking lot of the Precinct 4 substation on Hallsworth Road and fired at the station. It's my understanding rounds actually penetrated the station, and they've been investigating that incident, and I think some of you may have already covered that story that occurred on Monday. That investigation has been ongoing from the Precinct 4 Constable's office. Through that investigation, through video and Crime Stoppers tips and other information, they developed a likely suspect in that case. And they were currently engaged in working on the proper warrant for deadly conduct or other charges for that suspect who they believed fired at the substation. The suspect that we have here on the scene today, we believe at this time to be that person. However, please understand that that's their investigation and there will need to be some confirmation of that. However, as a continuation of that investigation, which began on Monday, Precinct 4 Constable's office is handling that. It's an incident that happened on their property and a shooting towards their station. They developed a suspect, and they believed through that investigation that this suspect was going to be in an area in the Med Center near OST. And more information will come out on that, I'm sure, from the Precinct 4 Constable's office about how they came to know where this suspect would be, how they came to know what his location would be. But because they believed this to be their suspect and he had already engaged in firing at a police station, they wanted to make sure that they had the necessary resources, and so they called for Houston Police Department SWAT assistance this morning. Therefore, Houston Police Department SWAT officers were staged in that area just in case they were needed, in case there was any kind of an encounter with a violent suspect who may be armed, considering what happened at the police station on Monday. When a Precinct 4 Constable's office, I believe at this time that to be a K-9 unit, was in that area, at some point he recognized this car and that this is possibly our suspect in this case. He goes to initiate a traffic stop, is my understanding at this time. He goes to initiate a traffic stop, and unfortunately the suspect does not stop, and a chase ensues. That vehicle pursuit begins at that time, and then since HPD SWAT officers were already staged nearby, as I mentioned, they were close and able to also engage in the pursuit. At that time, many HPD leaders, including myself, Assistant Chief 10, and Executive Assistant Chief Satterwhite, we were downtown waiting for the beginning and the start of the Veterans Day Parade this morning. When we heard that there was a chase going on involving Precinct 4 Constable's office for who they believed might be a violent and armed suspect, at the time it began, it was a long way from downtown, and the chase originally went south and away from downtown. However, out of an abundance of caution, we gave the order this morning to pause the start of the Veterans Day Parade.
Law enforcement, unfortunately.
And you're going to notice a switch. We also had the constable's office giving an update on this deadly incident. Again, after this pursuit ended in Houston, the suspect then fired his gun. That person in the hospital, but the suspect did die from gunshot wound. We're going to listen in again right here on Live Now from Fox.
I will say today we got a tip from a local news outlet, Channel 2, and Channel 2 gave us some information that helped in this case tremendously. And again, it's not the resolution we wanted, but you know, that's kind of where we're at. And I'll open it up for any questions.
How were you guys able to
though the tip helped, how were you able to locate him?
Well, we had an idea just through our investigation, through video surveillance and deputies working around the clock of who the suspect was. And today the tip we received from Channel 2 helped kind of narrow in as to his location and what area he would be in. And you know, luckily one of our patrol units in South Houston spotted the vehicle, initiated a traffic stop, and he chose to flee from deputies.
Was there anybody else in the car with him? Was there anybody else hurt during this?
To my knowledge, there was no one else in his vehicle. There was, at the time when he chose to, you know, draw his weapon and discharge it at law enforcement at the end of the chase, there was a innocent bystander that was struck by a bullet fragment in the ankle. They were transported to a local hospital in good condition, and you know, but other than that, there was no one else.
What was the tip that you guys received?
We received information on where he may be, what area he may be in this morning. We were already out looking for him throughout the county. We had information on where his sister lived and some other folks. And but this tip that we received from Channel 2 helped us funnel in the gap and deploy resources in that area to get him spotted.
Any idea why he shot up the station?
We don't know. We don't understand that. You know, it's I've been told that he had been arrested for kidnapping by our office in 2018, kidnapping and aggravated assault. I don't know the dispositions of those cases. I know that he has an extensive criminal background, but why he chose to come here and you know, attack law enforcement, we don't know. We don't know.
What about his name? When you guys plan to release his name?
Yeah, we do have his name, but we're going to hold off on releasing the name. We'll allow our medical examiner to do that. And I do want to just say, you know, we appreciate all the law enforcement help throughout this whole ordeal from the other 7 constables in Harris County. They all attributed to helping us work this case, along with the Houston Police Department and the Harris County Sheriff's Office. I can tell you I was on the phone with Chief Fenner right after this, and he and his people have been there for us every step of the way. We can't say enough about the Houston Police Department, but very appreciative to their help.
Forgive me if you said this already, but were you guys actually in pursuit of him as well, or was it just HPD?
No, our officers were in South Houston when they spotted his vehicle, tried to initiate a traffic stop, and the pursuit started. And during that chase, we were coordinating with the Houston Police Department. Their SWAT folks were done on standby because we knew that just from his actions in the past and actions here that day, that this could have a not really a good outcome. And so SWAT, toward the end of the chase, coming up and being with our guys was instrumental in hopefully not getting any other citizens or law enforcement injured. But you know, we did not, you know, want him to choose for it to end this way. But you know, when you come out with a weapon and you're shooting at police, you know, we've got to protect ourselves.
There was no time for a negotiator or anything like that.
Say that again.
Was there any time for a negotiator?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to go into that. I mean, I know there was some dialogue between law enforcement and him during this investigation. I don't know exactly what that is. And, you know, so that there we are. Any other questions?
You know, you guys come to work every day. You see this window, it's all shattered out. So how thankful are you that no officer was standing right there when this happened?
Yeah, I can tell you it's by the grace of God that no one was at this office during that time, because normally there's always someone at this office. And that was pretty close to shift change. And but if you look at the lobby, citizens usually sit out here in front waiting for deputies to come in and do reports and ask questions. And normally there's someone out here around that time every day. And the chairs they're shot up. there would have been citizens hurt, if not killed, and the bullets and fragments went all the way through my patrol office. So had there been deputies back there that day, it could have been very tragic. Again, we didn't want this outcome, but we were put in a position to where he chose to pull a gun on law enforcement, and we get the result we got.
You know what type of weapons he had?
I've been told that he had a AR-15 rifle in the vehicle with him. I can tell you that entire scene out there will be worked by Chief Fenner and his group. It is in the city of Houston, so they're taking up that aspect of the investigation. We will do some investigation as far as some of our deputies that were involved in the shooting. I understand we've got, I believe, 2 that did discharge their weapons at the suspect. And as far as rounds and all that, I don't know.
What about an age range? Is he like in his 20s, his 30s? Can you release that?
The suspect?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You did say 2 of your deputies fired back at him. Are they
Sure.
okay?
Yeah, our deputies are okay. They will go through a mandatory cooling off period for, I think, 3 days, and we'll get them whatever help or counseling they may need, and carry on. I mean, but I'll tell you, in this line of work, I've never seen law enforcement under attack like we are. And I'm going to just be frank, I think that a lot of times the media spins us a certain way and demonizes police, and people see that and it fuels them. And but for the most part, all our citizens, they love their law enforcement. And, so it is what it is.
Do you think they use the same AR-15 to shoot up?
We do not know. Yeah, that'll go through the crime lab and they'll check all that. But we do not know. But we do know that type of weapon was used here Monday, and that type of weapon was in the vehicle that he discharged today.
So same type in both instances?
Yes, Okay. Yeah, high velocity, 223 rounds, and but we're glad that no one else was injured or hurt, and we'll just kind of go from there.
When you guys replace this glass, is it going to be bulletproof?
Some of the glass is bulletproof, but unfortunately some of these rounds do penetrate. So we'll be looking at a different kind. Lessons learned, if you will. So any other questions? All right, we good? All right, thank y'all so much. Thank you. Thank y'all.
I do not know. We just have not been able to search the vehicle properly as part of a crime scene. As soon as we get the scene secure, obviously we're going to treat the crime scene with care, and we're going to back out and make sure evidence is handled appropriately. But that weapon, the suspect's weapon that he fired at officers with, is laying there on the ground. And there's probably still a few details when we watch body camera footage and we watch everything else and we get more statements. There's going to be a few more details that are going to come to light that I probably haven't been able to glean out here in this short time this afternoon.
So based on the calls that he made, would you say that he made good on some of those threats? Would you elaborate more on that?
Well, again, I haven't reviewed the tapes, or was he talking to a precinct 4 officer on the phone? Was he talking to their dispatch? Was it both? It's too early for me to clarify. I'm just going on early statements out here on the scene to provide you as much information as we can. But obviously there were some type of serious threats made, right? I'm armed. People are going to die, or potentially cops are going to die. This is not going to end well. All of those things. So while our officers are engaged, they're being filtered this information, and then we're able to process as this is going on. And we're able to do some decision making and some critical thinking, knowing those other variables that are part of this. And so that all plays into the entire scene.
Do you know how high or the greatest speed limit that he reached?
I do not know. Probably be a little while before we'll be able to figure that out. But I'm sure we'll be able to see that even from body cams at some point and see how far, how fast the officers were going. But no, do not know what speeds he reached.
Did you okay neutralizing the vehicle, or was that an on-the-ground decision by the SWAT members in the vehicle?
So let me be very clear on that. So when the pursuit was going on and we started to get more information that this is potentially an armed or maybe heavily armed suspect with body armor, and then it was coming close to the parade downtown and the potential for injuring hundreds, if not thousands of people, or that possibility of a horrible event, I was actually at the parade. Myself and Chief Satterwhite actually got in an emergency vehicle quickly, started to get engaged to go catch up to this pursuit, and we were involved in the downtown area. And no, on the radio myself, I gave the order that when the opportunity presented itself, SWAT needed to stop this suspect and it needed to end. There was too much threat to life, and so that order was given on the radio directly by me.
Did he say anything to the SWAT officer during the time he got out of his vehicle?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I will tell you preliminarily that as soon as he got out, the gunfire started. So I would be surprised to find out there was any conversation or anything yelled or screamed. But as soon as he got out, the gunfire started seemingly immediately. I do not. That'll be part of the investigation, but I know 4 officers did discharge. And look, there's different ways to stop a suspect. Obviously there's different maneuvers. There's pit maneuvers. There's vehicle techniques that we use to maybe stop a suspect. But then you have to take everything into consideration about, are they armed? This one, obviously, we were getting information they were. Potentially a suspect who's already fired at a police station. The body armor, the potential threats that were made over the phone. And so it was obvious that the threat to the public and the threat to citizens was extremely high in this situation. And so it was necessary for our officers to try to end this when they could, but end it in as safe as manner as possible, knowing that the potential, right, for this kind of violence occurred at the end of that.
Do you know where the chase started and how long after?
So again, I believe somewhere in that OST, Old Spanish Trail area, in the medical center area, I think is where the initial attempt at a traffic stop began and then turned into a pursuit. It originally, as I said, went southbound. A few minutes into the pursuit, when it was kind of traveling south still, is when we got word downtown in our command and control and operations for the parade that, hey, there's a pursuit going on. It's likely a pursuit that might involve a violent suspect. And so we need to be aware of this because of a parade in the downtown area. And then we immediately started making decisions about the parade, pausing that for a little bit, and then quickly engaging in what we need to do on this pursuit.
Just asking, just based on wearing body armor, to what degree is this man a veteran? Can you say anything about
I don't know. Too early for me to say anything about that or speculate, so I do not know.
You don't get the criminal history?
Do not know. In fact, I have not even confirmed identity. Obviously, if he is the suspect from the Harris County Precinct 4 criminal investigation, then I know Constable Herman and his officers, investigators, will likely be able to confirm that identity for you at some point. Okay.
Do you mind pull up the body camera release policy?
Yeah, so as you know, the Houston Police Department will be conducting this investigation as it relates to the officer-involved shooting, not the previous criminal acts at the Harris County Precinct 4 station that was fired upon. As it relates to release of body cam and officer-involved shootings and critical incidents, per the Chief's policy, as you all know and are very well aware by this time, we will start our investigation, but within 30 days we will have the release of an initial release of body cam evidence in this case.
Was there one pass before they interjected physically with the vehicle?
Yeah, so there was a time period there, and at least my recollection from the radio, and I was close by, and actually here in the parking lot right at the very end, there was at least a couple passes, I think, around kind of the Goodwill store behind us and then the restaurant on the other side. I think there was at least a couple of passes in and around the parking lot and then back to the service road. And so obviously this mall is a lot of wide open space. This parking lot, no place is ideal for a violent suspect to engage officers like this. No place. But this space, this parking lot, I'm proud of the officers for using the environment that was around them to, I think, stop the vehicle at a point and at a time that caused the least amount of risk to the public.
Any other questions?
Anything anything else. Thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. And to our veterans, any of you, thank you for your service on today, and we appreciate you for everything that you've done for our country. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so a wild afternoon there in Houston, coming to a deadly ending there for that suspect that led police on that chase there. You saw weaving in and out of those lanes, and then finally a conclusion there that police did not want to see it all, but had to make it there as we continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Look at this great shot there of the White House on this fall day, Veterans Day. When we come back, we'll have more content on Veterans Day and give you some shots there from Washington, D.C. as well. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. On this Veterans Day, we're asking you to remember to make camo your cause. Live Now and Fox television stations are teaming up with U.S. vets. We're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate, head to usvets.org and let us know about your commitment to help using the hashtag #HonorUSVets. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Veterans Day. All throughout the day, we've been taking you from around the country to different events and celebrations and remembrances on this Veterans Day, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do. Take you out to D.C. at the National World War II Memorial.
Good morning. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the World War II Memorial on this Veterans Day. We gather today to honor those who served in our nation's armed forces and to appreciate a debt that we can never repay. From Pearl Harbor to Normandy to the final surrender in Tokyo Bay, more than 16 million men and women served in our nation's armed forces during World War II. Your presence here today shows that our gratitude and respect is unending. We are deeply honored to be joined by a few of those World War II veterans. Many of them are familiar faces, joining us often at remembrances and wreath layings here at the memorial. Gentlemen, thank you for being here, being with us today, and thank you for your service. I'd like to also recognize the Friends of the National World War II Memorial, our partner in the care of this memorial and the co-sponsor of this morning's ceremony. They work hard to make sure that the World War II veterans and their families of those who served and sacrificed know that we remember them. Even during the pandemic, when we couldn't gather in person together, they made sure that there were virtual observances and online commemorations. My sincere thanks to their executive director, Holly Rotundi, and her staff for their efforts and hard work on behalf of the memorial and those it represents. I also want to thank the volunteers and the National Park Service staff who interpret and maintain this magnificent memorial and help educate more than 4 million people who come here each year. This dedicated corps ensures that all who visit are greeted with a warm smile and information about the memorial, the war, and the men and women who fought in it. And most importantly, to all the other members of our armed forces and veterans who are here, thank you for your service. We're honored by your presence this morning. There is no tribute, no commemoration, no honor that can truly recognize the magnitude of your service and sacrifice. The National Park Service is proud to be the steward of the World War II Memorial and other sites on the National Mall, where Americans can seek solace and inspiration from the service and sacrifice of our nation's veterans. These monuments and memorials promote a spirit of unity and remembrance, giving all of us a way to recognize those who served and those who continue to serve our great nation, reminding all Americans of our common heritage. Recently, our nation lost one of its most beloved and respected veterans, General Colin Powell. While not a veteran of the Second World War, he understood the importance of veterans and why we should honor them. He said, "The nation owes a great debt to its veterans, whose service to the nation spans every decade, every year, every day of our country's existence. Through untold courage and sacrifice, America's veterans have secured the liberty which the Founding Fathers sought to establish. Whenever and wherever the nation has called, in times of darkness and danger, as well as in times of peace and prosperity, America's veterans have been there. Veterans have proudly carried the torch of liberty for all to see." Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Reinbold. Founded in 2007 by the creators of the National World War II Memorial and dedicated to teaching the lessons of yesterday to unite the generations of tomorrow, the Friends of the National World War II Memorial is proud to join the National Park Service together, individuals of all ages and backgrounds for ceremonies like this one today, and for educational programs centered around the themes and unity and the spirit of the community. The Friends of the National World War II Memorial is privileged to have great leaders helping to guide our mission. Leaders like Friends Chairman Josiah Bunting III. Mr. Bunting is a Rhodes Scholar, a Vietnam veteran, and a former superintendent of his alma mater, the Virginia Military Institute. He is also the grandson of one of our fallen from World War I. Mr. Bunting brings to us great knowledge and appreciation for our military and its veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, sir. World War I and the armistice on this day brought to a close one of the most horrific military escapades, whatever you like to call it, crusades in the history of the world. It was called Armistice Day, and it was celebrated in the same spirit that we gather here this morning. It is so urgent that we remember and pay special tribute to those who served the Republic in Europe in that war. And we honor them this morning along with those who led the country and served in the Second World War, the greatest of the wars in which our country was called upon to participate. We've heard the word unity 2 or 3 times already this morning. Picture in your minds the standard World War II movie. Invariably, virtually every ethnicity, and after Harry Truman, including African Americans, appears in representation in these movies. All unity. A squad of characters recognizable to all of us are the heroes. Many of them were unhappy to be drafted, but at the end, they have recognized the value of true unity and friendship that transcends geography and religion and ethnicity. That is such an important theme for all of us in these days when politics tend to be strident and tend in some ways, almost deliberately it seems, to drive us apart. But in the honoring and the memory of those who gave their lives, the final full measure of devotion, we are drawn together this morning to affirm our loyalty and our love for them. If you're facing the Lincoln Memorial, you can just make out a few of the words from Mr. Lincoln's beautiful letter to Mrs. Bixby, who had lost one of her sons in the Great Civil War. I feel how weak and fruitless any attempt of mine to beguile you from a loss so overwhelming. But they have placed their lives on the altar of freedom, and that must be your recompense. And that is still the recompense we owe all of those who served our republic on this morning, dedicated to their memory, and dedicated also to our own resolution to embody in our own lives those principles for which they gave theirs. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bunting. We are very honored and fortunate to have with us today the United States Army Brass Quintet, who will now perform a tribute to our veterans.
A great honor there and a remembrance for all of the amazing World War II veterans. 16 million Americans served in that war, and we lost 400,000 of them. We will never, ever forget them and thank them, because it was that war that saved America and really the future of this country. If we didn't win that, we wouldn't have a country anymore. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here as we get closer to the top of the hour. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we bring you events from all over the country. A lot to do with Veterans Day today, honoring those that have served our great country. But right now, want to go out, back out to Kenosha here. Soon the defense is going to rest in the Rittenhouse murder trial. We're getting very close to that moment. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
and these are pixels, and these are blue. When you enlarge an image, what does the bicubic algorithm do to these pixels?
The bicubic algorithm is taking those pixels and resampling, is basically duplicating those pixels into another area. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, what color the bicubic algorithm makes these pixels?
I do not know.
Do you know if we know this is a red pixel, and we know this is a blue pixel, and those are real colors, will it combine these two pixel colors to actually change the color of the image? You know what I'm saying?
I can't speak to that.
So you can't.
Yeah, I want to be clear.
Sure.
Listen, the unassigned ones that you have in the middle.
Yeah.
Those are the added ones.
Yes.
Okay.
So the added pixels, and what, to be fair, in terms of what we're looking for, to make sure the color's correct, that we're not distorting the color of the thing we're looking at, it's adding pixels, and my concern, my question for you is it adding the correct color of the original image?
That goes beyond into the algorithm of the program that I do not have that information for.
Okay, so if I can ask you this. These two photographs that you have enlarged, okay, so you added pixels to those, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to tell the court the colors that were there originally are actually the same colors when I expand or enlarge the photograph with the added pixels? Are you able to say that?
I'm not able to say that, no.
So tell me if I'm right. So the things that the court would be looking at here, and the colors that the court would be looking at, you can't tell the court that in fact that's the color from the original picture, correct?
It comes down to the programming, the algorithm. I cannot say it.
Maybe say 1 second here. Yep. My last couple questions for you, sir. Could you have used another algorithm that wouldn't have changed the potential color of the pixels that you added?
There's no testimony that the color has been changed.
I didn't hear you.
There's been no testimony that the color has been changed.
It was my impression, and I beg your correction. It was my impression that in the effort to enlarge the image, that the individual is inserting some, I'm going to call them uncharged pixels, that the algorithm is going to assign colors which is beyond his control. Where am I going wrong?
My question was, could he have used a different algorithm?
No, I'm not. You're past me. I'm just trying to understand if I've got the basic concept down.
Yeah, my understanding was it was beyond his scope of his expertise to say the
No, I'm back, way back.
Oh. All right.
I'm still using watercolors. He is enlarging. He wants to enlarge the image, and he's inserting some pixels in there. And so he gives it a command to insert the pixels, and he doesn't know what color they're going to come out. Is that it? Is that it, sir?
I would say, Your Honor, it's as to how that algorithm interpolates those pixels and where it places them goes outside the scope of my knowledge.
Well, what do we, I mean no disrespect, what do you know?
What I do know is that the process that I use to expand or enlarge this image and the interpolation method that was used. Anything beyond that within my software, with the software I use, I do not have any additional information.
And competing programs might insert different colors.
It's possible.
And you wouldn't have any way of knowing.
I do not have any way to know if those different interpolation methods would issue different colors to different pixels.
Now, what were you telling me?
What I had asked him was, I wasn't telling you anything. What I asked a question that was objected to, which was there another method that could have been used, which, and I think the wording that I had said was, wouldn't have changed the pixel colors, which I drew the objection.
And what was the objection?
The objection, there's not testimony that any colors were changed.
How would he know?
He may or may not, but the way he asked it is assuming that colors changed.
I'm happy to rephrase it.
Go ahead.
Is there another interpolation type of program that you're aware of that when pixels are expanded would keep the color constant through the expansion?
I cannot speak to that.
Would you agree the more pixels that you add, the more interpolation happens?
Yes.
So the question that I have, and then the argument is when you expand the photograph, you're adding pixels, but you can't tell the court what color is being added, if any.
I cannot speak to that. No, that comes down to the programming the algorithm of the software.
So the original still has colors and pixels. It's expanded. Those pixels expand. The question is, do the colors stay constant?
I do not know.
Judge, that's all I have.
Mr. Armstrong, is the software you use similar to the Input ACE software?
It's similar.
So the same algorithms and methods, as far as you know, are also in that software?
It's both softwares are made by two different manufacturers. I can't comment on whether they're the same.
So when you enlarge these images, are you changing any details?
I'm not changing any details.
What are you doing?
We are simply just adding pixels to make the image larger.
Because when you're looking at a smaller image on the screen, say it's 20 by 30 pixels. In order to enlarge that, there need to be more than 20 by 30 pixels, or else it would stay the same size.
That's correct.
So you didn't witness this, but the defense expert was zooming in on video with his Input ACE software. Would that also be adding pixels because it was enlarging it?
It's irrelevant for purposes of what his testimony would be.
I'm trying to let the court understand. I mean,
I beg your pardon?
I'm trying to get an understanding of how this works versus.
Oh, go ahead.
You may answer if you can.
I do not know as to Input ACE and how their interpolation for, if any, is seen by zooming in on there.
So when you talk about adding pixels, the only way to enlarge an image is to add pixels.
Correct.
Now, you don't go in and say, put in black pixels, put in blue pixels, or anything like that.
That is correct, I do not.
The software program does that.
That is correct.
And it has to do that to actually make an image larger.
That is correct.
Now, is this, the defense expert called AMP5, the gold standard of video editing. Is it one of the best programs out there?
It is a program that we use at the lab, yes.
Now, is it an accepted program? I'm sorry?
You asked him who was the best one, and he responded, that's what we use at the lab. That's not the same thing. Or it doesn't establish that it is in fact the best.
I understand.
I can tell you, not everything the state supplies is top notch. And I'm not talking about the judges, by the way. I said not everything the state supplies is top notch.
So, is this the same process as when you hit like full screen on your computer?
No.
Now, this AMP5 software has an algorithm in it.
And it was speaking to exactly.
When you interpolate, there's an algorithm that fills in the image so that you can actually see it, so that it's magnified.
When you are dealing with looking at it from a preview, it uses its own nearest neighbor, but it does not add pixels in that preview.
So these processes you use, are these the standards used in the forensic imaging that you do?
Yes.
And this is the kind of software that you are trained on?
Yes.
And this is an accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And these are accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And that's all. Thank you.
So here's my question. The photograph that we're talking about to be admitted into evidence to have people look at it.
Yes.
Can you say that image didn't add colors into pixels that weren't there original?
I cannot definitively say that because I did not write the software program.
So it's possible when you enlarge an image and add pixels that you're adding colors that weren't there in the original photograph, correct?
I do not know.
And when you said nearest neighbor, nearest neighbor, if I'm right, tell me. What color goes in here on a nearest neighbor?
It utilizes, I'm sorry, I do not know.
Would it become purple?
It's possible.
And purple is nowhere on here, is it?
That is correct.
Nothing else.
Hey.
In order to answer Attorney Trofsky's questions, would you have needed to written the algorithm in the software program?
I would need to, yes, to see exactly how those programs are interpolating those pixels.
Do you ever check the enlarged image against the original image and see if there are consistencies?
Yes, we can certainly compare the original to the enhanced version.
And is your work, and were these images and your work on these images peer reviewed by another forensic imaging specialist?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Judge, on that, I have a motion, but I don't have anything else to ask.
You can step down, sir.
Judge, based on his testimony, so what the state is trying to do is introduce a photograph that has been enlarged where this person, Mr. Armstrong, cannot testify that in fact colors weren't added that weren't there originally. And the photograph, I'm going to tell the court that the photograph that the state intends to offer, I believe they will be arguing, shows Mr. Rittenhouse doing something with his firearm. If it is not the same as the original and colors were added to that, that is a distortion of what in fact the original photograph was. It should not be admitted because it's not relevant if he can't testify, and there's been no appropriate foundation that in fact it should be admitted if he can't testify that it didn't add colors, that colors that originally weren't there still aren't there. And I think under the circumstances, based on the evidence that you've heard today, you should not admit those photographs because they are not what I would consider to be mirror images of what the original photograph was.
Judge, all due respect to Your Honor, I think the defense is trying to take advantage of your lack of knowledge about technology, which you've expressed. With the defense argument, you could never have an enlarged digital picture. All of Nathan, and I understand we didn't object to them, but all of Nathan DeBruin's pictures that he brought in on his own on these prints are enlarged digital images. If the defense is now trying to argue that enlarged digital images are not reliable, I mean, it's first of all hypocritical, but second of all, this is just not the age we're in. We are in an age where software is able to enlarge and do things. And yes, this image, we believe, although blurry because of the enlargement, does show, in rebuttal to Mr. Rittenhouse's testimony, does show him pointing his gun at individuals just before Mr. Rosenbaum chases him. The defense, this is clear in the drone video. We pointed it out in the drone video. The defendant denied it. This is an enlargement of that drone video so that we can see a better picture of it. This whole canard of adding pixels and changing color is a dishonest argument, and I believe the defense knows that. Their expert used a very similar software to zoom in and edit and change things, because if these things are reliable, and they are reliable, and that this is what is used by by forensic imaging, forensic scientists, it's the industry standard. So if we're going to say that no technology can be brought in, no enlarged images can ever be brought in, that is a ridiculous standard. And we've heard from two experts now about how these algorithms are used and what they do, and simply because this evidence may be not beneficial to their client, and in fact show their client is lying, they're stooping to this level to try and keep it out. And to me, I think making a dishonest argument based on a number of forensic scientists that have emailed me to discuss this issue with the Apple zooming, which I think was also a very similarly, I don't want to say dishonest, but inaccurate argument, simply trying to keep out these enlarged or cleaned up images that show that their client is lying. He pointed a gun before Joseph Rosenbaum chased him. And this is a rebuttal. This is rebuttal evidence. This is based on someone trained in this area who uses software that is certified in this area. He's trained in this area. This is what these forensic image specialists do. And it's peer-reviewed by other forensic images, which, frankly, Dr. Black's was not. And so this is actually a much higher standard than the evidence that Dr. Black got in. I understand we didn't object. But for them to have an expert come in, use a very similar software to do similar things, and then try to pretend this is all voodoo magic is preposterous. And
wait a minute. A couple of things. Number one, you know, this happens sometimes. Lawyers sit there during the trial and all kinds of stuff comes in and out, and there's no objection raised. And then when there is an objection raised, the party says, well, this went on before in the trial and it was admitted. And I think, okay, but there wasn't an objection. So it was never scrutinized by the court. It just came in. That's number one. Number two, you're the proponent of the evidence. You have the burden of proof. They don't have to disprove the accuracy of this. You have to prove it. Number three, the witness was just here, and when he's asked, what does it depict in terms of whether the color is going to change or to what color? He says, I don't know. Now, this is the person who is providing your information to support your claim that it is an accurate depiction. I will tell you that I totally agree with your comment about my lack of familiarity with these concepts. Although logic, I have some logical skills, and when you start adding, if I take this piece of paper and I start drawing squares on it, and and then I decide I'm going to put it on a bigger piece of paper, and I want to expand them, but I do it by creating even more squares, and I don't know what's going to go into those other squares. I mean, this is difficult a concept for me. Yes.
I understand.
You know, the fact that I can blow something up on my phone and that it's accurate on my phone doesn't mean that the particular program used by the crime lab is doing an accurate job of increasing the size of the image.
Well, this is an accredited lab using software.
What does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? What does peer-reviewed mean to me? If you haven't presented any evidence as to the science or as to the algorithm that's involved,
Judge.
No. I want to see the images.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Not that my naked eye is going to be necessarily capable of making the distinction that I need to make, but you've got the burden here, so
I understand.
Present the images. I'll take a look at them.
Would you like them on the printed out paper, or would you like them on the screen? We have two of them marked, or we can put them on the screen.
Let's have a look. Show me the paper.
Where's the other one?
Should be on the witness.
Yeah, you better put them up. I can't make anything out of these at all.
Can you please put up the first exhibit?
Judge, would you like to look at them?
Actually, I've had the best success looking at this one. Now, what is this depicting?
Judge, this is an image from the drone video. It's the exact area where Mr. Rittenhouse looked and denied that that is him holding his weapon, pointing it at the Zeminskis.
Okay, now you tell me, where's Zeminski? Where's the defendant?
Zeminski is off screen because we asked it to be cropped.
I beg pardon?
Zeminski is, I believe, off screen. The defendant is right under the sign, right in front of what would be the pole holding up the sign. And right next to him is the fire extinguisher that, as opposed to his actual testimony, is seen on the drone video gently placing on the ground. He then immediately raises up and raises his firearm and points it at the Zeminskis. The defendant denied this even after watching the drone video. This is a blown up image. Obviously it's blurry because it is blown up, but you can see the black firearm being held in his two hands, albeit it is blurry. if you'd like to see the video where this came from, we can show that to you as well.
Let's have that up.
Have that up?
Yep.
Number 82, please.
Brian, 82.
Judge, if you look in that area of that, it's clear on the 4K TV, which is why I believe the defense brought that in.
Clear what?
It's clear on the 4K TV, which is the one the defense brought in, but the area where that enhances is, as the video begins...
Turn it this way.
All right, as both sides continue to talk about this drone video, we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We're going to go back out to Kenosha here, where we both have the prosecution, the defense, and now the judge there looking at this drone video with a technician from the Milwaukee Crime Lab going over this drone video one more time. And we're going to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
One more time, please.
I think what I'm going to do is allow it, and that is subject to the witness is going to be cross-examined in front of the jury, and they'll have to make up their own decision.
And Judge, just so I can be clear, he doesn't get to say what those images are.
No, he will not be doing that.
Okay.
Judge, I know the defense is going to rest, and then we will call a rebuttal witness. We were just made aware of a couple issues with the defendant's testimony. We believe we could potentially get a witness here this afternoon to rebut it. We were just made aware of it. So we may, at the end of this, be asking to keep rebuttal open.
So when?
Well, we're working to see if we can get a witness. It'd be a person from the Grays Lake Police Department to rebut the fact that Mr. Rittenhouse was issued a bulletproof vest by them. They indicate they did not issue him one. Also, I can't imagine we find someone, but the Arizona State or whatever university the defendant claims to be attending says he is not enrolled there and is not going to college there. I don't imagine we can get a witness for that, but we, of course, will work on that.
You can open his webpage, his student webpage. So,
Well, I'm not going to cut off their right to rebuttal. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
All right, everybody, looks like we're going to get more action here today that we previously didn't think. We thought everything was going to be wrapped up here, but it looks like the prosecution is trying to get possibly another witness in to try to do a rebuttal on one of the defense's witnesses from earlier. So this is interesting, and this is all happening live right now on LiveNOW from Fox. The jury is coming back now into the courtroom. There you can see the defense there with Kyle Rittenhouse, and we wait now for this to begin once again.
Yeah, they were using them. You could just put them right on the top of the Elmo in case they need them.
Continue.
At this time, the defense would move into Exhibit 142 and 140, and we would rest.
All right, any objection to 142 and 140?
Subject to final review of 142, no.
All right, received. Did you wish to present rebuttal?
Yes, the state will call James Armstrong to the stand.
You're still under oath.
Welcome back, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
You testified a few days ago about some videos from a drone footage that were entered into evidence.
Yes.
Did you do any additional work on that drone footage?
Yes, it was requested that I enhance a person near a vehicle underneath a sign.
And how did you go about doing that?
I took two different approaches. The first one, I frame averaged, which means that I selected a group of frames. From there, frame average. From there, I frame averaged those, stabilized first, then frame average. From there, went through and clarified it, which just means that with using levels, we just brightened it up, and then enlarged it.
And These practices you talked about, are these standards in the forensic imaging world?
They are, yes.
And so are these accepted practices in forensic imaging?
They are.
The software you used, is it accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And was your work on these images did it go through the peer review process?
It went through a peer review process by another qualified analyst.
And did you write this software?
I did not write this software.
And this enlargement, does it use any kind of computer programs or systems to make the enlargement?
Yes, it uses an algorithm to enlarge that image.
And what kind of process or algorithm was used for the image with the individual under the sign?
For the image underneath the sign, the image that is on towards the left, a smart resize, and then the image on the right was bicubic.
And are these accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And did you write the algorithms that do these procedures?
I did not, no.
So do you know the actual specifics of how the algorithms work?
I do not, no.
But they're part of a software program that is accepted in use in forensic imaging.
Yes, that is correct.
It is, but I don't know that he's going to get the witness to grasp an answer that he wouldn't otherwise make, so the objection's overruled.
What is the software that you used?
It is called Amped 5.
We've heard some testimony today about a software program called Input ACE. Is that a similar software program, to the best of your knowledge, to Amped 5?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did the crime lab have to choose between those two as to which software they would use?
Yes, the Amped 5 was chosen.
Were you part of that process?
I was only part of the process of making the recommendation.
Is that what you recommended?
That was my choice, yes.
I'm sorry? Relevance. It's relevant.
That was my choice. Overruled.
I think you said it was your choice.
It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader for my preference of software between the two.
Let's show what's marked as States Exhibit 155. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be the report print that I created. A report print.
And this report print has two images on it?
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the report you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
And you said there were some differences between the algorithms used on the images?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the difference?
The difference being is that with regards to the clarification techniques on the image on the left, that was frame averaging. The image on the right, the difference being is that just a single frame was used.
And I put a piece of paper down in front of you. Do you mind flipping that over? What's the number on top of that one?
Exhibit S156.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is report print number 2.
And what is report print number 2?
Report print number 2 is clarified and enlarged files or images that I produced.
And where were where were you looking to enhance these images from?
We were looking to enhance the the area where two individuals are observed.
And so this is a different part of the drone video than the first exhibit?
That is correct.
What did you do to produce these images?
To produce these images, I just, again, clarified. So I use levels to brighten it up, and then also to enlarge as well.
And all the procedures you used standard and accepted in forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, you actually created 6 more reports as well?
Correct, yes.
And just to not go through every one, were they all created with standards of forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
And you reviewed them and you know that the ones that the state's submitting are the ones that you submitted to us?
That is correct.
At this point, I would like to move all 8 into evidence and publish 155 and 156 to the jury.
Subject to my previous objection.
All right. Well, they're admitted subject to the cross-examination.
So can I publish them?
Not yet.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Judge, I'm going to use this.
You can't see this, can you?
I can partially see it.
All right, I just want to make sure the members of the jury can, okay?
Understood.
So, so in terms of your enlarging this image, from the information that's been provided to us, you did that through a bicubic interpolation program, is that right?
I'm sorry, I provided that through a smart resize and also bicubic, depending upon the image that you're referring to.
Okay, and when you're making the image larger, you're adding pixels to that image, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So my question to you in terms of your work on this is, in a situation where each individual pixel, you'd agree, has a color, if there's color involved, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so if these pixels are blue, and we know from the original that these pixels are red, when you're expanding the image, you're adding pixels, correct?
You are adding pixels, yes.
You don't know, when you're adding and enlarging that and adding pixels, you don't know what color you're adding to these pixels, is that right?
I do not know the interpolation, the algorithm what it exactly is doing when it's adding those pixels.
There are programs, if I'm right, are there programs that would just default it blue, even though it might not be blue?
I do not know.
Do you know if there's programs that would take the blue pixel and the red pixel, combine them, and make a color purple when it's actually not purple?
I do not know.
Does it change? So here's the question I have for you. So if you take a picture of me right here and you expand it and blow it up, it's going to add pixels, so it might change. The pixels could become white for the color of my shirt or black for the color of my tie, correct?
It's going to be sampling the pixels that from your example,
yeah,
and and calculating those pixels out, and then duplicating those pixels into that image.
Can you do that again? What was your answer?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
I'll try. So what we're doing here, what you've done is you've taken a still photograph, right?
Yes.
You've blown it up and added pixels to that photograph.
That is correct.
Okay. Those pixels have to contain or do contain information, right?
That is correct.
Some of that information is color, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if the best example I would give you is if you take a picture of my chest, my shirt, and you blow it up, you're going to be adding pixels around my shirt and my tie, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the question is this. In terms of the accuracy of that enlarged image, you don't know whether those pixels are black for my tie or white for my shirt, right?
I cannot speak to the algorithm that's being used and how it's interpreting it.
And that, to be fair, that could distort or not make an accurate picture of what we're seeing, right?
It's possible.
Right. So the images, and when we're looking at smaller images that are blown up, adding color that's not actually there can make the photograph not accurate, right?
But all the steps that were taken are repeatable.
So what does that have to do with the fact that you don't know what the colors are added? You don't know the colors that are added, so how do you know that's accurate?
I do not know to the algorithm and how it's using it.
So when we're doing that on small images, like a marker in my hand or something like that, and you want to see what this is from a far distance away, it might be adding color that's not actually there, right?
It may be.
So the image that we're asking people to look at might not actually be an accurate representation of the original image. True?
It's possible.
Would it take something that was present? So the example I gave you was my tie.
Mm-hmm.
If you expand that, is it going to add more black pixels?
It will add, no, it will not add any more detail than what is originally there.
But it's going to add pixels, you just don't know what color they're going to be.
Correct.
Is it more difficult to do that in situations where you're further away, meaning the distance from the photograph? The further the distance from the photograph, the more difficult it is, or the more pixels that need to be added to blow it up, right?
You're saying more distant from the photograph, you mean the object depicted?
Yep. Sorry, yep. So the object depicted in the photograph, the further away that is, the more pixels need to be added when you enlarge it, right?
Correct, if you wanted to enlarge it, yes.
And the more pixels that are added, the more availability there is for distortion in terms of the color in those pixels, correct?
In terms of the color, it's possible.
And would that be also true? Would that be true for the size? I think I asked you this, but I'm trying to figure this out. The size of the image that you're trying to make larger. So the bigger the image in the photograph, the easier it is to enlarge.
There's more information. There's more pixels that are present to enlarge in that area.
Okay. So if I, for example, was if I had something on my clothing and you enlarged it, would that make the thing on my clothing more pronounced?
It may not, no.
Would it make it less pronounced?
It may not.
It may keep it the same even though the photograph is bigger?
It does not, interpolation does not add detail. So if you are enlarging something on your clothing, all it's doing is making that image larger. The detail that may or may not be there is not added. You're not adding additional detail to that image.
You're just adding unknown information.
Yes. No, you're not adding unknown information. You're adding, you're interpolating those pixels, and you're adding those particular pixels.
Right, and those pixels contain information.
Yes.
And that information contains color.
Yes.
And you're not sure whether or not how that color scheme works in that situation, right?
I do not know.
Okay. Sir, thanks for your
time. Mr. Cross.
Do these programs add detail?
These programs do not add detail.
And how long did you work with this drone video, all told?
All told, I received it on Sunday, and I finished all my work with regards to these requests as of yesterday.
So you worked on it for more than 3 days?
Correct.
Would you have submitted a exhibit that did not seem to be consistent with the original footage?
Objection, argumentative. And foundational.
It is argumentative.
Did you make sure that if the reports that you identified were not consistent with the drone footage that you become familiar with, would you have produced them?
I would not have produced them if there was any information in there that did not seem accurate to me.
So you do compare it to the original?
I did not compare it to the original in this instance, no.
And what is this sampling that you talk about?
The bicubic and smart resize.
Yes.
Those are two different algorithms that use to interpolate that information.
So do these algorithms look at, so let me ask this way. On a digital photograph, to make it bigger, do you have to add pixels?
You do have to add pixels, yes.
So if I take a photo from my phone and I want it on a 5x7, I'd be adding pixels to it.
You would be.
So this is something that's commonly done to photographs.
It is, yes.
Now, these algorithms, how do they know, to the best of your knowledge, how to add the pixels?
To my best of my knowledge, it depends on the algorithm, and that's the extent of my expertise on that.
So what is the sampling process?
The sampling process is looking at the pixels and providing more data to that file.
So it looks at the pixels and looks at what's around it, and that's how it adds the pixels.
That is correct.
So it's not just arbitrarily choosing colors to put in?
Not to my knowledge.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Sir, you never compared the photograph in front of you to the original? That's what you testified to?
I did not compare the original. I did my analysis on that original video, but I didn't compare them side by side. No.
Well, you were asked you wouldn't submit it if you didn't think it was a fair and accurate representation and all that other stuff, right?
Right.
But you never looked at the two of them next to each other to confirm that, right?
To confirm that, to compare the original to the exported file? No.
And I know Mr. Cross talked about, you take a photograph of your family or whatever and you make it bigger, right? You're probably not as concerned in a family photograph that you're adding pixels and where colors are going as you might be in, for example, say, a homicide investigation, right?
That is true.
Okay. So making sure that the information that's added to these pictures, and the information is in the pixels, making sure that's accurate, that's an important part of your responsibilities, correct?
That would be, yes.
and you don't know how that happens in this particular case, correct?
I do not know the algorithm that's being used within the software to speak to that, no.
That's all I have, Judge.
Any question?
How do you know that the interpolation is accurate?
Just based off the fact that the it's a bicubic algorithm is a common algorithm that is used, and it's a sound forensic tool within AN5.
And how long did you work with this drone video and the different images from it?
It's been asked and answered.
It's sustained.
You know how many hours you worked on it?
I would say it was approximately approximately 20 hours.
Nothing further.
Question?
I don't.
You may step down, sir.
We have no further rebuttal witnesses.
Any other evidence?
Judge, I would move that the exhibits be accepted and published as previously requested.
Any objection?
The same objection that I noted.
All right. It'll be received and published. Did you have some for publication too, or was that done? That was completed?
Yes.
Okay. All right then. Folks, the evidence is closed, and I'm going to ask that you return to my... yes, you do. Go ahead.
Can we get the screens on?
Did you...
This is exhibit 155. And now please exhibit 156. Claim it? It's Corey's. All right, that's all. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right, folks, the evidence is closed, and you know what? I want to talk to you lawyers for a moment. I guess I'll ask you to step into the library for just a second. And please don't talk about the case.
We continue to be worldwide, as always, with you here on Live Now from Fox. As the jury goes into the other room, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, now you have driven me into submission with your request to argue on Monday, but I'm going to extract something in exchange, which is a cap on the length of your arguments. I figure, well, first of all, just we're going to do a more involved discussion on instructions and verdicts. Are there going to be any charges submitted to the jury other than what is in the information? Yes?
The state will ask for that, yes.
How many additional charges are you going to submit? Or request to submit?
I'm not sure if we finalized our request. Certainly on count 3 and 4, I think we can discuss on other counts, but the first degree homicide, first degree intentional homicide, we will ask for all lesser includeds. The attempted homicide to engage gross rights, we would ask for I believe there's only one lesser included. We are not inclined to ask for lesser includeds on the reckless endangering safety charges. At this moment, we're not inclined to ask for lesser includeds on count 1 to Mr. Rosenbaum, but I think we need to discuss that more fully.
Okay. Are there going to be any special instructions other than what you've already submitted and the 6th count affirmative defense instruction from either side?
I believe the state will be asking, we got to discuss this more, but I believe we'll be asking for the provocation instruction. 805, I believe.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, the reason I'm asking right now, I'm not going to hold you to this, is that I figure that the instruction probably will take 45 minutes, I would think.
To read them to the jury?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say.
I would say easily.
And so that leaves how much of the day, since you scared me off from tomorrow because you said, well, the jury will be worn out by the time we get there. So I think, well, I don't want to wear them out on Monday either. So if I'm going to be instructing them for 45 minutes or an hour, that takes us to 10, 10:30, 10:15 anyway, 10:30. So maybe if you were going to confine your arguments to maybe an hour and a half apiece, is that reasonable?
Very.
I'd request
Total time.
Including rebuttal?
Yeah. Total time.
The state is going to need 2 hours for our primary and I'd say half an hour for rebuttal, Your Honor.
You know, I had the good fortune to be across the street neighbor, living across the street to the late Kenneth Grube, United States District Judge, when I was a lad. And Judge Grube is famous for his statement that the brain cannot absorb what the seat cannot endure. And if you don't like that advice, President Roosevelt, one of the renowned speakers of the 30s and 40s, when asked by his son for some advice on speaking, said, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. And so the message is loud and clear. Are you saying 2.5 hours to argue your case?
I'm saying that I think that the initial closing may take up to 2 hours. I'm not going to aim for 2 hours, Your Honor. Obviously, I understand that, but I want to have the freedom. There are a lot of videos, and we're going to be showing them. So there's going to need to be time for that. It's not just going to be standing up droning for 2 hours, but there's going to be time when we're going to need several minutes, I don't even know, probably 30 minutes worth of video that they may be watching at various times, which no one's going to be talking, it'll just be playing them. And I certainly don't want to be in a situation where our allotted time for closings, you propose an hour and a half, for example, we do an hour and 10 minutes or whatever to save 20 for rebuttal. I can't possibly budget rebuttal time because I don't know what the rebuttal is going to be.
So I'd like that, we can put a cap of, 30 minutes or something on it, but I don't want that to come out of the first closing period of time, and I don't want to be limited. I don't want to have to budget that right now out of that first closing time. So if the court is disinclined to go along with that, then I would propose an hour and a half for our primary closing, an hour and a half for the defense, and then a maximum of 30 minutes for rebuttal.
They should get no more time than us.
Well, they won't.
Okay.
They won't.
Whatever the time
No.
the court says,
Yeah.
I'll deal with it. I think an hour and a half is adequate.
I agree with you that, and you make a good point about the number of exhibits, and so I'm going to indulge total time of 2.5 hours each side. But with that, I'm usually pretty permissive when people go a little bit longer than they should. I note it to the jury so that the jurors can make their own. If they get annoyed, they get annoyed. But I just warn the people. But I'm going to be a little bit tougher, and I may tell you to just sit down in mid-sentence if it keeps going. No, seriously. I did it to one of your one of the DAs that in the last several sequences, and in mid-sentence. So 2.5 hours per side, and yours is to allocate as you wish. So we need to come back tomorrow. Tonight you may send me your proposals for lesser included and any special instructions or the numbers of those you want. Well, let's get the jurors in, then we'll take care of these details. Okay, folks, the evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. The lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow and to get the case ready for you on Monday, and then I'm going to ask that you return at 9 o'clock on Monday. Even though the evidence is closed, it's still not appropriate for you to discuss anything about the case with anybody, not even with members of your household, not even with other jurors. Even if all 12 of you, all 18 of you are in the same place at the same time, you still can't talk about the case. And when you get back on Monday, you can't talk about the case until you've heard my final instructions regarding our law, which will take, I hope, less than an hour. I think that will be true. I think that probably closer to 45 minutes or even a little less maybe. And then we will hear the arguments of the attorneys. And they have graciously agreed that they will not exceed 2.5 hours in duration each, and may be less than that. And so it'll take a good share of Monday, and then the case will be put. Well, then the procedure will be that we'll use that tumbler over there, and we'll draw out names of as many jurors as are necessary to get down to 12, and then that'll be our jury that will go into deliberation, and then what happens after that is up to you folks. Any questions about this at all? We're in the final stretch. Please follow the instructions, and don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, and enjoy the weekend, and have a wonderful evening.
All right, there you have it, folks. The jury will be back on Monday for closing arguments. Each side is going to get 2.5 hours for their closing remarks there. So we will have full coverage, of course, for you on Monday as we get closer to the conclusion of this trial. You're watching live right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to New York City, Central Park, where police are talking about 2 sexual assaults that happened in Central Park, and they do have a suspect under arrest. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Division and Inspector Natisse Gilbert, XO of the Detective Bureau. We're here today to provide New Yorkers with an update on 2 heinous sexual assaults that NYPD detectives are working tirelessly to investigate. Inspector King.
Good afternoon. As I provide information, I do not want to remind everyone that the investigation is ongoing and the information is subject to change. At approximately 7:20 a.m. this morning, a woman in her 20s reported being sexually assaulted in Central Park as she walked on a footpath near Swan Lake behind me. The victim of the assault was taken to a local hospital for treatment. Approximately 45 minutes after the assault in Central Park, another woman reported that a man attempted to sexually assault her on the footbridge at approximately 103rd Street and the FDR Drive in Manhattan. A suspect was taken into custody by NYPD patrol officers at that location. As detectives continue to investigate, we are asking anyone who was in Central Park or near the footbridge at 103rd Street and believes they may have information about this morning's assault to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. All calls are completely confidential. Tomorrow morning at the same time as the a crime occurred this morning, a Crime Stoppers van will be here at this location. Captain Gallagher and I will take a few questions.
Do we believe it's the same person?
At this time, we're exploring all angles. I just want to say that the men and women of the Special Victims Division are working diligently on both these cases with all the resources provided to us by Police Commissioner Shea and Chief of Department Rodney Harrison.
Was the suspect you arrested wearing black?
That information I will not comment on at this time.
Can you tell us more about the suspect who was arrested? We're being told that he had a prior criminal record and was just released a couple of days ago. So
he was released 2 days ago on November 9th. He did commit a completed rape in 2005, and as I said, he was just recently released. He had 4 prior arrests for OGA. He had 1 for rape, and also he had 1 for criminal possession of marijuana. This was years ago, but he did commit a rape in 2005.
Mr. King, what is it about these 2 cases that leads you to believe or to suspect that they could be related?
Well, at this time, we're exploring all angles. I'm not going to say that we believe they are related at this time. We do have 2 sexual assaults, 1 here in Central Park and 1 uptown. We are investigating them, and we will explore that option. At this time, we cannot say conclusively that they are related.
How was the suspect apprehended, the second one, the one in the second case?
The one uptown and 103rd Street, he was apprehended by patrol officers who had responded to the call for help by the victim in that case.
The attack was still in progress?
When they arrived, the attack was not in progress, but the suspect was on scene, and they were able to apprehend him without incident.
DCPI said the first victim was raped. Is that correct?
The first victim?
Yes.
We do have a completed rape, yes.
And with the possible suspects going loose in this case, what's your message to New York?
Right now, we do not want to panic or alarm anyone. We are exploring all angles, as I said. We are working diligently. We are following a lot of different leads at this time. As Captain Gallagher said, he will have increased patrols in the park, so we do not want to panic or alarm anyone that the park is unsafe at that time. We're not saying that.
Were there any witnesses, or how did that report come in?
Say it again?
Were there any witnesses, or how did that report come in?
Which one?
For this one.
So the survivor in this case, she actually reached out to someone who was in the park, a bystander, asked for help, and that person assisted her.
Are you identifying the suspect you have arrested? He's charged, right?
I'm not identifying him at this time.
Is he under arrest?
All right, so just a terrible story there all the way around in Central Park, those 2 sexual assaults being reported earlier. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we got some update on a dolphin that is adored by the world in Tampa. The very latest on the condition of Winter the dolphin. That's coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines from across the country right here. Next story, we're going out to Tampa right now, getting an update on just a beloved dolphin out there named Winter. We're going out right now live here to Josh Cassio with the very latest. What's the condition here?
Yeah, look, Winter is getting the best possible care round the clock. They're doing everything they can to try and get Winter to bounce back. At this point, it really is a bit of a waiting game to see what happens next with this, worldwide known and revered dolphin. Many folks just hoping she has one last tale of recovery left in her.
She's provided entertainment, inspiration, and a tale that lives on through every visitor who steps inside Clearwater Marine Aquarium. Winter the dolphin has become more than an attraction. She's an icon in Tampa Bay.
Seeing the movies and meeting Winter in person, it really did inspire me to kind of pursue the training route, as well as working to protect the dolphins out in the wild.
Morgan Brown is one of many visitors who felt compelled to see Winter as she battles a gastrointestinal issue, one that's left the 16-year-old dolphin in what CMA is calling critical condition.
If this is some of our last days with her, her story's not going anywhere, and she's going to be around for a long time.
Despite our aggressive treatment, that her condition hasn't really been improving and perhaps even worsening.
Dr. James Powell is the president of CMA. He says it's unclear why Winter got sick in the first place. She's receiving round-the-clock care and is currently being treated in a medical pool in the facility.
She actually has had issues in the past with her GI tract, and we've been able to treat those issues successfully. But for some reason, she hasn't been responding to treatment like she has in the past, which has escalated the situation now.
Winter's story began in 2005 after she was rescued tangled up in a crab trap. She would ultimately lose her tail, but would later be fitted with a prosthetic. The story was made famous in the 2011 film Dolphin's Tale. The ensuing success and notoriety made Winter a star and were pivotal in leading to major renovations at the aquarium.
The best thing that I think you could take away from her story is that no matter what obstacles you face, no matter what challenges you face, no matter how many people think that you might not make it, don't believe them. Believe that you can and you will.
When it comes to Winter, one thing you often hear is that she is a fighter. They're hoping she can fight off this gastrointestinal issue she has been dealing with. We do know the aquarium will be closed to the public tomorrow, so the medical staff here, as well as the experts who are flying in, can spend all day and solely focus on her on Friday. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely hoping she could fight back one more time there. Worldwide audience. Josh, we appreciate it. Thanks for that update right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you back out to Washington for some of the sights and sounds of this year's Veterans Day. We're back out live for you on this Veterans Day. Beautiful shot there of the Capitol as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines from across the country. We're going to keep our coverage on this Veterans Day going. Let's go back out to the World War II National Memorial there to honor all of those great Americans that served in World War II.
Memorial on this Veterans Day. We gather today to honor those who served in our nation's armed forces and to appreciate a debt that we can never repay. From Pearl Harbor to Normandy to the final surrender in Tokyo Bay, more than 16 million men and women served in our nation's armed forces during World War II. Your presence here today shows that our gratitude and respect is unending. We are deeply honored to be joined by a few of those World War II veterans. Many of them are familiar faces, joining us often at remembrances and wreath layings here at the memorial. Gentlemen, thank you for being here, being with us today, and thank you for your service. I'd like to also recognize the Friends of the National World War II Memorial, our partner in the care of this memorial and the co-sponsor of this morning's ceremony. They work hard to make sure that the World War II veterans and their families of those who served and sacrificed know that we remember them. Even during the pandemic, when we couldn't gather in person together, they made sure that there were virtual observances and online commemorations. My sincere thanks to their executive director, Holly Rotundi, and her staff for their efforts and hard work on behalf of the memorial and those it represents. I also want to thank the volunteers and the National Park Service staff who interpret and maintain this magnificent memorial and help educate more than 4 million people who come here each year. This dedicated corps ensures that all who visit are greeted with a warm smile and information about the memorial, the war, and the men and women who fought in it. And most importantly, to all the other members of our armed forces and veterans who are here, thank you for your service. We're honored by your presence this morning. There is no tribute, no commemoration, no honor that can truly recognize the magnitude of your service and sacrifice. The National Park Service is proud to be the steward of the World War II Memorial and other sites on the National Mall, where Americans can seek solace and inspiration from the service and sacrifice of our nation's veterans. These monuments and memorials promote a spirit of unity and remembrance, giving all of us a way to recognize those who served and those who continue to serve our great nation, reminding all Americans of our common heritage. Recently, our nation lost one of its most beloved and respected veterans, General Colin Powell. While not a veteran of the Second World War, he understood the importance of veterans and why we should honor them. He said, "The nation owes a great debt to The nation owes a great debt to its veterans, whose service to the nation spans every decade, every year, every day of our country's existence. Through untold courage and sacrifice, America's veterans have secured the liberty which the Founding Fathers sought to establish. Whenever and wherever the nation has called, in times of darkness and danger, as well as in times of peace and prosperity, America's veterans have been there. Veterans have proudly carried the torch of liberty for all to see." Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Reinbold. Founded in 2007 by the creators of the National World War II Memorial and dedicated to teaching the lessons of yesterday to unite the generations of tomorrow, the Friends of the National World War II Memorial is proud to join the National Park Service together individuals of all ages and backgrounds for ceremonies like this one today, and for educational programs centered around the themes and unity and the spirit of the community. The Friends of the National World War II Memorial is privileged to have great leaders helping to guide our mission. Leaders like Friends Chairman Josiah Bunting III. Mr. Bunting is a Rhodes Scholar, a Vietnam veteran, and a former superintendent of his alma mater, the Virginia Military Institute. He is also the grandson of one of our fallen from World War I. Mr. Bunting brings to us great knowledge and appreciation for our military and its veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, sir. World War I and the armistice on this day brought to a close one of the most horrific military escapades, whatever you like to call it, crusades in the history of the world. It was called Armistice Day, and it was celebrated in the same spirit that we gather here this morning. It is so urgent that we remember and pay special tribute to those who served the Republic in Europe in that war. And we honor them this morning along with those who led the country and served in the Second World War, the greatest of the wars in which our country was called upon to participate. We've heard the word unity 2 or 3 times already this morning. Picture in your minds the standard World War II movie. Invariably, virtually every ethnicity, and after Harry Truman, including African Americans, appears in representation in these movies. All unity. A squad of characters recognizable to all of us are the heroes. Many of them were unhappy to be drafted, but at the end, they have recognized the value of true unity and friendship that transcends geography and religion and ethnicity. That is such an important theme for all of us in these days when politics tend to be strident and tend in some ways, almost deliberately it seems, to drive us apart. But in the honoring and the memory of those who gave their lives, the final full measure of devotion, we are drawn together this morning to affirm our loyalty and our love for them. If you're facing the Lincoln Memorial, you can just make out a few of the words from Mr. Lincoln's beautiful letter to Mrs. Bixby, who had lost one of her sons in the Great Civil War. I feel how weak and fruitless any attempt of mine to beguile you from a loss so overwhelming. But they have placed their lives on the altar of freedom, and that must be your recompense. And that is still the recompense we owe all of those who served our republic on this morning, dedicated to their memory, and dedicated also to our own resolution to embody in our own lives those principles for which they gave theirs. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bunting. We are very honored and fortunate to have with us today the United States Army Brass Quintet, who will now perform a tribute to our veterans. One more time for the United States Army Brass Quintet. I am now tremendously honored to introduce our guests and treasured heroes who have joined us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, our World War II veterans, starting from my right, Filipino-American World War II veteran, Mr. Remigio Ray Cabakar. Left home at 18 years old and walked 32 miles to enlist in the United States Navy, out of obligation to provide for his family. He served on a PT boat during World War II, a minesweeper during the Korean War. After 25 years in the Navy, he became a chef for high-ranking government officials. Today, you can still find him working in his own friendly barbershop in Fort Washington, Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Cabakar. Our second World War II veteran is Mr. Robert Maravelli. Joined the Navy at 17, where he served as torpedo man assigned to PT boats in the South Pacific. He served in New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, Dutch West Indies, and the southern Philippines. He survived the sinking of 2 PT boats due to enemy action. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Maravelli. Mr. Dixon Hemphill joined the Navy in June 1943 and sailed in the Atlantic from June 1944 until December 1944 as a turret officer. He sailed aboard the transport USS Butner from San Francisco to China, arriving in Shanghai in January 1945. He remained in the Naval Reserve, retiring as Commanding Officer of Intelligence Division with the rank of Lieutenant Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hemphill. Mr. Harry Miller is a veteran of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. He served in the United States Army with the 740th Tank Battalion during World War II, taking part in the Battle of the Bulge at just 16 years old. He also served with the Army in Korea and with the Air Force during Vietnam. Mr. Miller retired from the United States Air Force in January 1966 as a Senior Master Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Miller. World War II veteran Mr. Robert McGovern served in the United States Navy as a fireman first class. He was stationed on the USS Salt Lake City in the Pacific Theater and participated in the Battle of Iwo Jima naval bombardment. He was injured and sent to a Navy hospital in Alaska. After the war, he attended the University of Missouri, Rolla, on the GI Bill. He retired from the U.S. Navy civilian service after 30 years as an electrical engineer designing ship power systems and ship fire safety capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert McGovern. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, remain seated while we now prepare for the official wreath presentation at the Memorial's Freedom Wall.
Okay, so it looks like the camera there is kind of all over the place, but we wanted to show you that event again there at the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C., on the National Mall there. Very, very moving. There's not obviously many World War II veterans left, but you saw some of those heroes there stand up and salute and kind of give witness to what they experienced in the World War II theater. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I want to just preview for you some of the things we're following on this Thursday afternoon. I want to throw up this shot right now. We are waiting, as you know, SpaceX Crew 3 mission that launched from Cape Canaveral late last night. Well, they're about to dock at the International Space Station, so we're going to air that live when it happens. We'll also be following a lot more of these stories about veterans and veterans organizations nationwide, showing you some of these memorials that have happened earlier today, and speaking with reporters and veterans themselves about what Americans are doing today to honor their service. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Veterans Day. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to be going into some of these stories, profiling veterans across the country today, and organizations that work with veterans. I spoke with Michael Reagan. He's the son of the late former President Ronald Reagan. He now heads the Reagan Legacy Foundation, honoring the memory of World War II veterans and their service. Just want to play out for you part of our conversation from today. Day today we'll be interviewing and telling countless stories of veterans and veterans organizations, one of which is the Reagan Legacy Foundation, helmed by Michael Reagan, the son of the late former President Ronald Reagan, joining me right now. Good to see you, Mr. Reagan. Tell us, what is your organization doing today specifically to honor veterans around America?
Well, it's something we really do each and every day and have been doing it for quite a few years. What we have is a brick project where people can go online to walkwaytovictory.com and they can order a brick. It's $250 to put the name of a loved one who served in the Second World War in the European theater on it, with the unit he served in, and also how long they served, what the years were. And then we put it in the ground at St. Mary Église, Normandy, France, which is the first town freed by America on D-Day, 4 a.m. in the morning, if you will. In fact, that's where all the paratroopers were going. We saw Saving Private Ryan. That's where they were going. We saw The Longest Day. Red buttons is hanging from the church steeple at St. Mary Église, Normandy, France. And I was asked to raise the American flag a few years ago at the American Cemetery. And of course, did it. And when I was there, I visited St. Mary Glees and really became friends with the D-Day children, if you will, the D-Day mayor of St. Mary. And that's when we just came up with this idea, how in the world can we keep honoring these warriors who saved the world, back in the 1940s. And the Brick Project is exactly what we came up with and have been doing it now for about 4 years. We have about 1,200 bricks in the ground. And what's great about it is that we pay it forward, because the brick's $250, but any proceeds left over from the cost of the brick and installing the brick goes to a scholarship program that we have and have had since the early 2000s for the men and women and their families who serve aboard the USS Ronald Reagan. We give scholarships to.
And I had the pleasure and honor for the first time to visit the American Cemetery at Normandy just last month, seeing some of these bricks there at the memorial. It's such a moving sight. And I kind of wanted to get your take on a quote that is often mentioned on Veterans Day. That, of course, is from former General Eisenhower, talking about, the only thing that Americans have requested of foreign lands where Americans have fought is to bury their dead there. Just it's quintessentially an American statement. Just wanted your thoughts on that on today.
Well, Colin Powell said the same thing years later, and Eisenhower is absolutely right. That's the only land we've ever requested. It's interesting. There used to be 15,000 grave sites, and they were all up by St. Mary Glees. And the wife of the D-Day mayor of St. Mary for years personally took care of every one of those grave sites, stayed in contact with the loved ones back home on birthdays, holidays, and what have you. And when the Americans made the agreement with the French for that piece of land to bury our dead, they also gave the availability to the loved ones back home to have their loved ones sent back home, be interred back home, or sent to the American Cemetery. And that's why when you were there, you saw 9,600 grave sites instead of the original 15,000 that were up by St. Mary Glees. It is really something to really walk through and understand and what have you. And I'm so glad I went there. My kids have been there. In fact, my son Cameron, is going today to the cemetery here in Los Angeles, a veteran cemetery, so he can take his 3-year-old and 5-year-old daughters, our granddaughters, to a cemetery to understand. They're going to lay flowers on one of the graves. What a great time to learn. That's when I learned about America with my dad when I was a young kid, hearing about America. My dad singing the songs to me, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, you name it, the Coast Guard. And now my son is doing the same with his 3-year-old and 5-year-old. And then they'll head up to my dad's library later on in the morning for all the festivities going on at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
That's so great. I wanted to get your point of view on, veterans and members of the armed services. They account for just a very small fraction of the American population. I believe it's about 1%. And we see the grim statistics of the average daily suicide rate of veterans. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan winding down now, the wars on terror largely over. What is your view? Do you think especially the VA is doing enough? Are we doing enough rather than just one day out of the year to make sure we honor and support veterans?
No, we don't. Absolutely. You take this situation actually 3 days a year, Memorial Day, D-Day and Veterans Day. You need to do this every day. When you have a 46% rise in suicides in those who have served, there is something terribly wrong. And so people need to do something every day. And what I found, when you go to dinner, you go to lunch, you go to breakfast, you walk in, you see a member of the military there, buy the lunch. Or if you're flying first class or business on a plane and you're sitting there and a member of the military gets on the plane, stand up, give that person your seat and take their ticket and go back to coach where they would be sitting. We need to do things each and every day. The VA needs to do more. We all, in fact, need to do more. To have a war that lasts 20 years and walk away, the way we did, and have the suicide rate at the rate that it is, we need to change what we're doing and do it quickly.
And can you kind of just offer more insight into the foundation itself, especially how it not only, advances the cause of veterans, but advances the cause of your father as well? What are some more, activities and programs, not only on Veterans Day, but throughout the year that you partake in?
Well, I do a lot of things, like with my father's library or the ranch, Young Americans Foundation have the ranch. I talk to young children. Just this afternoon, I'll be talking to 230 college students. And I talk to them about freedom. And what a lot of kids don't know, and a lot of people don't know, is they don't know the history of our country. And you know what I tell them? I said, let me take you back to August 12th, 1961. You're coming home from school. You go to your mom, you say, Mom, your sister, my aunt's asked me to come to dinner and go to a movie with her tonight. And your mother says, oh, that's great. Give my love to my sister. Go to the movie, have dinner. If it gets to be late, honey, spend the night. It's August 12th, 1961. You do that. It gets to be late. And so you spend the night with your aunt. You come home November 9th, 1989. That's when you come home, unless you found a way to break free. And a lot of people don't even know that. The fact that just a few days ago, we celebrated the 32nd anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And there was not a word of it in the news, not a word. We set a whole continent free. America did. And we need to be telling these stories. We always sit there and say, well, the schools aren't doing their job. And I agree, the schools aren't doing their job. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our job. And we need to do a better job ourselves of teaching our children the true history of America, true history of the true heroes.
All right, and that's part one of my interview there with Michael Reagan, the son of late former President Ronald Reagan, talking about what the Reagan Legacy Foundation is doing today to advance the cause of the memory of World War II veterans across America as well. But we're going to keep with some more of these stories, talking about how everyday Americans are assisting veterans and some interesting partnerships that are made along the way. People who were formerly in combat are uniting with an unlikely partner, professional athletes. One organization connects those who fought on the combat field with those who previously played on the athletic field. Fox's Ashley Soriano joining us live from Las Vegas with this story. Ashley, good to see you. What did you learn? This is quite an interesting story today.
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, so I talked to some combat vets and former professional athletes who are part of an organization called Merging Vets and Players. It brings the two together, merging them like the name suggests. And combat veterans and former pro athletes, they meet together each week, they work out, have a group discussion, and those taking part tell us that sometimes they felt alone until they joined the group. From physical injuries to mental health struggles, combat veterans and former pro athletes share some common challenges after leaving their careers.
One thing that we're missing is that we're no longer serving a purpose above ourselves anymore once we get out of service.
Isaac Saldivar is the Las Vegas-based program manager of Merging Vets and Players, or MVP. He was injured in combat in Afghanistan in 2008, turning to painkillers to cope with the head and back trauma.
When I got out, I just kind of fell into that stigma and stuff, kind of hit rock bottom, lost it all, was struggling to let go of that identity. It took it hurting bad enough for me to seek change in my life.
The National Council for Mental Well-Being reports about 730,000 people deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan have mental health conditions requiring treatment, but less than 50% of returning veterans receive any mental health treatment. But groups like MVP hope to change that.
For the first time, it was like, oh my God, I'm not alone anymore.
Just like veterans, pro athletes have a transition period after they retire. Dave Mazzani, also known as the Pain Train, was a professional fighter for 10 years.
I found that a cage fight, as long as you work hard, you have a lot of grit, you can go pretty far. And so that's why I chose that one to go rather than getting a picket fence in a house.
Although the 38-year-old retired from fighting a few years ago, he's still active through his kickboxing studio and MVP.
You go in there, you sweat with your crew, and then now we're all vulnerable. We all went through the same adversity together, and now you feel more like one when you talk it out. MVP on 3! 1, 2, 3! MVP! Woo!
MVP is in 7 major cities, including Los Angeles, Dallas, and New York City. The closest to where you're located, Andrew, is right here in Las Vegas, about less than a 5 or 6 hour drive away. But good news is they also offer virtual Zoom meetings for those who can't attend. Andrew.
Fox's Ashley Soriano there with that really, really cool story on this Veterans Day. We appreciate you bringing it here for our viewers on Live Now. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, and we are going to be moving on to some of these other headlines on this Thursday afternoon, one of which, of course, is we are awaiting the docking at the International Space Station there for the Crew 3 astronauts. The 4 astronauts, we're learning that the arrival is expected at around 6:32 p.m. Eastern time, so 4:32 here in Phoenix, 3:32 on the West Coast. So we're going to bring that to you live. As you know, it has to all go right. It's very, very precise once they dock at the International Space Station. Remember, they'll be there for a little over 6 months doing a lot of experiments, investigations, scientific tests, and what have you. But really, really cool shot there while we go to commercial. We'll see you in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We're awaiting the arrival of the Crew 3 capsule to dock at the International Space Station. This is happening very, very soon in about 30 minutes time. And so we're going to show it to you live as it happens. Remember, 4 crew members there launched late last night from Cape Canaveral on the Falcon 9 rocket. They're going to be up there at the International Space Station for about 6 months' time. And so we can finally see the crew members get out of the capsule, go into the International Space Station, and hopefully we'll hear some comments and remarks from them about how their journey was. Quite a long journey to get there, almost a day. And so for anyone watching this, for any space nerds out there, this is quite a cool moment. And remember, they have to get everything correct. The positioning has to be very, very precise when the capsule comes in for arrival at the space station. For now, though, we want to move on to some of these other Veterans Day stories on this Veterans Day. We're going to go out and listen to more of those speakers at the National World War II Memorial on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. from earlier today.
And without his persistence, this would not have been possible. And many of us that got involved in this in early days sometimes wondered whether it was anyway. And there's nobody that persisted and saw the vision and kept at it more strongly than Terry. And Terry, we're all grateful for that. And I know how important this is to you. A few years ago, I had the honor of actually participating in a ceremony like this in Europe. They have at 11/11/11 since the first day, the day the war ended, the Great War ended. They have taken time on this day, month, day, and hour to remember. And obviously, our allies are a part of this as well. It really does warm my heart to be with you today to do this in our country, here in our capital, and to recognize and remember those who sacrificed so much. We should remember we lost 116,000 Americans in that war. We went in very late, 18 months, and in my view, turned the tide. What we thought would be the last war, sadly, that has not been the case. And in these recent wars, if there's one message I take away from every family that I deal with that's lost someone, it's a mother or a father or a brother or a sister or a son or a daughter, the single message is, don't ever forget, please don't ever forget the sacrifice of my family member. And that's what today is all about. It is remembering those who served, those who were lost. Terry said the 4.7 million who served in that time frame. And our experience in raising this memorial is a reminder of the connectivities in families throughout our country, from in those families living now back to those who served in that time frame. It's an extraordinary story in and of itself, because so many families that we don't know are connected to this memorial. So it's been a real privilege. It is something that we will do every year, I'm sure. It is also a special day, as I'm sure most of you know, and Terry mentioned this, because of the 100th centennial of the tomb of the unknown soldier. And that says a lot about us as a country and our ability to, our desire and the privilege we have to remember those who've been lost. So thank you to all of you for being out here. I've been asked to read a very special poem written at the end of World War I, or part of a very special poem written at the end of World War I. And it is entitled, "The Young Dead Soldiers Do Not Speak," by Archibald MacLeish, who is himself a World War I veteran. Nevertheless, they are heard in the still houses. Who has not heard them? They have a silence that speaks for them at night and when the clock counts. They say, "We were young, we have died, remember us." They say, "We have done what we could, but until it is finished, it is not done." They say, "We have given our lives, but until it is finished, no one can know what our lives gave." They say our deaths are not ours, they are yours. They will mean what you make them. They say whether our lives and our deaths were for peace, and we hope for nothing we cannot say, it is you who must say this. They say, "We leave you our deaths, give them their meaning. Give them an end to the war and a true peace. Give them a victory that ends the war and peace afterwards. Give them meaning. We were young," they say. "We have died. Remember us."
Okay, there you just heard taps being played at the National World War I Memorial in Washington, D.C. there. We just wanted to show you that very moving ceremony there with those speakers reciting a poem even commemorating the legacy of those who lost their life during World War I. We're going to be continuing to tell the stories of veterans across America here, including continuing to monitor all the latest as we await for Crew 3 to dock at the International Space Station. But we did want to show you a really cool story from a nonprofit organization that is spending Veterans Day helping military members and first responders say yes to the dress. It's an effort that's been ongoing for more than a decade, the nonprofit called Brides Across America, bringing joy to thousands of brides. Fox TV digital reporter Kelly Hayes spoke with Heidi Jansen. She's the founder of Brides Across America.
So maybe just to begin, I'm wondering if you can, just share a little bit about your background before Brides Across America. I was reading online that you, in 2008, I believe, were helping low-income women working below the poverty line with, I think the term was with developing micro businesses. I'm wondering if you can just, discuss what that kind of work entailed and then how that path eventually led you toward the military.
Sure. Yes. Well, I've always been in bridal, so that's one thing that I grew up in this business, and my mom was in bridal and she still is. And so that was always, just a passion of mine. But I was connected with another charity, and we were developing a bridesmaid initiative, basically. So we would bring those fabrics over to women in Africa and train them to basically make things that are marketable in the US. And then anything that was sold within that charity, they would bring the money back and help those women start businesses. So that evolved into another charity who was based in Afghanistan. So that's kind of where it started. And as I was doing research, I came across a soldier's story that was based in Afghanistan. And during the time it was, Iraqi freedom and everything was Iraq. Well, we had no idea that there were soldiers in Afghanistan, and the conditions were hot, and, they just felt like they were forgotten and not like a lot of attention. All the goodie care packages would go to Iraq and not Afghanistan. So I was just like, wow, we're so lucky here as a nation that like we can just go to work and we don't know about these things, So I just felt like I wanted to give back, and what I knew best was, at the time I was opening up a new store, and I'm like, why don't we just give away some dresses? We were close to the military base, and I had been working with that base for a while, and little did I know, this was going to turn into like a big initiative. So, my goal was always to build partners across the country and make a difference in the communities. So that's why we continue doing what we do here, is to meet the girls and couples and that are paying service to our, so changed over the years we were close to Boston with the bombing, and then we added on the first responders because we felt like, we were at war basically in our own communities as well. So, and then with COVID, we thought that this would be a perfect match because everybody's really a hero. And, it's unfortunate we can't include everybody, that really participates. I mean, we have teachers out there and we have other, people helping, but we just felt it lined up really nice with our mission right now. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say, it seems like it's really evolved and grown into such a huge thing that you probably like, you mentioned that you had a goal of forming partnerships across the country for this, but it really seems like it's grown so much since. When was that first giveaway that you did for the military brides?
Yeah, it was right when I had opened it was July 2008. Sorry, 2008. So, and we weren't even a formal charity. We were just giving away dresses. I had no idea, I didn't know how to even run a charity. And, we're a very small team right now. With COVID that had come over, we made a lot of changes. So, and we lost a lot of funding. So we are still continuing to really make a huge, I think, impact on, the couples that, to me, if I change one couple's life, then, it's all worth it. So.
I'm curious what, if you can share a bit about, like, let's say that first couple of times you did a giveaway for specifically, brides in the military. I'm wondering what your takeaways were from this, because I'm just putting myself in that situation. I'm sure many people know a veteran, know someone who is like currently serving or has been deployed, but I just imagine you must have learned so much and taken a lot away from those first couple of experiences.
Yeah, well, I'll never forget my first bride that walked in the door, and her fiance was based in Afghanistan. She was a young girl too. She wasn't even 20 yet, I don't think. And she held a picture of him. So it was, first of all, just seeing how hard it was for them to be apart and to do life here. And also the joy that it brought them to have somebody think of them. So I would say that would be the biggest takeaway. Just having the support. Oh, so sorry. Someone's calling. That's why you don't do it on your phone. There we go.
Oh, that's okay.
I think that was the biggest takeaway. Like, there's certain people in the time that I've been doing this, I think it's been like 14 years now, that I will always remember, so they've touched my heart maybe just as much as I've touched theirs. And know that that's just a moment that they'll never forget either. That was like the jump start to them getting married and having a life together, because, a dress is really something every girl dreams about. And she just put on, this dress, and she had already had a tiara she wanted to wear that was given down like from generations, and it was beautiful. So those are memories that I think of.
So for people who may not be aware, could you maybe share what you've observed of challenges for, couples in the military? I know sometimes the bride is deployed, sometimes their fiance is deployed, and those come with their own unique challenges. Sometimes they're both deployed in different locations. Sometimes there's children involved. Can you just sort of talk about some of the challenges of people that you've worked with, for people who may not be aware?
Yeah, so, we just finally gifted our wedding. It was 2 years plus in making, and the coordination, both of them were serving in military. One was in Afghanistan, one was a medic. They're both actually Army medics, and one was based in, the bride was based in Alaska. So the wedding was planned in Chicago. So I would say the challenges, right, of, the military is so difficult because they get moved around so much, and not to mention having children along with that. And the financial aspect. You know, there's a lot out there that, you know, are underserved, and I think this is a big thing. It takes a big financial, maybe not a big financial burden, but it takes, a wedding gown is, I think, a pricey. It's not just you're going to buy a t-shirt, you know, it's an expensive item. I would say the average cost today is around $1,500–$1,600 for a wedding gown. So, and that's just the dress. That's not including everything else. So I think just having that gifted is just a dream come true for a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. I was just thinking my own experience in shopping for a wedding dress. They're expensive. I mean, you know, $1,500, that's a lot of money, you know, for one thing, for something to wear one day, you know, typically.
Sure. But that one day is, you know, a memory really of a lifetime. I mean, you'll never forget the dress that you wore, and you'll have your photos forever. And that's going to be, you know, something that you're going to cherish. So, you know, the other thing too is that there's a lot of families that have a huge financial burden, because if one of them is injured, you know, in line of duty, I find that a lot, you know, that they're sacrificing a lot now to take care of their partner, you know, that has been injured. So, you know, that's another element that adds on to the burden.
I'm wondering if you can just speak logistically about how you're able to have so many events and donate so many dresses specifically. Is it just working with the dress designers and you know, sellers that you've met along the way who donate to your organization, and that you're able to give these dresses away? Or is it partly that, and then, you know, just people who hear about this and donate money on their own?
Yeah, I would say a combination of both. It does take a small village. I put a lot of hours into the inventory, really. We're a very, very small team, like I said. And I would say our partners, we've been very lucky. We have a big supporter that supplies us a lot of dresses, as well as individuals and other stores that want to, you know, pay it forward. I think is a great opportunity for people. You know, with COVID, we've been in excess because we really haven't had as many events, but we've come still pretty strong with doing our events. We wanted to continue to keep that going, and so financially right now, if anybody wants to donate, is where we really need it, you know, because it does take a lot to keep these going, especially with shipping and getting all the dresses in and processing them through, and it is a lot. So
yeah, and I was reading, if you attend one of the you know, dress giveaway events, you guys aim to have a selection, so it's not like, you know, you're having like one or two dresses to pick from. You try and give them a selection that, you know, might be something that they actually really want to wear.
Right, like today we open up our whole studio, so they can pick from whatever they want. Other stores, it is a certain selection, so we try to size out as best as we can. So, and as you know, bridal dresses run small, so, you know, it's usually a bump up or two. So, you know, it's a challenge, actually, because we're not always sure about sizing. So the stores try to have, you know, a best selection as they can, but.
And just so I understand, the Brides Across America store where you are, that is in Andover, Massachusetts. And then also, so someone who goes to buy a gown there can pay it forward, in that a dress will be gifted to someone else.
Yeah, so anything bought in this store, really, we use it as a fundraiser and kind of push it forward. So it's, yeah, it's a big effort for sure.
Yeah, and then the online selection is amazing. I didn't even initially see that at first when I was browsing the website. Yesterday I came across it and I was seeing all these beholden gowns and just all of these amazing dresses. So, I mean, anyone can go on there and buy a dress, right?
Yes, yeah, and that money goes in 100%. So yes, they are one of our main supporters. So we got lucky with, but you know, it's always a catch-22 because of sizing. We don't always get the sizes in, but we'll be loading up more for the online store because, you know, not everybody can get out and not everybody can go or come here, you know. I mean, that's the beauty of it. But so,
yeah, absolutely. I wanted to confirm too. So I guess before today, before the events today, roughly how many gowns has Brides Across America given away? I thought I saw something like roughly 24,000. Does that seem accurate?
I think we've surpassed that. We're around, I think, 26 we'll be at probably around 27 before year end. So usually around a couple thousand a year, you know, we're pushing out. So, but to date, since about 2008, we've been up about that. So
wow,
I can't even tell you how many dresses that we've got in and out of this place. Gosh, I couldn't even guess.
And so just a great organization there, Brides Across America, making many military members, first responders, and Veterans Day very, very special, providing wedding dresses for their special day. So we thank Kelly Hayes there from Fox TV Digital. Right now, though, we're still monitoring there at the Lincoln Memorial, so many names of veterans being read there. It's now almost 6:30 at night. And they have been going all day since very early this morning, making sure that the lives of veterans and their names are heard and remembered. And the camera has been panning in and out, but it's a beautiful look right now at the Lincoln Memorial on the National Mall. So if they do pan out yet again, I want to take the opportunity to show you. But we're going to go from Washington right now to outer space at the International Space Station, where we are just minutes away from Crew 3, the mission there that launched last night, from docking, from arriving at the International Space Station. We have a live look right now of the capsule itself in orbit. And so we are going to be on this for about the next 5 or 6 minutes or so as we await this arrival here, which lasted about a day. They took off around 9 p.m. Eastern Time last night from Cape Canaveral. These 4 crew members, 3 American astronauts, 1 from the European Space Agency. We have a tweet of them right now. You can see that the space station tweeted out a photo of them just a couple of minutes ago, saying that they are arriving to space, to the station aboard the Crew Dragon Endurance very, very soon. Docking expected at 6:32 p.m. Eastern. That's in about 4 minutes time. So let's watch this. This is always so cool to see. They have to get it so spot on. You can see the Dragon capsule there. Looks like the front hood of it is off as it makes its approach to the space station. Let's listen in to see if we can hear any NASA TV officials, as they can no doubt explain this much better than I could.
Continue to fire for any type of micro adjustments that are necessary. There are green and red navigation lights on the outside of Dragon as well. Then also that centerline camera in the middle. Again, all of these sensors help for Dragon to autonomously dock with the International Space Station.
Dragon now just under 14 meters from the International Space Station, making that slow and methodical approach to the International Docking Adapter.
10 meters. Copy 10.
Now just under 8 meters from the International Space Station.
This is what Dragon is seeing. What you're seeing on screen is the International Space Station and the forward Node 2 port. You can see there are a bunch of lines around that frontmost ring. That is where the hard capture hooks will drive into place. And right in the center of that is the docking target.
Copy 5.
The docking target is what Dragon is using to, again, help navigate it towards the International Space Station. We just heard the call out that we're 5 meters away.
Meters. Copy, chop. Meters. Soft capture confirmed. For the big one, we see the same. Soft capture 10 to 18 targets.
And contact confirmed at 3:32 Pacific time as the International Space Station and Endurance were flying 263 statute miles over the Eastern Caribbean.
Now, we still have a few steps to complete before Dragon is securely attached to the space station.
Soft capture ring retraction in progress.
And we're hearing call-outs of soft capture ring retraction. That should complete in about 4 minutes. And then about 2 minutes after that, the hard capture sequence will start. This is where the 12 hooks around the outer ring will drive themselves into place and really secure Dragon to the International Space Station. And then hard docking should be complete in about 10 minutes from now.
That's right. Those 12 hooks will drive 6 at a time in 2 parts to form that hard mate between Dragon and the International Space Station.
So what's happening right now with the soft capture ring retraction is those pedals as part of the soft capture ring, they were extended, and again, that's what made contact with the International Space Station. They're effectively being pulled back into the Dragon, and because it's attached, the Dragon is now getting closer and closer with the International Space Station. Again, so those 12 hard capture hooks can set themselves in place, and then we have a nice docking procedure completed. But it does look like we're over a handover period. We can't bring you guys the views, the amazing views of Dragon and the International Space Station at this time. But trust me, we're going to get them back very soon. For now, this is a view of Mission Control in Hawthorne. We're working in tandem with Johnson Space Center in Houston to make sure that, again, these sequences, we're bringing the crew safely to the International Space Station.
That's right. And again, if you're just joining us, contact was confirmed at 3:32 p.m. Pacific time as the International Space Station and Endurance were flying 263 statute miles above the Eastern Caribbean.
Once hard capture is completed, Dragon is firmly affixed to the International Space Station, but not quite able to exit the Dragon quite yet. There are still a couple of things that need to happen. The space between where Dragon's hatch is and the International Space Station hatch is known as the vestibule. It is unpressurized right now, so we got to make sure that we put air into it, pressurize it. That way it's safe for both the folks inside Dragon and the folks on the International Space Station. And there are a couple of procedural things that need to happen before we can open up the hatches on both the Dragon and the International Space Station side.
That's right. So right now we have what's called a soft capture. Again, we won't have hard capture until those 12 hooks are fully driven in those 2 parts. 6 will drive at a time.
I'm sure that the crew is super eager to get out of Dragon and enjoy the International Space Station and start their work. They've been in space for about 21 and a half hours. So they separated from Falcon 9 yesterday night, but have been in orbit and going through a number of phasing burns to make sure that they can rendezvous safely with the International Space Station. The folks in the International Space Station themselves.
Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
So the International Space Station crew has also been helping on their end as well, monitoring Dragon's approach and making sure they are doing any type of prep work necessary, again, to get that A-Pass hatch open and welcome the new members to the International Space Station.
So now that the ring retraction is complete, they will begin driving those hooks. Again, those are 12 hooks that will drive in 2 parts, 6 at a time, to form that hard mate between Dragon and the International Space Station.
Yeah, Dragons will also be powered by umbilicals via the International Space Station. So as part of that hard capture sequence, we'll also be plugging in umbilicals to the Dragon to make sure it has power again from the International Space Station.
Station 9 Endurance, Houston on the big loop. MCS is configured. We're proceeding with hook driving. Mission copies.
Okay, so proceeding with hook driving now. Again, 12 hooks, 6 will drive, and then the second 6 will drive, and we will officially have a hard mate between Endurance and the International Space Station.
Yeah, this procedure takes about 4 minutes. And so it's underway right now. We just heard the call, which is super exciting. And then from there, we'll have to move on to pressurization of the vestibule and then opening of the hatches, and then we'll get a welcome ceremony. And so I'm sure there'll be lots of smiles and hugs as the crew enters the International Space Station, and 3 of them for the first time. So we have 3 folks that, again, have flown for the first time today, and this is their first time in space.
And of course, they still have those suits on right now, but they'll be able to take those off before they float through the hatch to say hello to their crew members and get welcomed aboard their home for the next 6 months.
Yeah, it's been super smooth. We really have beat the timeline in a sense. The crew woke up a little early, and we didn't really have any holds at almost any of the waypoints. And so we went from, the approach initiation burn to waypoint 0, from waypoint 0 straight to waypoint 1, from waypoint 1 straight to waypoint 2. Had a small hold at waypoint 2 to make sure that we had favorable lighting conditions for that soft capture. But all in all, it's been really great and really smooth operations as part of this mission.
Again, we're standing by as that hard capture sequence is underway. The first set of those hooks are driving right now. Again, that's 6 of the 12 hooks.
Yeah, part of the reason why the docking sequence is split up into two phases. Is with the design of the soft capture ring, those pedals really allow you a little bit of more margin when you're docking, and so it allows the spacecraft basically just to get close, and then we have some mechanical features that will really allow it to get that hard mate that we're looking for. Again, we are expecting that to be complete in just a few minutes here, so we'll be listening on the big loop with everyone else here on that exciting news.
All right, so you've been listening in to NASA TV here as we are waiting on the Crew 3 capsule to officially dock at the International Space Station. They said it should be happening in the next couple of minutes, so that gives us a couple of minutes to get kind of all of our ducks in a row for the biggest top stories of the day. And we've been following the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, the defense resting in this trial after calling 3 more witnesses to the stand. Today's testimony leading to another tense exchange between the judge and prosecutors. We'll get into all of that in a second, but to bring us all of the latest news on this, we have Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, who joins us live outside of the courthouse with the very latest. Hi, Angelica.
Hello there. A lot happened in the last hour, including the state indicating they will be asking for lesser included offenses for the jury to consider. In the meantime, as you stated, the defense, they have rested their case. They called their last witnesses who could speak favorably to their claim that the teen acted in self-defense.
Demonstrative evidence with all video.
The defense in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial rested Thursday, moving a case that's divided the nation closer to a potential verdict. The morning kicked off with testimony from Dr. John Black, a use of force expert who analyzed multiple videos in the trial. He testified on the duration of the shooting, saying the entire event lasted 2 minutes and 55 seconds, from the time Joseph Rosenbaum chased Rittenhouse to the time the teen surrendered to police.
Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
He also testified in the second fatal shooting at the center of the case, agreeing with the defense narrative of self-defense.
After the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
During cross-examination, Dr. Black said he already billed the defense about $9,000 for his services. The last witness was Frank Hernandez, better known as Drew. He was in Kenosha documenting unrest last August. He now works for a conservative media outlet.
Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes?
Yes.
He said he witnessed the first fatal shooting. He also testified on the behavior of Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse earlier in the evening, saying Rosenbaum was looking for a physical confrontation while Rittenhouse was trying to de-escalate situations. The prosecution accused Hernandez of bias more than once.
Have you ever posted anything on social media?
Yes.
In support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
Now, closing arguments are scheduled for Monday. Here's what's ahead for tomorrow. Tomorrow, both sides will return the attorneys. The jury will not be here, and the attorneys will go over last-minute items, anything that needs to be addressed, including those crucial jury instructions. We know that the judge is giving both sides 2.5 hours for their closing arguments on Monday. Reporting live outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, Angelica Sanchez, back to you.
Angelica, I do want to pull up a tweet for everyone to see right now. This coming from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, as they say they are monitoring this case right here. They say, we recognize that some varying opinions and feelings revolve around the trial that may cause concerns. They say both of our departments have dedicated staff working in conjunction with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. I'm curious, since you are outside of the Kenosha courthouse right now, what kind of action have you been seeing not only today but throughout this trial as it starts to come to a close?
A law enforcement presence has been consistent throughout this trial. Certainly nothing like what we saw in August of last year. Certainly nothing like that. But there has always been a consistent law enforcement presence in this trial. There's also been a heightened security inside of the courthouse, especially on the first few days that this trial began.
All right, Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, thank you so much for coming on the show every day and breaking it down for us. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we're going to continue along with our coverage of Kyle Rittenhouse. As you know, if you were interested in this case, tune in early on in the morning as we bring you the entire trial from beginning to end. Every witness coming up, taking the stand, and it should be a busy day tomorrow as well. Fox 6's Bill Miston brings us some other aspects surrounding this case from the courtroom today.
It would be ideal if we could finish on Friday, but let's see what happens.
With the case coming to a close, prosecutors and defense now to make closing arguments for their cases. A kid in over his head, armed with a weapon he couldn't legally possess, and killed 2 people. Or a situation of self-defense, Rittenhouse testifying Joseph Rosenbaum twice threatened to kill him. Anthony Huber hit him with a skateboard, and Gage Grosskreutz pointed a weapon at him, and the incidents captured on a number of videos from different angles.
Everyone had access to the videos. And so this is about interpretation of the videos.
University of Wisconsin law professor Ian Main says the trial and closing arguments are about tying together a narrative of events. While the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt Rittenhouse committed the crimes he's been charged with, the defense can't just poke holes in the case.
You have to actually construct a different narrative that can be accepted by the jury.
After the length of trial so far and amount of evidence presented before the 18 remaining jurors, those jurors set to be given instructions on possible verdicts and the law, which Maine says could prove crucial in determining the outcome of the case. Late Thursday, prosecutors asking Judge Schrader to consider lesser charges on certain counts, which the judge will have to rule on before instructing the jury that those are an option.
And that was Fox 6's Bill Miston reporting there. We are going to go back out to the International Space Station as the Crew 3 capsule is expected to dock anytime here. Let's tune in to NASA TV for the very latest.
Inside Space Station.
On Dragon to ground, the cameras are external. And Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, the cameras are external.
Endurance copy, cameras external. And SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground on the cabin mic. How do you hear?
And Dragon, we have you good for the cabin mic comm check.
And do you want to leave the cabin audio set to listen to both SpaceX and Big Loop?
And that is affirmative. Leave them both in that configuration.
And station, it's Houston on the big loop for Mark. We're ready. You're go for the ingress procedure part 1. That's going to be your steps 1 and 2 and 2.102 Dragon arrival.
All right, picking up in step 1.2. Thanks.
Affirmative.
And those words between NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei on board the International Space Station and Capcom Josh Uakutrik. Vande Hei is going to use a small valve on the station to introduce air into the vestibule, and teams on the ground and mission control will monitor the pressure and temperature to make sure everything is leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches. We expect it to take about 2 hours to get everything pressurized and check out before we open up the hatches. Vande Hei has also already deployed umbilicals to connect power and data between the spacecraft in anticipation for hatch open. That view that you see on the center of your screen here in Mission Control Houston is on the International Space Station side. In a short time, we'll see that hatch open up, and we'll see the crew of Crew 3 float through. However, there are some procedures that need to be stepped through before we get to that point.
So we've been listening into NASA TV's coverage as the crew is going to be coming through here in the next couple of minutes. As there is a bit of a lull, we're going to head out to some of this other news out of Houston, Texas. We showed you live earlier a police pursuit. We always bring those to all of you here live on Live Now from Fox. Typically not coming out of the Texas area, usually coming out of Los Angeles. But this one was wild. Suspect is actually confirmed dead after an exchange of gunfire at the very end of the pursuit. We want to go out live to Fox 26's Greg Gruden. Greg, it looks like a pretty active scene still tonight right there behind you at the Goodwill.
Yeah, hey Daytona, this chase actually started 18 miles from where I'm standing right now, and it ended in that parking lot with a vicious exchange of gunfire.
They pulled up right here at Goodwill's, man, and all of a sudden I heard like a couple of gunshots.
It all ended with a barrage of gunfire in Greenspoint. A suspect wearing body armor and blasting at police with an assault rifle, fatally wounded as 4 officers unleashed their weapons in self-defense.
All I heard, man, was like gunfires, man, like it was like a gun shootout or something.
It all started miles away on the south side near Old Spanish Trail when constables attempted to pull over a vehicle, the same sedan involved in Monday's drive-by assault on a Precinct 4 substation in Spring. A chase ensued.
The suspect that we have here on the scene today, we believe at this time to be that person.
Staged for backup in the arrest of a potentially violent suspect, HPD SWAT joined the pursuit, which passed perilously close to the downtown Veterans Parade before moving north on I-45. The suspect, later identified only as a black man in his 40s, reportedly phoning Precinct 4 dispatchers and delivering threats.
At some point threatened that this is not going to end well and I'm going to shoot cops.
Assessing the danger to citizens as extremely high, Executive Chief Matt Slinkard ordered SWAT teams to neutralize the threat at the first available opportunity, an option which became available in the parking lot just north of the Whataburger.
Our SWAT officers actually on purpose went front head on and stopped the suspect by actually hitting his vehicle. That suspect exited his vehicle with an AR-15 style rifle and immediately fired upon officers. On the radio myself, I gave the order that when the opportunity presented itself, SWAT needed to stop this suspect and it needed to end.
And it did, with the suspect dead and a bystander suffering a minor leg wound from a potential ricochet. For Gerard Edwards, it was a traumatic but necessary outcome.
Getting all the violence about the streets, because the violence we don't need at all. Here in Houston, we've been dealing with so much in the city to the point where it's driving everyone crazy.
The entire pursuit and gunfight was captured on body cam, video that will be released to the public within 30 days as a result of police reform. Daytona, back to you.
Greg, is there any indication as to what his motives were? I mean, he was wearing body armor, if I heard you correctly.
Absolutely heavily armed, wearing body armor, and we were told at the briefing that there were shell casings all over the place. We don't know how many shots were fired. We do not know at this point, this early in the investigation, what his motive was, but as we reported, he attacked a Precinct 4 constable's office just 3 or 4 days ago, and they were actually pursuing him. They got some tips when they spotted his car, and that triggered the chase that ended here in the parking lot between a Goodwill and the Whataburger.
Yeah. Well, the man that you talked to was spot on. A tough couple of weeks out in Houston, Texas. Nonetheless, we will be keeping our eyes on this investigation as it's underway. Still a lot of questions, not a lot of answers. Greg Gruden, live for us in Houston, Texas tonight. We appreciate you.
You bet.
And we want to keep it moving here on Live Now from Fox with all of the live looks across the country and breaking news, not even across the country, but also in outer space right now, International Space Station. We're going to be seeing this Crew 3 docking any moment here as all these procedures are being taken to make sure that they are safe and everything goes to plan. Let's take a look.
And on the right-hand side of your screen is a view of Mission Control in Hawthorne, where flight controllers will look after the Endurance Dragon and its system. Dragon will be configured for a long-duration stay aboard the space station now that it has successfully docked, eventually being configured for a quiescent mode, and will remain there for 6 months.
Houston Station on 2 and step 2.4. The time is 11:58.
Houston copies 11:58. Thanks. We'll call you when the leak check's complete.
Vanda High has successfully opened up the large hatch at node 2 forward, giving him access inside the pressurized mating adapter, which you see on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's working to pressurize the vestibule, which is the small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station. Because this was exposed to the vacuum of space prior to docking, he'll need to fill it with air to make sure the pressure is nearly equal to that of the International Space Station and the Dragon. He's using a small valve on the station to introduce air into the vestibule, and teams on the ground in Mission Control will monitor the pressure and temperature just to make sure everything is leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches. We'll likely hear some of those calls from the ground to the space station as vestibule repress continues.
SpaceX, 4 suits connected to the umbilicals, and an hour timer started for drying. We're still working on cleaning them up and changing them.
And copy that. I have started a 1-hour timer myself. One request while we are in this configuration for Tom in seat 3. Tom, if you're able to inspect your umbilical, the side that mates to your suit, as well as the suit umbilical QD, and just see if there's anything off nominal from the pins or the O-rings. Just trying to do a little more troubleshooting from the wind noise earlier during the approach phase.
Copy on Dragon to ground. We'll take a look at both sides of the connector.
Copy. Thanks, Roger.
Vanda High has completed thermal equalization on the vestibule between Dragon and Station, and the vestibule pressure was brought up to 5 pounds per square inch, where a leak check is currently being performed. We've been pretty lucky with our external camera views so far. This view is from the Japanese exposed facility pointing at the forward end of the International Space Station, where Dragon is currently docked with the Crew 3 astronauts on board.
SpaceX Endurance on the Dragon and ground. We've inspected both the umbilical side and the suit side, and also the other ports as well. Every O-ring is intact. There are no cuts. There's no FOD, and the electrical pins as well. We don't see any damage to those. And so to describe a little bit better what I at the time was that when I leaned forward when we were having the wind problem, I felt the wind sound cut out. So I pressed down on the umbilical mate on my right thigh, and that went away. I did not feel a click or any change, however, but it did go away at that moment.
Okay, copy, Tom. So you inspected all the umbilicals, pins, and O-rings and identified nothing off nominal. And from the event itself, when it did occur, when you leaned forward to press your umbilical to your suit QD, that's when the noise went away. And then when you got back, it did not, the noise was confirmed to go away. Is that a good readback?
Yes, I leaned forward. It cut out for just a second, which clued me into the potential area of the problem. And then when I pressed on it, it went away, and no one else could hear the wind either.
Okay, copy, Tom. Thank you for that. That is all the troubleshooting that we have you doing from right now. I will let you know if we have any other thoughts.
We copy. Thanks.
And Dragon, for awareness, since the suits are drying, you do have a go for sections 1 through 3 of 4.400. I do have a request that while performing that inventory in section 3, provide as many details about the remaining water bottles and meals in each bag at your discretion, but just want to make sure I have a really good count of that before we have you guys hop out on station.
And we copy go for 1 through 3 of 4.400, and we'll give you a detailed inventory in step 3.
And thank you, Endurance.
And with that call, we may be getting some views back inside the Crew Dragon Endurance as the crew has removed their spacesuits following docking and has them in a drying configuration as they await to come aboard the space station. Still tracking hatch opening about an hour from now with a welcoming ceremony approximately 35 minutes after hatch opening. We just had a great shot of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei as he continues to step through procedures ahead of hatch opening.
So like she said right there, again, we are taking some of the coverage of NASA TV. The hatch opening should be happening any moment here as they are following all of the guidelines and procedures. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be keeping our eyes on this docking at the International Space Station. Hopefully we'll be seeing and hearing from some of the astronauts that are there, that are enjoying their time, their first moments in space. And we're also going to be touching on some of the top stories of the day, including the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial, that yet another day of testimony as people are speaking out about the moments and the months that led up to the shooting and killing of Ahmaud Arbery. More on that in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Daytona Everett here as we take you through some of the top stories of the day, including the day 4 of the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial. I want to show you some of the video from inside of the courtroom today. The murder trial continued today in Brunswick, Georgia. 3 men, including Gregory McMichael, his son Travis McMichael, and William Roddy Bryan Jr., are all accused of chasing Arbury and killing him after he was seen at a home in their neighborhood. Fox's Jayla Whitfield is outside of the courtroom now with the very latest. Hi, Jayla.
Hi, and that's exactly right. It was a compelling day in the courtroom today. Today, the prosecution painted a picture of what happened leading up to Arbery's death months before. They brought to the stand Larry English. Mr. English is a homeowner in that neighborhood, and his home was under construction at the time. That's the same home that Arbery was last seen at before he was allegedly chased and killed. Now, on the stand today, Mr. English made it clear that he had several security cameras inside and outside of his property, and many times he was alerted of an intruder. The prosecution played several videos in the courtroom today that showed a black man inside of the vacant house multiple times from 2019 and 2020. And they played several audio clips of emergency calls that Larry English made after he saw someone on his property. The prosecution says the surveillance video do show Arbery in that home multiple times, but he never committed a crime.
Authorizing McMichaels to ever confront anybody on your site? No. This person that we've seen so far on this clip, did you ever have a chance to tell him anything? No. Give him permission or not permission to be there? No. At this point, has anything ever been taken or disturbed? No.
During cross-examination, the defense asked Larry English about the locations of those cameras that are on his property. English says nearly $2,000 worth of electronics were stolen from his boat that was on the dock in the back of his property, but he doesn't know exactly when that took place. The defense also made it clear that Mr. English was fearful that an intruder continued to come to his property during the day and in the night. Now, yesterday, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump were in town supporting the family of Mr. Arbury. They actually sat with the family in the courtroom. And today, right after lunch, they actually, the judge not the judge, but the defense attorney actually spoke out about this, saying that he didn't think it was necessary for pastors coming from across the country to be in the courtroom. He said it actually intimidates the jury, but the judge disagreed. He says as long as he's not being intrusive, saying anything, you know, making any kind of announcements, that he is okay to be in that room. I'll send it back to you.
Jayla, as we continue to show some of this surveillance video of what they allege is Ahmaud Arbery, I think it's important to note that the defense, this is critical for them because the defense is saying that the McMichaels were saying there was a string of robberies in the neighborhood. Isn't that right?
Yeah, the McMichaels, they're sticking to that there was a string of robberies. I actually mentioned yesterday that there was a Facebook page that a lot of the neighborhood went on and talked about those robberies and other things that they say allegedly went on in the neighborhood. But still, the state is making its case that Arbury is not identified as a person that stole the so-called things from Mr. English's boat. They still don't know who stole those items. So we don't know exactly who did it or who has, you know, committed those other crimes that they say are in their neighborhood, but you know, it's going to be something that comes revealing throughout the next couple of days.
Yeah, no doubt. Anything that you're going to be watching tomorrow, as it's probably going to be the last day before they rest for the weekend?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be paying attention to how much more evidence the state has. I know that they're expecting to still have a couple of more days of evidence, but they were saying that this trial is expected to, you know, wrap up before Thanksgiving. So I think tomorrow will give us a better idea. Is that really going to be the case, or is this something that's going to go past that time frame?
Right. What is the timeline of this? As several other trials are going to be closing pretty soon here, including the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Fox's Jayla Whitfield live in Brunswick, Georgia for us tonight. Thank you so much, Jayla.
Thank you.
And we want to keep going back into what we were watching out in outer space as we kind of jump in and out of these other top stories. Let's go back out there as Crew 3 is set to be coming out of the hatch pretty soon here. I don't want to get anyone too excited because I think they are taking their time and making sure everything is under control. So as we keep our eyes on this shot, I'm going to send everyone off to another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We, as you can see, are covering this Crew 3 capsule docking at the International Space Station. Here's a live look right now, courtesy of NASA TV. We are waiting on the astronauts to come through this hatch opening right here. There's been a bit of movement, and let's actually just listen in. Maybe they'll be covering what exactly is going on, all the procedures that they have to go through in order to make sure that they're all good and safe to be coming out.
Install some padding around the hatch. Looks like there's some floating there that he's going to work to install shortly.
Endurance and Station, Houston on the big loop. We've reconfigured for hardline audio, requesting a comm check. Let's go with Endurance first. How do you hear?
Endurance has you loud and clear on the big loop.
And Endurance, Houston has you loud and clear as well. Good to hear you.
Loud and clear on the big loop.
And SpaceX has Station and Endurance 5x5 on the big loop.
Work continues to pressurize the vestibule, which is currently at vacuum. It was exposed to the vacuum of space and needs to be pressurized before the crew aboard Endurance can float through the hatch. You can see the A-Pass hatch, which is the androgynous peripheral assembly system, in your screen there. It's surrounded by some cargo bags, pretty much dead center, maybe a little below on your screen there. Eventually we will see that open and the crew of Crew 3 float aboard the space station. There's also a hatch on the Dragon itself, which will be opened. And here shortly, we may be getting some video back inside the Endurance vehicle.
Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Permission to come back on board with cameras when able.
SpaceX Dragon, just stand by for a few more minutes, please.
And no rush, Kayla. Just wanted to check in.
Throughout our coverage, we'll be taking your questions live and answering them on air. If you have a question for us, use the hashtag AskNASA to submit it. We did get a question from Steve, who wants to know over which area of the Earth will docking take place. Well, as you can see, Endurance is already docked to the International Space Station. That docking took place at 5:32 p.m. Central Time, while the International Space Station was flying 260 statute miles over the Eastern Caribbean Sea.
So once again, everybody, we are taking a look at the Crew 3 capsule as astronauts should be coming out anytime, and we are taking the coverage of NASA TV as they're saying submit your questions to them. They can answer intelligently about what exactly is going on, where they're docking at, and so much more. But we do want to alert you to some other breaking news that we are following out in New York City right now. NYPD is going to be providing an update on a high-speed chase that was underway just in the past hour or so. I want to bring to the screen a tweet that was sent out by the NYPD. They say, due to a police investigation, avoid the Belt Parkway and Cropsey Avenue in Brooklyn. They say consider alternative routes when commuting in the surrounding area. So they have a podium that is all set up right here, and NYPD officials should be stepping up anytime to brief the community on what is going on. This is just one of two high-speed chases that we've covered here on the channel today. We just had a live report down on the ground in Houston, Texas, as there was a different police pursuit that ended in a shootout, and there is preliminary reports that this one ended in a shootout as well. As we said, this has not been confirmed yet out of the Brooklyn area, but we should be hearing some of those details any moment here. So we'll stay with both of these live looks in a double box. Top left-hand corner, NASA TV giving us the latest on Crew 3 as they are docking here at the International Space Station and should be heading out of the hatch anytime, and we'll be speaking back and forth with some of the NASA TV reporters out there. And then, of course, if NYPD steps up, we'll take that live as well. Really unique opportunity for us here on Live Now from Fox to show and hear what is going on in this moment, not only here across the country, but also in outer space.
Taking a look. And words backwards, that's perfect, Mark. Thank you.
And with those words, we did just get confirmation that there was a good leak check. So next up, the pressure will be brought up and equalized to that of the pressure inside the space station. Additionally, we heard some words about some slight camera adjustments for an upcoming welcome ceremony that will have about 35 minutes after hatch opening.
Endurance, you're free to come back on board.
And copy that. Thanks, Kayla. We'll put that in work and let you know when we're back on board.
All right, so it does look like this press conference is going to be starting any time here, again, with the New York Police Department regarding a high-speed chase that just went down in the Brooklyn area. The latest that we have from them officially is from a tweet that we will pull up for you in just a little bit here. But let's go back out to the press conference with the NYPD.
Everyone ready? Yep. All good? Okay. All right, Rodney Harrison, Chief of Department. Before I get in my remarks, the information I'm going to provide is preliminary, is subject to change, and is currently being investigated by our Force Investigation Division. But this is what we have at this time. A little bit today, after 4 o'clock p.m., a uniformed officer assigned to Highway 2 stopped a gray Jeep Cherokee which was traveling eastbound on the Belt Parkway in the vicinity of the Bay 8th Street exit. When the officer approached the vehicle, that same male sped away, traveling eastbound. The officer followed the car and positioned her unmarked car in front of his vehicle. The male then rear-ended the officer's car in the vicinity of the Verrazano Bridge and continued east, driving on the Belt Parkway without stopping. The officer requested backup on a department radio, and with the assistance of an additional highway unit, they pulled the vehicle over approximately 200 yards east of the Bay Parkway Avenue entrance. Once the vehicle was stopped, the driver, a 65-year-old male, who was the sole occupant of the vehicle, exited the Jeep and advanced towards the officers with a gun. The officers exited their vehicle and gave numerous verbal commands for the male to drop the gun. The subject continued to advance towards the officers, at which time the officers fired multiple rounds at the individual, striking him several times. He immediately began to render aid to the male and requested an ambulance. EMS transported the male to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced deceased. The officers were also transported to a local hospital for an evaluation. The suspect's firearm was recovered at the scene. This investigation still remains active. I'll take any questions at this time.
Does the male have any prior arrests?
I'm going to have Anthony Marino talk about some of the steps that we've learned in the investigation. Anthony?
Folks, the gun that was recovered.
Yeah.
You guys take the picture? We'll send that out.
So far, what we learned in the investigation is that
Can you step up to the mic, please?
So far, what we learned in the investigation is that the male does have prior arrest history, 7 prior arrests at this point. Still more investigation to be done with that. Mostly vehicular crimes in his past.
Were any words exchanged during all of this? Did you say anything?
The officers, like I stated several times for the subject to put down his firearm.
Did he say anything during all of this?
Still under investigation.
Do you have an understanding for why he refused to be pulled over in the first place? Was there anything in the vehicle that you found, or was there a warrant?
So, once again, it's still preliminary. The reason why he went to the back of his car and pulled out a firearm, we still don't know the answer to that this time.
I guess, I'm sorry, before, like at Bay 8, when she tried to pull him over the first time and he refused and then he rear-ended her. Why do we have is there a hypothesis for why he wouldn't?
Well, I will say this, he was speeding, which is the reason for the initial stop. Regarding why he would not stop, we don't have the answers to that question.
Where is the highway closed from which exit to which exit?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
I said from which exit to which exit is closed?
So it's on the eastbound, on the Hill Parkway. So it would be somewhere between the Verrazano Bridge and this exit right here. So maybe 86 and the Verrazano Bridge.
Any other questions?
The video that has been circulating, various different videos. I mean, it was busy. It was rush hour. A lot of cars on the belt. I understand. I mean, there were no civilians injured in any of this. Can you talk a little bit about the danger that was on the belt today, and what I guess we're lucky that this is resolved.
Yeah. Listen, it's a dangerous situation, but this is what we do in New York City Police Department. We protect people. But those that choose to carry guns, we hold them accountable. Unfortunately, there happened to be a negative ending, but we did what we had to do to stop the threat.
Chief, can you go over one more time the sequence of how he grabbed his gun, where he got it from, what the officer was doing when he did that?
Sure. So once the highway officer pulled her car in front of the vehicle, our subject, who was the sole occupant, got out of the car, went to the back seat of his car, and pulled out his firearm. That's when the officers took cover, asked him several times, verbal demands to put his gun down, at which time he started approaching the officers with the gun in his hand.
Aim?
At the time, we believe it might have been aimed, but it might have been aimed up and still came down back and forth. So it was more of up and down type of movement from our subject involved. Still under investigation, sir.
Guys, last question. Anybody?
PWC, any of officers in there?
I'm sorry?
Do you have BWC footage on this?
Both officers did activate during it. That did capture the file itself.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the NYPD giving an update right there on a police pursuit in the Brooklyn area. A male driver, they say, had a gun and advanced toward police. He was 65 years old. Police then opened fire on him, shooting and killing him. They did not release the identity of this suspect driver or any of the police officers who were involved. I do believe there is going to be body footage that is released through all of this, as well as the investigation is still underway. So that's the latest out of Brooklyn for now. If we get any more details, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll also be showing you a different police pursuit, this time out in Houston, Texas, that got pretty wild. It ended in a shootout between not only the suspect, but also with police. Gunfire ending very, very abruptly out in the Texas area there, and we brought it all live, the police pursuit from beginning to end. So don't go away. We'll be showing you the press conference. We'll be showing you some of that pursuit and giving you details on how it all took place through the rest of the evening here. But I do want to alert everyone to this live look again at the International Space Station, as it is going to be, it has docked already, and we're going to be hearing from these astronauts hopefully pretty soon here, as procedures are still being taken to ensure that they are ready to go and come out of the hatch. So they'll go out to the capsule and show you. You can see it right there. So we'll just listen into the coverage with NASA TV.
The ascent packing plan on your tablets.
On board the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei continues to work through procedures in anticipation of hatch opening. He's configuring cargo bags in order to be able to open that hatch here shortly. If you're just joining us this evening, the Crew 3 astronauts have successfully docked to the International Space Station after launching at 8:03 p.m. Central Time yesterday from Launch Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew of Raja Chari, Kayla Barron, Tom Marshburn, and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer docked to the orbital outpost at 5:32 p.m. Central Time this evening. Inside the International Space Station, NASA...
The APAS hatch is open and there was no condensate seen.
We copy. Hatch open, no condensation. Thanks.
Great news now that the APAS hatch is open. We're one step closer to welcoming the crew on board the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei should now be able to see his new crewmates aboard the SpaceX Endurance vehicle. And you can see their spacesuits in that drying configuration there. Towards the middle of your screen is NASA astronaut and commander of Endurance, Rajachari. First time space flight for him. And to the right of your screen is European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. Along with their crewmates Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn, they're continuing to step through procedures ahead of hatch opening. And we are in a brief expected handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain video and communications here shortly. As those preparations on both sides continue, the Crew 3 astronauts are getting things configured on their end and will join the 3-person crew onboard station. That's NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts Pyotr Dubrov and Anton Shkaplerov, the current space station commander, and that will bring the total crew members on station to 7. Upon hatch opening, we'll see some hugs and shared camaraderie, and then we'll all be really looking forward to seeing the welcome ceremony, which is slated to begin approximately 35 minutes after hatch opening. Still tracking a hatch opening shortly after 7 p.m. Central Time this evening. It looks like NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei is getting cargo bags ready, possibly working to get some of that padding configured for the hatch opening.
Sound check.
And Endurance, I have you, I would say, about 4x5. How many?
I have you loud and clear. I have some inventory notes for you when you're ready to copy.
And I am ready to copy, Kayla.
We worked on replenishing the daily bag. Took one bag of disinfectant wipes from bag 107 and moved it to bag 110. We also took one large outer bag pack from bag 108 and moved it to 110.
Okay, the disinfectant wipe from 107 to 110, and then the bag from 108 to 110.
It's a good copy, Mike.
Those words between the ground and NASA astronaut Kayla Barron as they work to make sure everything is configured properly before hatch opening. And on your screen now, to the left lower portion of your screen, is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anton Shkaplerov, who is working to assist NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei in some procedures as they prepare for hatch opening here shortly.
So we've been taking this coverage out of NASA TV as the Crew 3 capsule is docked at the International Space Station. All of the astronauts getting prepared at this time to come out safely. And we're going to take this time to go out to a commercial break. At the top of the hour, we'll be going through some of the top stories of the day, highlighting some of these trials that have been taking place, as well as the latest on Astroworld as a 9th victim. The family is speaking out. So here on Live Now, we like to stay with any of our live feeds, but while we have a second, we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look at the International Space Station, NASA TV with full coverage. Here we're going to listen in for the next couple of minutes before the top of the hour when we bring you all of the main stories and breaking news of the day.
And Matthias, I am ready for inventory.
Yes, so we have an update on location 11 and location 12. In location 11, in bag 301, we have 2 primary ascent lunch, 2 utensils, and a bag of Huggies. Bag 302 is empty. Location 12. Bags 309, both empty. Bag 310, 2 ascent primary lunch, 2 breakfast, and 2 utensils. Copy.
Okay, Matthias, I copied that bag 301 has 2 lunches, 2 utensils, and a bag of Huggies. Bag 302 is empty. Bag 309 and 311 are empty. And in bag 310, you have 2 lunches, 2 breakfasts, and 2 utensils. I'll copy.
Perfect readback. Thank you. Few 9 and 10 after when we started the suits.
No worries. I know that space can get a little bit crowded with the suits in there.
As a reminder, we continue to take your Ask NASA questions, and we'll answer them live on air. If you have a question for us, send it our way using the hashtag AskNASA. We got a great question asking if you can see the International Space Station when you look up. You can, in fact, see the International Space Station when you look up. If you check out the website spotthestation.nasa.gov, you can enter in your location and see when the International Space Station is flying over you. It's pretty neat to see it fly overhead, and I recommend checking it out if you haven't done so already.
Dragon. We're showing an hour on our suit timer, so we're starting to get the bags out and work on stowing the suits in the storage bags.
And copy that, Dragon. I'm with you in 5 Alpha 6 of 4.012.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. As we head into the top of the 6 o'clock hour, just wanted to cut in and kind of give you an idea of what we do here for the next couple of hours. We bring you all of the top news and stories of the day, including some of the breaking news on these trials, not only in Kenosha, Wisconsin with Kyle Rittenhouse, but also Ahmaud Arbery out in Brunswick, Georgia, as they are both really getting into the peaks of prosecution and defense strategies. Closing arguments to be coming on Monday in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, and we'll be getting to that in just a moment. But we've been showing you some of this news out of the International Space Station as the Crew 3 capsule has docked there, and astronauts are going to be coming out. If we see them start coming out, we'll bring it to you as it happens. But until then, let's go out to some of the news we were reporting before, as we have been staying on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial from beginning to end, as every witness heads up to the stand. And also yesterday, we heard from Kyle Rittenhouse himself getting very, very emotional. But as of today, here's a full recap from Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, who has been in Kenosha, Wisconsin from beginning to end every single day. Take a listen. But to bring us all of the latest news on this, we have Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, who joins us live outside of the courthouse with the very latest. Hi, Angelica.
Hello there. A lot happened in the last hour, including the state indicating they will be asking for lesser included offenses for the jury to consider. In the meantime, as you stated, the defense, they have rested their case. They called their last witnesses who could speak favorably to their claim that the teen acted in self-defense.
Demonstrative evidence with all video.
The defense in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial rested Thursday, moving a case that's divided the nation closer to a potential verdict. The morning kicked off with testimony from Dr. John Black, a use of force expert who analyzed multiple videos in the trial. He testified on the duration of the shooting, saying the entire event lasted 2 minutes and 55 seconds, from the time Joseph Rosenbaum chased Rittenhouse to the time the teen surrendered to police. Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot. He also testified in the second fatal shooting at the center of the case, agreeing with the defense narrative of self-defense. After the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct. During cross-examination, Dr. Black said he already billed the defense about $9,000 for his services. The last witness was Frank Hernandez, better known as Drew. He was in Kenosha documenting unrest last August. He now works for a conservative media outlet.
Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes?
Yes.
He said he witnessed the first fatal shooting. He also testified on the behavior of Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse earlier in the evening, saying Rosenbaum was looking for a physical confrontation while Rittenhouse was trying to de-escalate situations. The prosecution accused Hernandez of bias more than once.
Have you ever posted anything on social media?
Yes.
In support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
Now, closing arguments are scheduled for Monday. Here's what's ahead for tomorrow. Tomorrow, both sides will return the attorneys. The jury will not be here, and the attorneys will go over last-minute items, anything that needs to be addressed, including those crucial jury instructions. We know that the judge is giving both sides 2.5 hours for their closing arguments on Monday. Reporting live outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, Angelica Sanchez, back to you.
Angelica, I do want to pull up a tweet for everyone to see right now. This coming from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, as they say they are monitoring this case right here. They say we recognize that some varying opinions and feelings revolve around the trial that may cause concerns. They say both of our departments have dedicated staff working in conjunction with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. I'm curious, since you are outside of the Kenosha courthouse right now, what kind of action have you been seeing not only today but throughout this trial as it starts to come to a close?
A law enforcement presence has been consistent throughout this trial. Certainly nothing like what we saw in August of last year. Certainly nothing like that. But there has always been a consistent law enforcement presence in this trial. There's also been a heightened security inside of the courthouse, especially on the first few days that this trial began.
All right, Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, thank you so much for coming on the show every day and breaking it down for us. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And now out to a different trial happening in Brunswick, Georgia right now. Day five of the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial. Very compelling day in the courtroom. Prosecution provided the juror with a clearer picture of the months leading up to Arbery's death. Here's the latest from Fox 5's Eric Kelly.
It was another long day inside a Glenn County courtroom as the state showed over 4 hours of recorded deposition with Larry English.
Recognize what this video clip is, State's Exhibit. Yes, that's the two boys.
Larry English owned the home that was under construction in the Satilla Shores neighborhood. During the testimony, the state and defense showed video caught on security cameras. Many claim Arbury was seen on the property in the months leading up to the shooting and the day of the shooting.
If we're going to start a precedent starting yesterday, we're going to bring high-profile members of the African-American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury. I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure.
A major moment came when the court returned from lunch. Defense attorney Kevin Goff expressed his displeasure with Reverend Al Sharpton sitting inside the court.
There's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here, or other Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week, sitting with the victim's family, trying to influence a jury in this case. If a bunch of folks came in here dressed like Colonel Sanders with white masks sitting in the back, I mean, that would be a problem.
The judge says he barely noticed Reverend Sharpton in the court, and as long as no disruption was made, he didn't see an issue with allowing people inside.
I don't hear emotion, and I will tell you this, I'm not going to blanketly exclude members of the public from this courtroom.
So we're going to keep our eyes on both of these trials here as they move forward into tomorrow as well. And then also Houston, Texas, the Astroworld tragedy. More comes out of this today as a 9th victim has been named. The family of that 9th victim speaking out in a press conference. Here's the latest from Fox's Dominic Keith.
The last thing she said to me was, "Are you okay?"
Baby sister Bharti Shahani was there at the Travis Scott concert with her big sister Bharti, and they were holding hands when the crowd began to close in on them.
It feels like we're still living in this nightmare that's not ending, and every day I wake up, I constantly wish that, like, maybe it was all just a dream.
Their cousin Mohit Balani was also with them and says to call this a tragedy makes it sound like the deaths and injuries were unavoidable.
So I think that word is wrong. I think the word that should be used is atrocity. That this was 100% avoidable.
In a news conference, an attorney for the family also spoke about the horror, confirming someone recorded video of Bharti being dropped from the stretcher as the 22-year-old Texas A&M senior was unconscious and being rushed to the hospital.
Hey, please, oh my God, my baby.
Bharti's parents say they had been texting with their daughter while she was at the concert, and they knew something was wrong when she suddenly stopped responding. After at least 2 heart attacks and days on life support, their incredible daughter, who was said to be an amazing student and a special human being, is now dead.
Now I'm worried about my 2 daughters and my wife, what will be the impact on them after we lost our precious angel.
Bharti, my baby, love. Bharti's love. I don't know what to do now without Bharti. How will I live without her? I want my baby back.
Again, that was Fox's Dominic Keith reporting. We'll be playing out for you that full press conference later tonight as you do hear from, again, the sister, the mother, and the cousin of that woman who lost her life. Well, there was other people who attended Astroworld now who are sharing their experiences of that horrific night, specifically a Milwaukee man speaking with Fox 6 in Milwaukee about what he endured. Take a listen.
Rasan Teague has videos and pictures from a concert he'll never forget.
I was in the VIP area, so people were, having fun.
Now it's memorable for all the wrong reasons. Rappers Travis Scott and Drake headlined Astroworld Festival in Houston last weekend. It ended in horror with 8 fatalities.
It was just a lot of different paramedics, ambulances, police cars.
The Houston Fire Department reports the crowd surged, causing some to be trampled. The loud music, pyrotechnics, and heat proved to be a bad mix. It's estimated there were 50,000 concert goers in attendance.
For perspective, that's about 4 times the population of Brown Deer.
It had to be the heat or maybe just the pressure, with all the people.
Teague says he didn't realize what was going on until he left the grounds and along the way helped strangers to safety.
I never seen that happen before where I actually had to help somebody up and they were getting heavier. I never had to experience that.
In Houston, Texas.
Teague notes very little security.
The only time I seen security, it had to be dead in the front.
The concert is now the subject of a lawsuit, while Scott has vowed to cover funeral expenses and therapy costs. Now safely back home, Teague says he's also getting a $1,000 refund and a new perspective on large gatherings.
In that type of environment where it's just the the air is really thick and, you know, that type of stuff, I would like try to make myself, you know, out of there.
I love y'all so much. I can't thank y'all enough. I owe y'all forever. Everybody, I love y'all.
In Milwaukee, Brett Lemoyne, Fox 6 News.
And now out to Georgia, where services for the Henry County police officer killed in the line of duty have been announced. Officer Desai, a 17-year law enforcement veteran, he was shot while responding to a 911 call and died on Monday, about 4 days after the incident. We heard from some of his fellow colleagues a little bit earlier today with the Henry County Sheriff's Department. Here's what they had to say about him.
Are we ready? All right. My name's Chief Mark Arum. I'm the Chief of Henry County Police Department. And before the sheriff comes up and gives you a briefing, I just want to share with what's been weighing heavy on my heart. As we know, police officers are chosen from our community to serve as public servants. They stand that thin blue line every day between chaos and calm. And when someone attacks and kills a police officer, this public servant, it's an attack on all of us. And when individuals, a part of that community, harbor, hide, and help this killer attempt to go free, those too are guilty against crimes against our community. And I just want to be said that we are going to locate you and do everything we can to find you and prosecute you for the crimes that you did against our community. Thank you.
All right, my name is Reggie Scandrett. I'm the sheriff here in Henry County. And as our investigation continues, we wanted to make sure that we shared with the public a couple of things. That one, as the chief just expressed, if you did anything to help in the killing of Officer Desai, we're coming for you. We're coming for you to place you in jail immediately for helping someone that took the life of an officer, and we will not stand for it here in Henry County or in the state of Georgia. So the two people that you have before you, given our investigation, is one Madison Rose Troy. Madison Rose Troy has been charged with aiding or permitting another to escape lawful custody or confinement, which is a felony, as well as hindering apprehension or punishment of a criminal, which as well is a felony. In addition to that, we have Caitlin Nicole Finley, which is charged with the same, and I will read that again, aiding or permitting another to escape lawful custody or confinement, which is a felony, as well as hindering apprehension or punishment of a criminal. I want to make it very, very clear. This is the beginning of phase 2 of this investigation. If you had anything to do with aiding or abetting this criminal, we're coming to find you regardless of where you are, bring you to custody immediately. And we will not rest until those things are done. I'll take brief questions before we go on.
Do you expect, Sheriff, for there to be more arrests in the case? And can you detail how these two helped the deceased suspect?
Yes, there will be more arrests. I can guarantee you that. And secondly, I don't want to get into the details right now in terms of how they helped them, because that's part of the case. But you can assure that they certainly assisted him in various areas, and they knew exactly what they were doing with respect to the same.
Sure. Were they can you say if they were at the apartment, or if there are others who were at the apartment who might face charge?
I can tell you that there are others that's involved that will face charges. I do not want to get into the details in terms of who or where, who were at what location. That's a part of the investigation that is consistently ongoing right now. But I can tell you and assure you once again that there are others that will be in custody soon.
When were these two arrested? Was it yesterday or was it during the found them?
The same day. Yes, that's correct. We just finished processing. We want to get that information together so we can give you all specifically exactly what has happened so that you can share that with the rest of everyone else. It's important during this time frame that we raise levels of consciousness that this behavior will not be tolerated. You will not harm a peace officer in this state of Georgia, but particularly Henry County, and get away with it. It's not going to happen. You're not going to help anyone that did the same and get away with it. It's not going to happen in the state of Georgia or in this county of Henry County, period.
Are they in the Henry County Jail or the Clay County?
Henry County Jail, yes.
There was a large reward for the capture of Mr. Jackson. Anybody in line to receive that?
Not at all. Not at this time frame. All of this was investigatory oriented, and what we want with the process in terms of how we investigated led us to the people and where they were and where he was, particularly with the arrest that we have at this time frame. Any other questions at this time before we leave? There is a subsequent video that I want you all to individually go to my office and see. I normally would not do this, but there's an old saying that says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And one of these individuals, when they were in custody, when they walked into our jail, yelled out, F the pigs, F the officer, F his kids, and F all you all. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. You're where you're supposed to be.
One of these individuals said that?
That's correct. I'm going to let you all one by one, if you want to go in and get the video from my office and film it. I think that the public needs to see that. Anything else? Thank you so much.
And we do want to go out to Clarkson, Georgia now, where more than 37 hours after being abducted from in front of his apartment, a missing one-year-old boy has been reunited with his family. You're taking a look right now at Blaze Barnett. The incident prompted a Georgia Amber Alert early on Wednesday morning. So this being a positive story out of Georgia as he has been reunited with his family. Let's hear from officials from earlier today with the very latest.
Hello everyone, my name is Mayor Beverly Burks, and it's a great day in Clarkston because we were able to find Blaze Barnett. And we are happy for all the prayers, all the support from our GBI, and we want to make sure in terms of any updates, we're going to provide that right now with Sergeant Belcher. Sergeant Belcher.
Good evening, my name is Sergeant Dustin Belcher with the Clarkston Police Department. We're happy to provide an update on baby Blaze that he has been found safe and he has been located. Around 2:30 p.m. today, we got a call from a residence on Rogers Street that a baby was found in her vehicle. She took the baby inside her home. When officers arrived, they met with paramedics who performed medical check on baby Blaze, and they assessed the situation. At that time, we took baby Blaze back here to the police department and we're reunited with his family. Anything further at this time, the investigation is still an ongoing investigation, and if you still have any tips about what's going on, please give us a call, and I leave it at that.
Sergeant, you said the baby was found in the woman found the baby in the car. Could you kind of give us an idea of how that happened?
Yes, the baby was found inside a car in the driveway. She left her home to go somewhere and she found the baby inside the car. At this time, I don't know the specifics of how the baby was found, but the baby was in the car.
Was it her car that she was going to? Was it
Again, I don't know the specifics. Right now, it's still open investigation and it's fluid as we speak right this second, so I'm not sure if it was her vehicle.
Do we know how long the baby has been there?
Not at this time. We don't know.
But she just went out this afternoon to go somewhere and
Yes.
saw the baby in the car?
Yes.
And we're not sure if it was her car or somebody else's car.
Oh, I'm not sure whose car it was at this time. There's a current investigation.
What was the tip that led to, so it was a woman who called and said that gave you guys the tip?
It was a homeowner of that resident that called the police. I'm sorry, what's that? Roger Street. Roger Street, yes.
I know, it's hard for you to hear.
The car in the driveway?
The car was in the driveway, yes.
Here's that woman now. What are you doing as far as questioning her?
The investigation, the detectives will be questioning her to determine any further leads on that.
Can you tell us about Blaze and his condition?
He is in good condition right now, and he is being transported to the hospital to where he will be assessed.
All right, so right now Clarkson's going to continue their investigation regarding the circumstances from when Blaze went missing. And, you know, if anyone has any information, those tip lines are still open. Clarkson will gladly take any of that information. That's all the information we have right now.
So again, a very quick press conference there out of Georgia today, but little one-year-old Blaze is now in good condition and back home. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, the latest out of New York, a series of sexual assaults out in Central Park. What officials have to say about that in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, almost 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to take you out to a story happening in New York City today. A beautiful live look to keep an eye on. A woman reported being sexually assaulted on a footpath near Swan Lake in Central Park. About 45 minutes later, another woman reported being sexually assaulted on the footpath as well. NYPD reporting this today and coming forward and holding a press conference on those 2 incidents and whether or not they're connected. Here's what they had to say.
Everybody ready? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Captain Bill Gallagher, Commanding Officer of the Central Park Precinct. I'm joined by Inspector Michael King, the Commanding Officer of the NYPD Special Victims Division, and Inspector Natisse Gilbert, XO of the Detective Bureau. We're here today to provide New Yorkers with an update on 2 heinous sexual assaults that NYPD detectives are working tirelessly to investigate. Inspector King.
Good afternoon. As I provide information, I do not want to remind everyone that the investigation is ongoing and the information is subject to change. At approximately 7:20 a.m. this morning, a woman in her 20s reported being sexually assaulted in Central Park. as she walked on a footpath near Swan Lake behind me. The victim of the assault was taken to a local hospital for treatment. Approximately 45 minutes after the assault in Central Park, another woman reported that a man attempted to sexually assault her on the footbridge at approximately 103rd Street and the FDR Drive in Manhattan. A suspect was taken into custody by NYPD patrol officers at that location. As detectives continue to investigate, we are asking anyone who was in Central Park or near the footbridge at 103rd Street and believes they may have information about this morning's assault to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. All calls are completely confidential. Tomorrow morning at the same time as the crime occurred this morning, a Crime Stoppers van will be here at this location. Captain Gallagher and I will take a few questions.
Do we believe it's the same person?
At this time, we're exploring all angles. I just want to say that the men and women of the Special Victims Division are working diligently on both these cases with all the resources provided to us by Police Commissioner Shea and Chief of Department Rodney Harris.
Was the suspect you arrested wearing black?
That information I will not comment on at this time.
Can you tell us more about the suspect who was arrested? We're being told that he had a prior criminal record and was just released a couple of days ago.
So he was released 2 days ago on November 9th. He did commit a completed rape in 2005, and as I said, he was just recently released. He had 4 prior arrests for OGA. He had one for rape, and also he had one for criminal possession for marijuana. This was years ago, but he did commit a rape.
All right, so we just wanted to bring you a portion of that press conference with the NYPD, but let's head back out to the International Space Station as astronauts are stepping out of the capsule. Let's watch and listen in.
And now we have NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn. And NASA astronaut Rajachari. Lots of hugs and smiles here. Seven crew members now a part of Expedition 66. And you can really see and feel the excitement by the looks on the crew's faces. Looks like they're posing for some photos now.
Welcome to Station Crew 3. You guys look great in that photo.
And if you're just now joining us, the Crew 3 astronauts have successfully docked and entered aboard the International Space Station. They launched yesterday at 8:03 p.m. Central Time and completed a 22-hour launch to docking to the International Space Station. Docking occurred this evening at 5:32 p.m. Central Time, and the hatch was opened just a few minutes ago at 7:25 p.m. Central Time. NASA astronaut Rajachari, Kayla Barron, and Tom Marshburn, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer, have now successfully reached the International Space Station, and we see a pretty special moment happening right now for Kayla Barron, first-time space flyer, as she's being pinned as an official flown NASA astronaut. Next up is European Space Agency astronaut Tom Marshburn, also a first-time flyer. Excuse me, that is European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer being pinned by NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn. Lots of smiles and thumbs up, an exciting moment. And the third first-time space flyer, commander of the SpaceX Endurance vehicle, Rajachari, getting his pin.
Houston Station on 2, checking for the timing of the PAO event.
Just about to hand over, Mark. I'll catch you on the other side.
Okay, so you watched it live there. The 4 crew members of the SpaceX Crew 3 mission finally getting to get into the International Space Station. They had docked about 2 hours ago, and then the 3 other crew members were working to make sure everything was right for them to go through the hatch and meet their fellow crew members there. They're going to be there for around 6 months up there in space. So very, very cool moment, all getting together, a lot of smiles, taking the pictures. It looks like some of them are speaking at the moment. We don't want to miss that. Let's listen in just very briefly.
At your convenience, whenever it works.
Okay, I'll call you back. I'll copy PAO event in about 26 minutes, and I'll do the scene and voice check shortly.
Copy that.
And Endurance crew, comm check with Core here on Space to Ground 2. And SpaceX Endurance has you loud and clear on 2.
Hey, Raja, I just want to say that everyone here was clapping pretty hard as soon as we saw everybody cross the threshold there. A lot of smiles on our faces. But we do have a few more steps in procedure 2.102 if you're able to do that. Jump back into section 6. Our main one is going to be sealing up that LiO cube in section in that 2.102.
So it looks like they did make contact, communications with the crew members there. If they do speak a little bit more, we'll air some of that a little bit later on the stream here. It's just a little after 6:30 on the West Coast here in Phoenix, Arizona, a little after 8:30 on the East Coast. But thankfully, they made it very, very safely and soundly to the International Space Station. They just launched yesterday from Cape Canaveral. So we're going to be moving on to some of these other stories. We're going to still give you an update as we continue to follow the aftermath of the Astroworld Music Festival tragedy. Unfortunately, one more victim succumbed to her injuries today. That was 22-year-old Bharti Shahani. She had been in the hospital on life support, and we finally tragically learned today that her family did end that life support. Right now, we're going to hear from her family in a very hard-to-watch, tearful press conference assisted by their family spokesperson and attorney as they remember the life of 22-year-old Bharti Shahani. And we'll be continuing to follow all the latest with these numerous civil lawsuits filed not only against Travis Scott and Life Nation, but also many other of these promoters and event organizers as well. But here's this press conference today from Houston.
All right, good afternoon, guys. Thank y'all for being here. I'm here to announce, and I appreciate everybody's patience on this. I know that, and I appreciate the respect for the family and their privacy through this very tragic and difficult ordeal. At 6:50 last night, Bharti Shahani lost her battle from the horrific injuries that she sustained at the Astroworld Festival. Bharti was, and let me just say this, we're here today to talk about Bharti. We're not going to entertain any questions about the facts or events that led up to why we're here today. That's going to be for another time. We're here to talk about the life of Bharti Shahani. You know, I grew up right down the street from NRG in the Astrodome, and my whole life, that whole complex, from races to rodeos to carnivals to thrill shows, it's always been a place of community, of family. Never in a million years would I ever imagine that something like this could transpire at this. This is the pillar of our community, the symbol of community and family and rodeo and all the good things about Houston. My son, 17 years old, he was at the show. I watched him and all of his friends take off to go, excited, and I was blessed that he made it home that night. The Shahanis did not get that same dream. Never in a million years, when she took off with her friends, her sister and her cousin, to the show, that would be the last time that they ever saw her. Bharti was a shining star in the community. She was a sister, a daughter, a high-achieving college student about to graduate from the Texas A&M University with high grades. Bharti she was the ideal child. Again, let's take a moment for thoughts and prayers from our community, from the state, from the whole nation, to just think about not only the Shahanis, but the 9 other people who have lost permanently their loved ones. This was a monumental travesty from start to finish. from the performer down to the ticket sales, everyone gets an F for their. It failed at every level. We're only beginning to to figure out the failures, but there are many, and I imagine there's going to be more to come. The way that this festival was put on was a recipe for disaster that these people cooked up. From the configuration to the... I mean, they ran so many stop signs on the way to finally the fatality wreck. I mean, from the very beginning, they ignored safety, they put profits over safety, and as a result, we have this tragedy. No parent should ever go through what the Shahanis are going through right now, ever. This was a senseless, grossly disregard for human life in these young folks that were out there. Now again, I don't want to get into the investigation and the ongoing litigation of this thing. We're here today to talk about Bharti. And with that, I'm gonna introduce to you guys Mohammed Nabolsi. He's my associate, and he's going to talk a little bit more about the family and introduce them. We're gonna hear from the parents, the sister, and the cousin.
Your name, sir?
James Lassiter. Sorry.
James?
James Lassiter.
Can you spell it for us?
Lassiter.
Thank you.
All right. The family is willing to entertain some questions, but again, we're going to keep those questions about Bharti and not about the events. I do want to, and I will lead with this. There's been a lot of questions, and I think it's common knowledge, but there was a video going around that most people have seen of the young lady falling from a gurney as they were trying to get her out of there, evacuate her. That was Bharti Shahani. Okay. And we're not going to really entertain any other questions about that. If people are still wondering, I'll let y'all know that. Okay. Again, I appreciate y'all being here, and with that, I'm going to let Mr. Nabolsi have some words.
Thank you again for coming here today. Over the last few days, I've been able to spend a considerable amount of time with the family. I've gotten to know a lot about them. And truthfully, what they've reminded me the most of is my family. Houston is a community, a diverse community, a community of immigrants, a community of people who are seeking better opportunities for the future generations. A community of people who come together and celebrate life. The Shahanis are immigrants. Their children are first-generation Americans. I'm a first-generation American. My family immigrated here, seeking better opportunities for their children. And Bharti played the role that first-generation oldest siblings play. They are the glue of the family. They are the liaisons. They are the mentors. They are the advisors. They are the interpreters. They are the people who keep the family together. And not only do they keep the family together, but they ensure that the family will thrive. That was who Bharti was to her family. The oldest sister. She helped her family with their business. She made sure that her family could thrive in this community. And because of the gross negligence and utter disregard for human life by all those that were involved, that was taken from this family. I see in Sunny the father, Bharti Shahani, I see my father. A man who's doing his best to put food on his family's table and relying on everyone around him to support his family, including his eldest daughter. I see my father, a brave man. And I've witnessed Sunny's bravery over the last few days. And as you can imagine, when someone goes through a tragedy like this, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot to juggle. There's a lot to handle. On top of comforting your other family members, on top of being there 24 hours for his daughter. I see in Karishma, my mother. Her children are everything to her. They're her babies. And Bharti was her angel. I see in Namrata my sisters, especially my youngest sister who looked up to me and my older sister. Someone who was not just Namrata's sister, but her best friend. An amazing sister to both her sisters. This is who we're here to talk about, is Bharti. This is what not just the Shahani family lost, this is what our community has lost. A bright star, a future leader, someone that all of us should look up to. And what we need to do, and the message that we're here to communicate is clear. We want justice for Bharti. We want justice for her family. We want to make sure that the people who decided to put profits over the safety of the lives of children and youth are held accountable for their callous disregard for life. And so what I will do now is I want to turn the mic over to the family so you can hear directly from Sunny and Karishma about what Bharti meant to them, about this amazing person that has touched their lives and the lives of everyone she's come into contact with. So please.
Your name and spell it for us, please.
It's Mohammed Nabulsi, Mohammed Nabulsi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your patience and waiting for us here. I'm here today. Came here to just get a justice for my daughter, Bharti Shahani, and I'm here to tell you what Bharti was meant for us. She was born on 26 July 1999 in New York at the St. John Hospital, and I came to this country in '92. I came here with my parents to make a bright future for our family. I had 7 sisters, and I was the only son to my parents. From very beginning, from my school life till college, I had to work hard to support the family. And I used to work hard to make sure that everybody gets the food on the table. From New York, we moved down to Charlotte, North Carolina in 2006. I was there for 3.5 years. My parents moved here, my sisters moved here in Houston, and they were telling me that there is a bright future over here in Houston. So I moved here finally in 2009 in July. When I was moving, you know, my kids, I had two daughters at that time, Namrata and Bharti, and they were small, so they agreed to move down here. And then I had a third daughter here in 2010, and her name is Bharti Shahani. Bharti used to take care of our whole family, like taking care of her younger sister, being like her mother, because my wife, she started working with me and was supporting me in the business, because in business we had a lots of ups and downs. When I moved here in July, I started working with one of my friends in the clothing store to just get the experience of here. I'm in the clothing business since 2001. So when I was trying to start my own business, my mom got sick in 2010, and she was here 5-6 months in the Methodist hospital itself with a pancreatitis. And then my dad got alone. I lost my mom in 2011. I lost my dad in 2013. And I was without the job for 4 years, which I got a good support from my sisters and my brother-in-laws over here. So those, Bharti was seeing, my kids saw what I was doing for my parents, and they learned the same thing from us, and they were taking care of us. Bharti's future was like, say, Daddy, I want to be in an A&M. I want to do engineering in a chemical engineering. That was her dream. So we sent her to the A&M, because first 2 years she did a St. Jack down here, and then she went to A&M for her studies. After, you know, first semester, she changed her topic from the chemical.
And it is very, very hard to watch this father here who just lost his daughter, 22-year-old Bharti Shahani, who's been in the hospital now ever since the weekend. And you heard their lawyer there reference this video that was circulating around social media of a young woman falling off a gurney, and that they identified was Bharti Shahani, and she was taken off life support today. And you can hear her father there describe what she was like as a young 22-year-old. She wanted to be a chemical engineer. We're going to get into a little bit more of that press conference a little bit later on. We're going to hear from her mother and her siblings and cousins. But we wanted to give you some more updates on two trials that we have been following very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox, one of which is the Kyle Rittenhouse trial in Kenosha, Wisconsin. My colleague Daytona Everett spoke with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Angelica Sanchez for a recap of today's proceedings in court. Let's listen in.
Of the latest news on this, we have Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, who joins us live outside of the courthouse with the very latest. Hi, Angelica.
Hello there. A lot happened in the last hour, including the state indicating they will be asking for lesser included offenses for the jury to consider. In the meantime, as you stated, the defense, they have rested their case. They called their last witnesses who could speak favorably to their claim that the teen acted in self-defense.
Demonstrative evidence with all video.
The defense in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial rested Thursday, moving a case that's divided the nation closer to a potential verdict. The morning kicked off with testimony from Dr. John Black, a use of force expert who analyzed multiple videos in the trial. He testified on the duration of the shooting, saying the entire event lasted 2 minutes and 55 seconds, from the time Joseph Rosenbaum chased Rittenhouse to the time the teen surrendered to police.
Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
He also testified in the second fatal shooting at the center of the case, agreeing with the defense narrative of self-defense.
After the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
During cross-examination, Dr. Black said he already billed the defense about $9,000 for his services. The last witness was Frank Hernandez, better known as Drew. He was in Kenosha documenting unrest last August. He now works for a conservative media outlet.
Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes?
Yes.
He said he witnessed the first fatal shooting. He also testified on the behavior of Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse earlier in the evening, saying Rosenbaum was looking for a physical confrontation while Rittenhouse was trying to de-escalate situations. The prosecution accused Hernandez of bias more than once.
Have you ever posted anything on social media?
Yes.
In support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
Now, closing arguments are scheduled for Monday. Here's what's ahead for tomorrow. Tomorrow, both sides will return the attorneys. The jury will not be here, and the attorneys will go over last-minute items, anything that needs to be addressed, including those crucial jury instructions. We know that the judge is giving both sides 2.5 hours for their closing arguments on Monday. Reporting live outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, Angelica Sanchez, back to you.
Angelica, I do want to pull up a tweet for everyone to see right now. This coming from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, as they say they are monitoring this case right here. They say, we recognize that some varying opinions and feelings revolve around the trial that may cause concerns. They say both of our departments have dedicated staff working in conjunction with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. I'm curious, since you are outside of the Kenosha courthouse right now, what kind of action have you been seeing not only today but throughout this trial as it starts to come to a close?
A law enforcement presence has been consistent throughout this trial. Certainly nothing like what we saw in August of last year. Certainly nothing like that. But there has always been a consistent law enforcement presence in this trial. There's also been a heightened security inside of the courthouse, especially on the first few days that this trial began.
All right, Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, thank you so much for coming on the show every day and breaking it down for us. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, really great talk back there between Daytona Everett, Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez. She's been providing great reporting from on the scene live in Kenosha. We're going to be speaking with her again. She said closing arguments will begin on Monday. Well, Fox 6 in Milwaukee also has more analysis on the Rittenhouse trial. We're going to have our own analysis in about 5 to 10 minutes time as well, but let's let them do it. They are also parsing all the details of what's happening in the courtroom.
A lot to discuss in what's been a fascinating day in the Rittenhouse trial. Joining us now, UW Assistant Law Professor Ion Main. Ion, I want to first ask you about the decision by the defense to put Rittenhouse up on the stand. That doesn't happen in most criminal trials. Often a risky move. What'd you think of that? Who benefited the most from that today?
Yeah, good evening. I mean, you never know until there's hindsight, right? And so in terms of hindsight today, it was a great move by the defense. It is an amazing day for the defense today. The default rule, as you suggest, for any criminal defense attorney is not to put up defendant for lots of reasons. You're putting someone who has probably never been in a courtroom in a situation where much is at risk, here 60 years to life, here with an 18-year-old, pitting against someone who's had 20 to 25 years of experience in the courtroom. So the easy answer usually is no, we're not going to do that, despite the fact that by not testifying, it's always a little bit of damage for a defendant because the jury is going to ask the question, well, if the person's innocent, why aren't they testifying?
A strategy for the defense team to try and make Rittenhouse a real person. He did break down on the stand today, humanize him a little bit. Debate has already started about those tears. But a courtroom reporter noted it appeared to have an effect on the jury. I thought it was interesting the judge would not let the prosecutors show the jury Rittenhouse in a bar months later wearing a T-shirt that said free as expletive. I mean, your thoughts on the jury not getting to see that? How big of a blow is that to the prosecutors in the grand scheme of things here?
In the grand scheme of things, I would say that's not much of a blow. If your trial is coming down to whether or not Mr. Rittenhouse was wearing a shirt 4 months after being charged, I think you're in deep trouble anyway. I think that in terms of the cross-examination today by the state, there was a sense that there was a loss of control. And in doing that, there was a little bit of bullying or, a tone that you don't see a lot with cross-examination. The sense I got was that the prosecution had lost control of the witness.
Well, we saw a tone we don't usually see in the courtroom here. We've only got about 30 seconds, but some of the biggest fireworks the jury didn't get to see. We got to see it at home. The judge had an outburst. The defense asked for a mistrial. Was the judge's response warranted?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been on the receiving end of a judge's ire. I get it. You know, the stakes are high, and these are experienced attorneys sometimes pushing it against right up to the margins. That's what the prosecution was doing today, no question. One of the biggest problems is that it seemed like that the prosecutor was actually commenting on Mr. Rittenhouse's right to silence. That's a big no-no. That's a third rail. That's the basis for any kind of mistrial. Also, there was an effort to bring in what's called propensity evidence. It had already been excluded by a prior motion decided by the judge. So that's why the judge was showing kind of an admonishment against the prosecution in this case.
Well, you may have gotten the judge's ire before. You're not getting ours tonight. We appreciate your time. What a fascinating day. Thank you.
Okay, so that was kind of a great recap there, some legal analysis. We're going to move away from the Rittenhouse trial. Just want to give you an update on what happened in court today in Brunswick, Georgia, in the Ahmaud Arbery case. Fox 5 Atlanta's Eric Perry has this story.
It was another long day inside a Glenn County courtroom as the state showed over 4 hours of recorded deposition with Larry English.
Recognize what this video clip is, State's Exhibit. Yes, that's the two boys.
Larry English owned the home that was under construction in the Satilla Shores neighborhood. During the testimony, the state and defense showed video caught on security cameras. Many claim Arbury was seen on the property in the months leading up to the shooting and the day of the shooting.
If we're going to start a precedent, starting yesterday, we're going to bring high-profile members of the African-American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury. I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure.
A major moment came when the court returned from lunch. Defense attorney Kevin Goff expressed his displeasure with Reverend Al Sharpton sitting inside the court.
There's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here, or other Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week, sitting with the victim's family, trying to influence a jury in this case. If a bunch of folks came in here dressed like Colonel Sanders with white masks sitting in the back, I mean, that would be a problem.
The judge says he barely noticed Reverend Sharpton in the court, and as long as no disruption was made, he didn't see an issue with allowing people inside.
I don't hear a motion, and I will tell you this, I'm not going to blanketly exclude members of the public from this courtroom.
Okay, so thank you to Eric Perry there from Fox 5 Atlanta. What we want to do right now is talk about these cases in particular, because really the nation is watching them. They're watching everything that is being said in court, not only in Brunswick, Georgia, but also in Kenosha. Right now I'm being joined by criminal defense attorney Julie Rendelman. Julie, good to see you on this Thursday night. Thanks for being with us.
Sure.
Yeah, you've been following these alongside us as well, and they're quite riveting, but there's also a lot of legal jargon, a lot of, procedural and motions that many viewers cannot really parse through or get. Today in court in Kenosha, we saw the defense, they rested their case. What are your first thoughts? What are your first takeaways from what you've been following in the Rittenhouse case?
So, look, I think that, the prosecution, started their case basically telling the jury, listen, there's one person out there the entire night that killed someone. Even with all the shots fired, with all the chaos, it was Rittenhouse. And that's basically what their theme was. And then they laid out their case over 5 days. And I'll be honest, the case to me, in many ways fell very, very, very flat. And I think the defense was victorious. And so when it came to the defense's decisions in terms of what and who they were going to put on, they really had to decide whether or not they needed Kyle Rittenhouse to take the stand, because I think that many would agree that even without Kyle Rittenhouse, a jury would be hard pressed to find him guilty based on the prosecution's case of any of the counts except for the misdemeanor. They took that risk. I think the risk sort of paid off. There's a blend of feelings about that. In the end, do I think that a jury is going to have difficulties finding him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each of these charges? Absolutely.
So we know the jury won't be in court today. They're going to present closing arguments on Monday, and then we will get a decision, whether or not it's an acquittal or a conviction. But also, we are still waiting for the judge to make a decision on this motion for a mistrial. I don't know if you were watching yesterday, but that's what the defense had requested. What goes into a judge's decision-making for a mistrial?
So let's be clear, he's not declaring any mistrial. And remember, they're asking for a mistrial with prejudice, which would mean that the case could never be retried. And there's no judge in the world that's going to do it based on what happened. I think the judge basically said that to them to keep it moving, and also in many ways to threaten the prosecutor and say, if you keep up the nonsense, then I'm going to eventually declare this mistrial with prejudice. And so, look, the judge, was right that the prosecution raised, some of us view it as some prosecutorial misconduct. He brought out the fact that the defendant chose to remain silent, which is an absolute no-no. And he brought up prior bad acts of the defendant, knowing full well that the judge had said from the very beginning, you are not permitted to do that. And so these are not things that you expect from a seasoned prosecutor, and the judge called him out. And that's why we ended up with the defense raising these potential issues for a mistrial.
And Julie, let's talk about, possibly where the jury could fall next week, depending on how long they deliberate. We haven't really heard much musings about this, but there's always the potential for, it could not be unanimous amongst the jury. It could be a hung jury, depending on all these things that have gone on in the courtroom that they have witnessed that have really maybe prejudiced them.
It's always funny. I was a prosecutor, a homicide prosecutor for years. And, some would say, oh, the longer they stay out, the harder it is for the prosecutor. It's like reading tea leaves. You have no idea what any juror thinks about anything. But objectively, I think, anyone viewing this, regardless of what your feelings are about Rittenhouse, regardless of what your feelings are about what happened that night, many people viewing this case who have really watched it are hard pressed to understand how a jury can disregard self-defense, at least for the second two victims, meaning the surviving victim and the individual that was killed that had a skateboard initially that was shot and killed. The one case that seems to be unclear, some people are saying maybe there'll be a hung jury, is the original victim, which is Rosenbaum. He's the person that was shot initially. His is a reckless charge. There seems to be some ambiguity in regards to that one. Although, look, at the end of the day, the jury will decide, not me.
Julie, is it your view that the kind of the entire atmosphere with how the prosecution was going changed when they, decided to bring up things that they had initially said that they were not going to bring up in pretrial motions that were filed? Do you think that was the linchpin where, we got so much speculation that this is really now the defense's case to lose?
So, some people said that they thought that there was an act of desperation. Some people thought that the prosecution was actually trying to get a mistrial themselves by doing things they knew they weren't allowed to do because they knew that they were losing. I can't imagine that would be the scenario, although it did seem like some of the things that they did were either someone who didn't understand the rules of law or had some level of naivete. I have no idea where or why he thought he could get away with some of the things he did. But, look, some people met, when Rittenhouse testified, there are some mixed feelings still about whether or not he helped the defense and whether or not he may have opened the doors just a little bit for there to be one or two jurors that say, you know what, I don't believe Rittenhouse. And if I don't believe Rittenhouse, I want to maybe convict on one or two of these charges.
Yeah, and of course, we were getting some word, too, from the Kenosha Police Department, and they are taking preparations for whatever the decision is in their city. They have to make those preparations. Julie, I want to move on to some of the other trial elements in Brunswick, Georgia, with the Ahmaud Arbery case. And I want to bring up a specific moment in court today that was really quite stunning from the defense, talking about who they did not want in the courtroom, that being Reverend Al Sharpton, Benjamin Crump, many of these prominent civil rights attorneys, some of whom are representing the Arbury family. But he thought they would be too prejudicial to the jury. And you just heard the judge in that story we just played say, that's absolutely nonsense. What do you make of that? He said anyone in the public can come and watch proceedings like this?
Because he's right. I mean, it's a public forum. They're not going to pick and choose. Let me quote the black pastors and keep them out. I mean, look, his point was, I think his point was that, maybe the jury will be intimidated by these, by individuals that are, very big and large in the community. Many of them are speaking right outside. So jurors do potentially see them with crowds of people listening to them. But guess what? You don't have a choice as to who comes into the courtroom. Al Sharpton didn't make a sound. He didn't make a scene when he came in. He has every right to be there like anybody else. And I'll be honest, the way he expressed his desire for Al Sharpton and others not to be there seemed a bit offensive. And I think I'm putting it a little mildly.
Well, of course, Julie, that's what I wanted to bring up, too, because there are already existing racial overtones, not undertones, to this case right now. And to have said something really that quite callous in court, and knowing all of that, knowing the narratives that have been formed about this trial seem to be, quite naive on the defense's part.
Yeah, by the way, it's great that you use the word naive, because I don't think that they were being naive. I would like to give them that credit. I can't. And it's, look, keep in mind that not only is there racial, tensions in regards to this case, the defendants themselves, everything about this case goes down to race. Many people who watched this case, have viewed this case, believe there was one reason that this young man was killed, because of the color of his skin. And now you have his attorney, quite frankly, saying things that anyone, white, black, green, Hispanic, are going to be absolutely offended by. And the world is watching. And so I'm shocked that this attorney didn't know how to articulate properly his concern that jurors might be impacted by big name individuals being in the courtroom.
All right, let's move on to what actually, procedurally happened in the court. We have these three defendants today. On the witness stand was the owner of one of these construction projects, one of these homes, and they had the surveillance camera from that home. Of course, we know Ahmaud Arbery was known to run in this neighborhood. There was surveillance video of him kind of, scoping out and snooping around one of these houses under construction. And so I don't know if you caught some of that testimony, but if you did, what did you make of it?
So look, basically what happened is we had a deposition for, I think it was 4 hours. And this is the owner of the construction site that seemed to start the madness happening. And basically he articulated over this period of time, I think he wasn't able to be in the courtroom because he's been very ill. So they did a deposition where they did direct and cross-examination of him as well for the jury to hear. And basically what he said was, I own this. There's many people that have come and gone into that establishment. And the one thing he articulated is he never asked the McMichaels to be the security for that construction site. He never asked them for their help. And so, that is telling in regards to this case, because the crux of the case is this was a citizen's arrest. They had every right to stop him. The reason they did is because he, they believe he went into the location and committed a burglary or some type of crime. And so therefore they should get off because they had a right to try to stop him.
And Julie, it's so interesting because both of these cases, Rittenhouse and Arbury, there are similar themes, one of which is pretty glaring, is the aspect of kind of vigilante justice. Any old American taking matters into their own hands when they feel compelled to. And you're seeing that. You're seeing that with the McMichaels and Roddy McDowell there in Brunswick, Georgia. And so kind of tease that out a little bit. What does that mean when there's a trial and it's put forth to be defended, with the law?
It's funny. You see, I read on Twitter all the time, people who are so angry when legal analysts express how well the defense is doing, how the defense did a fantastic job, how Kyle Rittenhouse did well on the stand. And you'll immediately see people say, this is political. Let's let all vigilantes run around. Oh, we'll just give everybody a gun. But here's the thing. When I discuss this case, when I evaluate this case, I'm not sitting here telling you that I think what Kyle Rittenhouse did was right, nor am I telling you that I respect in any way what he did that day or the fact that he brought that gun there that day, which I believe created half the atmosphere that occurred. The issue is, what are the legalities? Because this is a courtroom and the prosecution has to prove their case and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That is what justice looks like. We follow the laws and the jury has to follow the laws. And what we feel, what we think outside of it is very different than what a jury has to decide when the judge gives them the law.
And that is so true. And we will leave it at that tonight. Julie Rendelman, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again as these cases develop in the next couple of days. Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more headlines on this Thursday night when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on this Thursday night. We're going to head out to a story that we brought you a little bit earlier from Houston, Texas. And there was a really entertaining and frightful police chase that happened that ended with a shootout. The suspect, we know, is now deceased, but it really took Houston police on a ride today. We're going to listen to them explain what exactly happened. We spoke with one of our Fox 26 Houston reporters about that as well, and we have some video from earlier of the scene. So here's this press conference.
Okay, Chief, you're live.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Executive Chief Matt Slinkard with the Houston Police Department. I have with me Executive Assistant Chief Larry Satterwhite and Assistant Chief Ban 10, and we have many more of our personnel on scene behind us. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to give you some preliminary information and a briefing and a rundown about this officer-involved shooting incident following a lengthy pursuit that we're engaged in today. So before I do that, I want to pause for just a second, and I want to say a thank you to all of our veterans, all of our current and past veterans, and I want to thank you for your service as we remember your wonderful service to our nation on this Veterans Day. Also, our Veterans Day parade that we were engaged in this morning will be part of my comments, and I'll explain to you how that fits into this scenario. Understand that there's still going to be a lot of investigation to do between multiple agencies on this incident, so I won't have all the answers that you need this afternoon, but I'm going to go through systematically what we know right now, what happened today, so that you leave here with no confusion about what actually occurred and what we know up to this point. So we need to rewind to Monday. Monday of this week, there was an incident at the Precinct 4 substation off Hallsworth Road in the Spring area. And Precinct 4, obviously Constable Mark Herman and Precinct 4's office, great partners, they're out here as well, and I'll talk about their involvement in this case as well. And some of this information you will also have to get from Precinct 4 and Constable Herman, and we'll be working jointly on this throughout the investigation. But on Monday, there was a suspect that went through the parking lot of the Precinct 4 substation on Hallsworth Road and fired at the station. It's my understanding rounds actually penetrated the station, and they've been investigating that incident, and I think some of you may have already covered that story that occurred on Monday. That investigation has been ongoing from the Precinct 4 Constable's office. Through that investigation, through video and Crime Stoppers tips and other information, they developed a likely suspect in that case. And they were currently engaged in working on the proper warrant for deadly conduct or other charges for that suspect who they believed fired at the substation. The suspect that we have here on the scene today, we believe at this time to be that person. However, please understand that that's their investigation and there will need to be some confirmation of that. However, as a continuation of that investigation, which began on Monday, Precinct 4 Constable's office is handling that. It's an incident that happened on their property and a shooting towards their station. They developed a suspect, and they believed through that investigation that this suspect was going to be in an area in the Med Center near OST. And more information will come out on that, I'm sure, from the Precinct 4 Constable's office about how they came to know where this suspect would be, how they came to know what his location would be. But because they believed this to be their suspect and he had already engaged in firing at a police station, they wanted to make sure that they had the necessary resources, and so they called for Houston Police Department SWAT assistance this morning. Therefore, Houston Police Department SWAT officers were staged in that area just in case they were needed, in case there was any kind of an encounter with a violent suspect who may be armed, considering what happened at the police station on Monday. When a Precinct 4 Constable's office, I believe at this time that to be a K-9 unit, was in that area, at some point he recognized this car and that this is possibly our suspect in this case. He goes to initiate a traffic stop, is my understanding at this time. He goes to initiate a traffic stop, and unfortunately the suspect does not stop and a chase ensues. That vehicle pursuit begins at that time, and then since HPD SWAT officers were already staged nearby, as I mentioned, they were close and able to also engage in the pursuit. At that time, many HPD leaders, including myself, Assistant Chief 10, and Executive Assistant Chief Satterwhite, we were downtown waiting for the beginning and the start of the Veterans Day Parade this morning. When we heard that there was a chase going on involving Precinct 4 Constable's office for who they believed might be a violent and armed suspect, at the time it began, it was a long way from downtown, and the chase originally went south and away from downtown. However, out of an abundance of caution, we gave the order this morning to pause the start of the Veterans Day Parade. I did not want that parade to begin and get people on the parade route, of course not knowing where this suspect might continue the chase and at what point it was going to end. So we paused this morning, and if you were out there and wondering why there was a slight delay on the start of the parade, it's because we were concerned about this pursuit. The pursuit continued, and as you know, it did come into the downtown area at one point. And so we had immediately already began staging resources in the downtown area to prevent any possibility of this suspect getting close to the parade route. So all of those actions were taking place as the pursuit was going on. Eventually the suspect ended up exiting the downtown area, ended up on 45 North Freeway coming out to this direction to the Greenspoint area. We had SWAT officers, as I said, engaged from the Houston Police Department with Precinct 4 deputies in this pursuit. Now, this is important. While the pursuit was going on, and this is preliminary information, and I'm sure Precinct 4 will be able to confirm at a later time all of the details. But I do want to share with you that at some point, this suspect during the pursuit was on the phone with Precinct 4's constable's office. They were on the phone with a dispatcher, this suspect, saying things like, I have body armor on, this is not going to end well. At some point, I've heard that there was a comment potentially, I don't know if it was to dispatch or to another Precinct 4 officer that was talking to this suspect. This suspect made several calls apparently while the pursuit was going on. And at some point threatened that this is not going to end well and I'm going to shoot cops. So all of these things our officers were aware of while this pursuit was going on, and more information was coming in. And more information was coming in that we needed to be as safe as possible and try to end this in a location that we could, that would endanger, hopefully, not a lot of citizens, because we believe the suspect to be armed. The suspect ended up in this area, circled this parking lot several times. At the moment that it was possible for our SWAT officers to engage, HPD SWAT officers, that's one of the black Chevrolet Tahoes that you see parked over there, our SWAT officers actually on purpose went front head on and stopped the suspect by actually hitting his vehicle. As soon as that occurred, to try to get his vehicle stopped, that suspect exited his vehicle with an AR-15 style rifle and immediately fired upon officers. Our SWAT officers returned fire, and also 2 Precinct 4 Harris County deputies fired during this incident. So a total of 4 officers discharged their weapon during this officer-involved shooting. 2 Houston Police Department SWAT officers. 2 Harris County Precinct 4 deputies. It is my understanding those Precinct 4 deputies also happen to be K-9 officers. During the exchange of gunfire, at some point the suspect goes down. 3 different TAC medics that typically work with our SWAT unit were on scene and immediately started rendering first aid to the suspect. Unfortunately, the suspect succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased here at the scene. I will not be giving out a potential identity of the suspect. That will be for Precinct 4 to follow up on as part of their investigation, and at this point we can't confirm identity. It is only the strong belief that this is the suspect that fired on their station on Monday that they were actively investigating. It's an African-American male, we believe possibly in his 40s. Right now at this time we've only recovered 1 weapon on the scene, but we have not done a proper search of the suspect vehicle. That weapon is what appears to be an AR-15 rifle. There are a lot of rounds on the scene. I do not know how many rounds were fired. There is body camera evidence as part of this case, and obviously that will be reviewed. On the scene, we have investigators from the Precinct 4's office. We have investigators from the Houston Police Department Special Investigations Unit Homicide Division. We will be conducting the investigation of the officer-involved shooting. It happened in the city of Houston, and the Houston Police Department will be the lead on that. Regarding the criminal allegations on this potential suspect for the incident that occurred at the Precinct 4 Constable's office, they will be the lead in that investigation. The Harris County District Attorney's Office is on site and will work with us as well, and the Houston Forensic Science Center is on site. They'll be out here for several hours processing this scene. Let me talk about citizens that were nearby and clear up any confusion there. It is our understanding right now that there was a mother and a small child in a vehicle nearby. That mother and small child were not injured, but obviously distraught. Obviously very stressed when you find yourself in the vicinity of what turns out to be a suspect firing at police officers and officers having to return fire. In fact, Executive Assistant Chief Satterwhite checked on that child, I believe got the child out of the vehicle, and then we made sure that any citizens here that witnessed this or saw this are getting the proper attention that they need. It's my understanding that 4 citizens, that mother and that child and 2 others that I don't have detailed information on, were really stressed and felt some anxiety. We were telling customers to go back inside the restaurant that's here, trying to keep the scene as secure and as safe as we could, understanding that it could end poorly, and we were concerned about that during the entire pursuit. We do have 1 citizen, unknown age, a male, unknown identity, that was transported to Northwest Memorial, and it's my understanding that individual has a minor wound to the leg or ankle area, and it's possibly a ricochet or shrapnel from some kind of gunfire. I'm unable to determine how that injury occurred at this point, but that person was transported to the hospital for precautionary reasons only. There are no officers injured as a part of this incident. No officers were hurt. The suspect did have body armor on. When the suspect went down and stopped firing, as I said, 3 TAC medics immediately began to render aid, and that suspect was wearing some style of body armor. I don't have specifics on the type of body armor. That will be part of our investigation. A couple things I want to mention. We're out here working in collaboration with Precinct 4 Constable's Office. Very happy that they worked with us this morning and that we were collaborating out here and that the officers were working together and that the officers of these two agencies were engaged together trying to bring a violent suspect into custody. And so I'm very happy for that collaboration and that cooperation throughout the event. Our prayers go out to the officers that were involved in this and had to be engaged in such a violent encounter, for Precinct 4 and for Houston Police Department officers. And we give Constable Herman our full support as he continues his investigation with his officers on that original incident. With that, I think I've covered pretty much everything that occurred this morning, or at least bringing you up to speed of where we are right now. With that, I'll yield and take any questions that you have. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. So typically, as with any officer-involved shooting, and you'll have to let Constable Herman speak as to his department's protocols, but with the Houston Police Department, these officers will be on administrative duty while we begin our investigation, and that's so that we can begin a proper investigation, but also for their benefit as well, especially when you're involved in such a stressful situation like this. And look, I can't tell you, any loss of life is tragic. We never want to find ourselves here in these situations, and we never want to find ourselves in these violent encounters. But when you think about the actions of an individual that is driving through a city recklessly, threatening to harm people, indicating that he's armed, that he has body armor on, and then coming near a large event like a parade downtown, I am exceedingly proud of the decisions that officers in various locations and in various positions started making right away to make sure that we tried to ensure the safety of all citizens, especially everybody downtown today. You're trying to control something that, like a pursuit like this with a violent suspect, that is absolute, chaos from the suspect's actions. And then you're trying to bring some control and order to that. And so I'm exceedingly proud of some of those decisions that were made. Very fortunate that nobody else was injured and that this was able to get out of that downtown area where we had a large crowd.
Chief, once the SWAT vehicle was able to neutralize and stop the suspect exits, where did he direct his fire?
So thank you, and thank you. It's a very important point that I probably didn't cover. Directly at the officer's vehicle, and the officers, the door of one of those SWAT vehicles actually took gunfire. There are actually holes in our police vehicle.
Does it appear as a semi-automatic version of the AR? I know your officers.
Too early for us to tell that. I can tell you it was an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter type grip, not a long stock grip from what we see. And there could be other weapons. I do not know. We just have not been able to search the vehicle properly as part of a crime scene. As soon as we get the scene secure, obviously we're going to treat the crime scene with care, and we're going to back out and make sure evidence is handled appropriately. But that weapon, the suspect's weapon that he fired at officers with, is laying there on the ground. And there's probably still a few details. When we watch body camera footage and we watch everything else and we get more statements, there's going to be a few more details that are going to come to light that I probably haven't been able to glean out here in this short time this afternoon.
Based on the calls that he made, would you say that he made good on some of those threats? Would you elaborate more on that?
Well, again, I haven't reviewed the tapes, or was he talking to a Precinct 4 officer on the phone? Was he talking to their dispatch? Was it both? It's too early for me to clarify. I'm just going on, early statements out here on the scene to provide you as much information as we can. But obviously there were some type of serious threats made, right? I'm armed. People are going to die, or potentially cops are going to die. This is not going to end well. All of those things. So while our officers are engaged, they're being filtered this information, and then we're able to process as this is going on. And we're able to do some decision making and some critical thinking, knowing those other variables that are part of this, and so that all plays into the entire scene.
Do you know how high or greatest speed limit that he reached?
I do not know. Probably be a little while before we'll be able to figure that out. But I'm sure we'll be able to see that even from body cams at some point and see how far, how fast the officers were going. But no, do not know what speeds he reached.
Did you okay neutralizing the vehicle, or was that an on-the-ground decision by different SWAT members in the vehicle?
So let me be very clear on that. So when the pursuit was going on and we started to get more information that this is potentially an armed or maybe heavily armed suspect with body armor, and then it was coming close to the parade downtown and the potential for injuring hundreds, if not thousands of people, or that possibility of a horrible event, I was actually at the parade. Myself and Chief Satterwhite actually got in an emergency vehicle quickly, started to get engaged to go catch up to this pursuit, and we were involved in the downtown area. And no, on the radio myself, I gave the order that when the opportunity presented itself, SWAT needed to stop this suspect and it needed to end. There was too much threat to life, and so that order was given on the radio directly by me.
Did he say anything to the SWAT officer early on at the time he got out of his vehicle?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I will tell you preliminarily that as soon as he got out, the gunfire started. So I would be surprised to find out there was any conversation or anything yelled or screamed. But as soon as he got out, the gunfire started, seemingly immediately. I do not. That'll be part of the investigation, but I know 4 officers did discharge. And look, there's different ways to stop a suspect. Obviously there's different maneuvers. There's pit maneuvers. There's vehicle techniques that we use to maybe stop a suspect. But then you have to take everything into consideration about, are they armed? This one, obviously, we were getting information they were. Potentially a suspect who's already fired at a police station. The body armor, the potential threats that were made over the phone. And so it was obvious that the threat to the public and the threat to citizens was extremely high in this situation. And so it was necessary for our officers to try to end this when they could, but end it in as safe as manner as possible, knowing that the potential, right, for this kind of violence occurred at the end of that.
Do you know where the chase started and how long after?
So again, I believe somewhere in that OST, Old Spanish Trail area, in the medical center area, I think is where the initial attempt at a traffic stop began and then turned into a pursuit. It originally, as I said, went southbound. A few minutes into the pursuit, when it was kind of traveling south still, is when we got word downtown in our command and control and operations for the parade that, hey, there's a pursuit going on. It's likely a pursuit that might involve a violent suspect. And so we need to be aware of this because of a parade in the downtown area. And then we immediately started making decisions about the parade, pausing that for a little bit, and then quickly engaging in what we need to do on this pursuit. I don't know. Too early for me to say anything about that or speculate, so I do not know.
You don't have a criminal history?
Do not know. In fact, I have not even confirmed identity. Obviously, if he is the suspect from the Harris County Precinct 4 criminal investigation, then I know Constable Herman and his officers, investigators, will likely be able to confirm that identity for you at some point. Okay.
Do you mind people of the body camera release policy?
Yeah, so as you know, the Houston Police Department will be conducting this investigation as it relates to the officer-involved shooting, not the previous criminal acts at the Harris County Precinct 4 station that was fired upon. As it relates to release of body cam and officer-involved shootings and critical incidents, per the chief's policy, as you all know and very well aware by this time, we will start our investigation, but within 30 days we will have the release of an initial release of body cam evidence in this case.
Was there more than one pass before they interdicted physically with the vehicle?
Yeah, so there was a time period there, and at least my recollection from the radio, and I was close by, and actually here in the parking lot right at the very end, there was at least a couple passes, I think, around kind of the Goodwill store behind us, and then the restaurant on the other side. I think there was at least a couple of passes in and around the parking lot and then back to the service road. And so obviously this mall is a lot of wide open space. This parking lot, no place is ideal for a violent suspect to engage officers like this. No place. But this space, this parking lot, I'm proud of the officers for using the environment that was around them to, I think, stop the vehicle at a point and at a time that caused the least amount of risk to the public.
Any other questions?
Anything else? Thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. And to our veterans, any of you, thank you for your service on today, and we appreciate you for everything that you've done for our country. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you that press conference. It was a really, really wild police chase there in Houston, and then a shootout ensued in this parking lot of a Salvation Army. The suspect now dead. You heard the particulars, though, of what exactly went into this today in Houston. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. We're going to leave you for this beautiful, beautiful shot of the Empire State Building right now in New York City, in red, white, and blue, all lit up for Veterans Day. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just a beautiful live look right now at the Empire State Building in Manhattan, lit up in red, white, and blue for Veterans Day. We're going to have a lot more stories from veterans and veterans organizations throughout the night here. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's about 7:45 here in Phoenix, 9:45 on the East Coast. We're going to bring you a story that is very, very awful and bizarre at the same time. A couple is suing a fertility clinic, alleging that they raised another couple's baby after an in vitro fertilization mix-up. A California couple filing that lawsuit, claiming that they got a wrong embryo and gave birth to a baby that was not theirs. My colleague Daytona Everett spoke with a personal injury attorney about this story, this tragic mix-up. Let's take a look at this conversation.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined by David DiPietro. He is a medical malpractice and personal injury attorney. We appreciate you, David, for coming here on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to talk about this story that's really been circulating online. Really a nightmare for a couple that went through IVF, which we know is very expensive, takes a lot of time, and there was enough of a mix-up to where they birthed a child that wasn't theirs, this couple in California. How common is this?
This is very uncommon. You see a lot of common type medical malpractice cases similar, like where a surgery is done on the wrong side of the body or something to that effect, or the wrong patient receives the wrong procedure. But receiving the wrong embryo, this is a 1 in a million. I've never seen it before, and it's really a incredible case.
Okay, so there was two couples who were obviously involved in this, and one of the embryos got mixed up with one of the other embryos. And so now there's two couples with what really is the wrong child. So what is the future for both of these couples in this case?
You know, factually, it turned out okay in the sense that they both had a child and they both had a girl. So it was a matter of them now exchanging children, although that, albeit being very dramatic. But imagine if the situation was different, where one didn't have a child or one had a boy, and there was a difference in the factual scenario that we're presented with. But it actually worked out in a way that the two babies were about the same age and in the same sex. But nonetheless, it's still very traumatic for the parents to have to go through this, becoming close to a child, giving birth to a child, and having to give it up, knowing that it's not your biological child. Very, very traumatic. Lots of pain, lots of suffering, lots of mental anguish with this kind of situation.
How does something like this happen? And now what does the fertility clinic face?
It's all about your policies and procedures. You have to have appropriate policies and procedures to make sure the patient you're dealing with is receiving the procedure that they're supposed to be receiving. This is every medical case. You make sure you have the right patient, they're receiving the right surgery on the right side of the body. Same here, right mother, right embryo, and receiving the embryo that's hers. It's all about doing a timeout, making sure that everything's in place and there's been proper protocols and chain of custody to make sure that this is the right embryo for the right mother. And if you don't have these protocols, this can happen. It's just the right policy was not in place that allowed this to happen.
Have you heard of anything like this happening at fertility clinics? It getting so mixed up to where it actually went through with the birth too?
I've never seen it before, but you can see how it can happen, because an embryo has no identification. It's only identified through however the IVF lab is identifying the embryo. So if that's mixed up, or you don't have the right policies to make sure that doesn't happen, it very likely could happen, because an embryo has no identification when you look at it. It's microscopic.
So what is this investigation probably going to likely look like?
This is, in the sense of, although the facts are different, this is a traditional medical malpractice case. This was the wrong procedure performed on the patient, and the patient has pain and suffering. And there's going to be some economic damages related to whatever the IVF clinic charged. But I think the bigger of the damages is going to be the pain, suffering, mental anguish for having to go through this traumatic event. And that's something the jury will put a value on. That's not something that we can quantify. The jury has the purview to figure out what is this worth, or what is it the value of somebody having to suffer this way.
I mean, IVF is becoming more and more popular these days. For someone who might be watching this right now, who is thinking about it or has gone through it themselves, do you have recommendations for ways they should go about it and know that they are getting the proper care?
Interview your physician. Ask your physician, how are you going to ensure that from the time you receive the embryo that it's going to be the correct embryo implanted in me? What policies and procedures do you have in place to make sure that this is the identifiable embryo that's mine, and that there won't be a mix-up or some sort of mistake that can cause this traumatic event?
You know, with this being in the national headlines, this fertility clinic, I can imagine, is suffering great damages on this. What could they be facing, possibly worst case and best case scenario?
I think there's going to be economic damages that could be large for the families that suffered this. But I think the political relations disaster of this being all over the internet and all over the media, I can't see this business surviving as a result of this, because this is a mess up of mammoth proportions that's now been reported out to the mainstream media. So I don't see this IVC clinic being able to maintain future clientele. This is one that is probably the death knell for it.
Yeah, sure. And not to mention, in both these cases, these children were raised for several months until they actually figured out and said, hey, this kid doesn't really look like me. I don't see a resemblance. Maybe we should go forth with that DNA test. So they caught it earlier than years down the line. So that's one thing that I found very interesting about this case. Anything else that you want to point out?
No, I think that's probably about it, other than this is I think a clear-cut case of medical malpractice. There really is no defenses. This is like performing surgery on the wrong patient. It's the same factually analogous case. It's indefensible. This is an indefensible case.
David, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
So great conversation there with the Daytona Everett, my colleague. We're going to play some sound, though, from the couple who was experiencing this really, really terrible mix-up. Have a listen.
She's provided entertainment, inspiration, and a tale.
Our memories of childbirth will always be tainted by the sick reality that our biological child was given to someone else. And the baby that I fought to bring into this world was not mine to keep.
Okay, so there you heard from the mother there, and just distraught about this really, really terrible mix-up. We're going to be on top of this story in case we get any more developments on it to see what happens with this lawsuit. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on this Thursday night. We have a lot of live looks from around the country at the moment. Of course, we're looking at New York City right there, also on the Bay Area as well. This is right at the kind of foot of the Golden Gate Bridge, where a protest is underway at the moment, anti-vaccine mandate protest. So police are on the scene talking about all of this discussion that a lot of Americans are talking about right now when it comes to vaccines and masks and the like. So that is the Bay Area. We're going to get some more updates out of the Bay Area just to see how this protest is going. But for now, we want to stay with some of these other feature stories that we have been bringing you here on Live Now from Fox, including some that have to do with some marine creatures, one of which has to do with a dolphin down in Florida. We're learning that officials at Clearwater Marine Aquarium say Winter the dolphin, the star of the 2011 movie Dolphin Tale, is still in critical condition after it was announced yesterday that her gastrointestinal infection had not improved. Fox 13's Josh Cassio has this story.
Entertainment, inspiration, and a tale that lives on through every visitor who steps inside Clearwater Marine Aquarium. Winter the dolphin has become more than an attraction. She's an icon in Tampa Bay.
Seeing the movies and meeting Winter in person, it really did inspire me to kind of pursue the training route as well as working to protect the dolphins out in the wild.
Morgan Brown is one of many visitors who felt compelled to see Winter as she battles a gastrointestinal issue, one that's left the 16-year-old dolphin in what CMA is calling critical condition.
If this is some of our last days with her, her story's not going anywhere, and she's going to be around for a long time.
Despite our aggressive treatment, that her condition hasn't really been improving and perhaps even worsening.
Dr. James Powell is the president of CMA. He says it's unclear why Winter got sick in the first place. She's receiving round-the-clock care and is currently being treated in a medical pool in the facility.
She actually has had issues in the past with her GI tract, and we've been able to treat those issues successfully. But for some reason, she hasn't been responding to treatment like she has in the past, which has escalated the situation now.
Winter's story began in 2005 after she was rescued tangled up in a crab trap. She would ultimately lose her tail, but would later be fitted with a prosthetic. The story was made famous in the 2011 film Dolphin's Tale. The ensuing success and notoriety made Winter a star and were pivotal in leading to major renovations at the aquarium.
The best thing that I think you could take away from her story is that no matter what obstacles you face, no matter what challenges you face, no matter how many people think that you might not make it, don't believe them. Believe that you can and you will.
All right, really interesting there. We're all pulling there for Winter the dolphin. Hope that she gets better. Right now, though, we're going to go soon out to the Atlanta area where we brought you the story and the press conference of this missing one-year-old who has been recovered safely, Blaze Barnett. We want to just show you some of the press conference from earlier, and then we're going to get a live report from down on the ground about this miraculous story. Here's that press conference.
Hello everyone, my name is Mayor Beverly Burks, and it's a great day in Clarkston because we were able to find Blaze Barnett. And we are happy for all the prayers, all the support from our GBI, and we want to make sure in terms of any updates, we're going to provide that right now with Sergeant Belcher. Sergeant Belcher.
Good evening, my name is Sergeant Dustin Bolcher with the Clarkston Police Department. We're happy to provide an update on baby Blaze that he has been found safe. He has been located. Around 2:30 p.m. today, we got a call from a residence on Rogers Street that a baby was found in her vehicle. She took the baby inside her home. When officers arrived, they met with paramedics who performed a medical check on baby Blaze, and they assessed the situation. At that time, we took baby Blaze back here to the police department and we reunited with his family. Anything further at this time, the investigation is still an ongoing investigation, and if you have any tips about what's going on, please give us a call, and I'll leave it at that.
Sergeant, you said the baby was found in the woman found the baby in the car. Could you kind of give us an idea of how that happened?
Yes, the baby was found inside a car in the driveway. She left her home to go somewhere and she found the baby inside the car. At this time, I don't know the specifics of how the baby was found, but the baby was in the car.
Was it her car that she was going to?
Again, I don't know the specifics. Right now, it's still open investigation and it's fluid as we speak right this second, so I'm not sure if it was her vehicle.
Do we know how long the baby has been there?
Not at this time. We don't know.
But she just went out this afternoon to go somewhere and
Yes.
saw the baby in the car.
Yes.
And we're not sure if it was her car or somebody else's car.
Oh, I'm not sure whose car it was at this time. There's a current investigation.
What was the tip that led to, so it was a woman who called and said that gave you guys the tip?
It was a homeowner of that resident that called the police. I'm sorry, what's that? Rogers Street. Rogers Street, yes.
I know, it's hard for you to hear.
Her in the driveway?
The car was in the driveway, yes.
The investigation, the detectives will be questioning her to determine any further leads on that. He is in good condition right now, and he is being transported to the hospital to where he will be assessed.
All right, so right now Clarkson is going to continue their investigation regarding the circumstances from when Blaze went missing. And, you know, if anyone has any information, those tip lines are still open. Clarkson will gladly take any of that information. That's all the information we have right now.
Okay, and it's just a miracle. Blaze Barnett found safe, that 1-year-old who was missing for about 37 hours. Joining me right now to talk about all of that is Fox 5's Brian Hill. Brian, good to see you tonight. Let's go back from the very beginning. Walk us through how Blaze was found, how is he doing, and, you know, how are his parents?
Well, it is a sigh of relief for everyone here in our area right now, knowing that baby Blaze is in good condition. Police tell us that he is in good condition right now. When his family got to him, they were all thanking the Lord and just praying pretty much that that this turned out the way that it did. Now, police got called to a home on Roger Street here in Clarkston around 2:30 this afternoon. A woman leaving her house, going to run an errand, went to her car and found the baby inside of her car. We got a chance to speak with her after that discovery, and she told me that Blaze was doing well when she found him in the car, and he was just in the car, and she had no idea really how he got in there. But after she found him, she took him inside of the house, and that's when she called 911. And when officers got there, they immediately checked on him to make sure he was okay. From there, they took him to the police station where he was able to be with his family. Again, a lot of them crying when they got out here to the police station earlier. And from there, they took him to the hospital just to do another check to make sure that he was okay. But right now, he is in good condition. But there's still a lot of questions surrounding this situation, including who initially stole the family's car where the baby was left inside, and who ultimately dropped him off at that homeowner's house earlier this afternoon, only about a mile and a half or so away from the police department.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, there seems to be a lot of gaps in this investigation so far. Thankfully, baby Blaze is doing very, very well, very healthy. Have we heard from the parents yet? Are they going to make a statement about, you know, what they might have thought went wrong in this and how this might have happened?
Well, I did reach out to baby Blaze's mother after we initially went to the scene and after we met them here, just to see if they wanted to speak after having some time to settle down and going to the hospital with Blaze, but we have not heard back from them. But earlier when they did come here to the police department to get a closer look at the baby before heading to the hospital, they were all just, you know, praying and just thanking God that he was okay and saying that they're just glad right now that he is back home. We do know that initially when the family's car was stolen from their apartment complex, the parents did admit they left the keys to the car in their cup holder when they initially got out to go take groceries into their house. So that's pretty much what led to this situation. But right now, I think the family is just glad that they have him back home, and that's kind of what they're focusing on at this moment.
Well, good news there in Clarkston, Georgia. Brian Hill from Fox 5 Atlanta, we appreciate you bringing us this good news story on this Thursday night. We'll see you again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll be following the investigation into that as well, because like we were saying, there are some gaps right now about, you know, who knew what when, but as everyone we've been reporting, 1-year-old Blaze Barnett is back safe and sound tonight. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to be going into some of these other headlines, especially some of these Veterans Day stories. When we come back, you're not going to want to miss it. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us on this Thursday night. We have a lot more stories left to get to, one of which is, it's going to be really good. It's by my colleague, fellow digital journalist, Mike Paish, and it's about a very, very interesting sea creature, this Maine lobster, a rare Maine lobster. They're calling it the cotton candy lobster. Apparently, it's about 1 in 100 million of a crustacean to be found. It was found off the Atlantic coast there in Maine, and Mike Paish spoke with the lobsterman who found it. His name, Bill Coppersmith. Here's this conversation.
Well, you never know what the treasures in the ocean are going to be. I mean, there are just millions of species and things that are in the ocean that are still left to be discovered. And, well, this one that we're going to bring to you next, it's a great one because it is a rare lobster that was uncovered. We're going to get all of the information right now. Let's bring it in right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. This is Mark Merle with Get Maine Lobster, the great folks out there. And you got a great one because, well, one of your contractors got something really, really rare.
Yeah, he sure did. When Billy texted me and showed me a picture of what he caught, I'd never seen one in person. I've only heard about it. And to find a cotton candy lobster is pretty amazing. So we're excited over here.
Yeah. Now, first, before you show it, can you just, when you heard the news, when you got the phone call that this was caught, I mean, what were you thinking?
I was just super excited because, one, out of curiosity, I've never seen one before, you know, and the shell is just amazing. And when we take a look at it, it's just, you never believe that Mother Nature, you know,
Okay, so it looks like we're having some audio issues with that story there. When we figure those out, we are going to bring you that story. Unfortunately, that was the lobster itself, that rare cotton candy lobster that was found off the coast of Maine by lobstermen there. So we're going to bring you that interview. We're going to get that fixed, those audio issues. But for now, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to get into some of these Veterans Day stories that we have put together for you. A lot of our Fox TV stations from around the country have been telling really important stories, very creative ones, highlighting veterans around America today on Veterans Day. First, though, we want to show you the remarks from President Biden. He was at an event today at Arlington National Cemetery, visiting the tomb of the unknown soldier and giving remarks there at the Athenaeum, speaking about how important it is to treat veterans here in the United States well, not only one day out of the year, but every other day. So let's listen in to President Biden from earlier this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Folks, to try to express your love, commitment, and admiration for the American people. And I must say to you that the single greatest honor I have been afforded as president is to stand before so many of you, those Medal of Honor winners out there, and talk about Veterans Day and veterans. I want to welcome all the cabinet members and honored guests joining us today, including the father of our Secretary of State, who served in the Army Air Corps during World War II, Ambassador Donald Blinken, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday. Thank you for your service to our country. And I just want to tell you, I know you're a little younger than I am, but, you know, I've adopted the attitude of the great Negro at the time pitcher in the Negro Leagues, went on to become a great pitcher in the pros, into the Major League Baseball after Jackie Robinson. His name was Satchel Paige. And Satchel Paige, on his 47th birthday, pitched a win against Chicago. And all the press went in and said, Satch, it's amazing. 47 years old, no one's ever pitched a win at age 47. How do you feel about being 47? He said, boys, that's not how I look at it. I said, how do you look at it, Satch? I said, I look at it this way. How old would you be if you didn't know how old you were? I'm 50 years old, and the ambassador's 47. But all kidding aside, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your service during World War II, as well as your service as an ambassador. And thank you for raising such a fine man, Tony Blinken, our Secretary of State. To all our veterans, past and present, we thank you, we honor you, and we remember always what you've done for us. I'd like to recognize one of our national heroes who is here today, Medal of Honor recipient, Mr. Brian Thacker. During the Vietnam War, then First Lieutenant Thacker put the safety of his fellow troops above his own, providing cover fire against an attacking enemy, and even calling in artillery fire on his own position, so our forces had a better chance to withdraw. Wounded, unable to leave the area, he evaded capture for 8 days until finally federal friendly forces retook the position. Yours is a remarkable story. It'll never be forgotten. We'll also never forget the stories of American leaders and icons we've lost recently, who shaped our nation in ways that are hard to measure. I've lost 3 good friends in the last month. General Colin Powell, a child of immigrants who grew up to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of State, a man who was a friend but who earned the universal respect of Americans and people for his leadership in uniform and out. And a guy who became good friends, and many times I was in and out of Iraq as a vice president and a senator, General Ray Odierno, who I met multiple times in Iraq and who did so much to help get us where we are today, and who always put the troops and its veterans first. It was an honor to have my son, Major Biden, serve under his command at the time. And my friend and colleague, who was mentioned already, United States Senator Max Cleland, who as a triple amputee knew the cost of war as well as anyone could ever know it, and went on to champion the dignity and care of Americans' wounded veterans throughout his life. We lost all three of these incredible veterans in the last several weeks, and our hearts go out to their families. These are stories that inspire generation after generation of Americans to step forward to defend our nation. And today, we pay homage to the unrelenting bravery and dedication that distinguishes all those who have earned the title of American veteran. It's an honor that not only a small percentage of Americans can claim, and one that marks those who are able to claim it as brothers and sisters. It's a badge of courage that unites across all ages, regardless of background, because to be a veteran is to have endured and survived challenges most Americans will never know. You've come through the trials and testing, braved dangers and deprivations, faced down tragic realities of war and death. And you've done it for us. You've done it for America, to defend and serve American values, to protect our country and our Constitution against all enemies, and to lay a stronger, more secure foundation on which future generations can continue to build a more perfect union. Each of our veterans is a link in a proud chain of patriots that has stood in the defense of our country from Bunker Hill to Belleau Woods, Gettysburg to Iwo Jima, Chosin Reservoir to Konar Valley. Each understood the price of freedom, and each shouldered that burden on our behalf. Our veterans represent the best of America. You are the very spine of America, not just the backbone. You're the spine of this country. And all of us owe you. And so on Veterans Day, and every day we honor that great debt and recommit ourselves to keeping our sacred obligation as a nation to honor what you've done. We have many obligations to our children, to our elderly, to those truly in need. But I've gotten in trouble way back when I was a young senator for saying we only have one truly sacred obligation. We have many obligations, but one truly sacred obligation: to properly prepare those and equip those who we send into harm's way and care for them and their families while they're both deployed and when they return home. This is a lifetime sacred commitment. It never expires. And for me and for Jill and for the entire Biden family, it's personal. When Bo was deployed to Iraq, after spending 6 months in Kosovo as an assistant U.S. attorney trying to set up a criminal justice system, I got a call from him one day. He said, "Dad, what are you doing Friday?" And I said, "What do you need, hon?" What do you need? He said, "I'd like you to pin my bars on." I said, "What in the heck have you done?" He said, "Someone's got to finish these wars, Dad." True story. Jill and I learned what it meant to pray every day for the safe return of someone you love. So many of you have done that. Our grandkids learned what it meant to have their dad overseas in a war zone instead of back at home for a year, tucking them into bed and reading that story every night. Thousands of Americans, tens of thousands, have had that experience. As the English poet John Milton wrote, "They also serve who only stand and wait." So all the mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, spouses, all those who stand alongside our veterans and their families, caregivers, survivors. You are the solid steel spine that bears up under every burden, the courageous heart that rises every challenge. We've asked so much of you for so long, and our nation is grateful. For 2 decades, the lives of our service members and their families and veterans have been shaped by the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. Since 9/11, hundreds of thousands of Americans have served. So many are still serving today in harm's way, and we cannot forget them. The American people are forever grateful and in awe of what you've accomplished. But in fulfilling their mission, so many veterans and their families and caregivers have been through hell. Some facing deployments after deployment, spending months and years away from their families, missing birthdays, anniversaries, and collections. I remember one of the last times I flew into Iraq in the so-called Silver Bullet. I remember walking up to the cockpit, and the crewmasters along with the pilots were up there, and I said, how many of you, is this your first tour? No one raised their hand. There were 5 people. Second tour, no one raised their hand. Third tour, 2 raised their hand. Fourth tour, 2 raised their hand. Fifth, 1 raised their hand. Folks, on Veterans Day, we have to always remember that there's nothing low risk or low cost about war for the women and men who fight it. I carry with me in my pocket every single day. I have my staff check with the Defense Department. In the back of my schedule, I have U.S. daily troops in Afghanistan killed and wounded, U.S. daily troops in Iraq killed and wounded. 52,323, not roughly 53,000. Every one of these individuals has a family, has a unit at home. 53,323 American servicemen and women wounded in the conflicts of Iraq and Afghanistan. 7,074 gave their lives, the last full measure of their devotion. Untold, thousands more return home, as our secretary can tell you, with unseen psychological wounds of war, the enduring grief borne by our Gold Star families. These are the cost of war that we'll carry as a nation for decades to come. And to all veterans, service members, their families, caregivers, survivors, I want you to know that our administration is going to meet the sacred obligation that we owe you. We're going to work with Congress, Republicans and Democrats together to make sure our veterans receive the world-class benefits that they've earned and meet the specific care, specific needs that they each individually need. That means expanding presumptive conditions for toxic exposure, particulate matter, including Agent Orange and burn pits. We're going to keep pushing on this front to be more nimble and responsive, reviewing all the data and evidence to determine additional presumptive conditions that make sure our veterans don't have to wait to get the care they need. It also means prioritizing mental health care that's necessary to treat the invisible wounds that so many of our veterans carry, including pursuing our newly released comprehensive public health strategy to reduce military and veteran suicides. I want to say clearly to all our veterans, if you're struggling, you're so used to never asking for anything. If you're struggling, reach out. Call the Veterans Crisis Line. You're having trouble thinking about things. It's no different than if you had a wound in your arm. It's also making sure that the growing population of women and LGBTQ+ veterans receive appropriate services and support. As we continue our efforts to defeat the pandemic and build back better, it means keeping the needs of veterans front and center. The American Rescue Plan included $17 billion to support VA's COVID-19 response, to get vaccine shots in arms as fast as possible, and to fund programs that provide rapid retraining assistance for veterans who may have lost their jobs in the pandemic, housing assistance, debt forgiveness, and to invest in improving VA facilities and the living conditions of vulnerable veterans. Through Jill's work of joining forces, we're also working to support our veterans and military families, survivors, and caregivers so they can have what they need to thrive. They deserve it. As Secretary McDonough noted, this Veterans Day also marks the centennial of one of the most hallowed American monuments, the Tomb of the Unknowns. 100 years ago today, an American soldier of the First World War, as the tomb says, known but to God, end of quote, completed the voyage from an unidentified battlefield in France over the rough Atlantic seas here to Arlington National Cemetery. He lay in state under the Capitol Rotunda for 2 days on the same plinth that held the body of Lincoln as 90,000 Americans came to pay respects. On the final leg of his journey, he was escorted from the Capitol by the President of the United States, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, members of Congress, General Pershing, and the Chiefs of Staff. Medal of Honor recipients, all walking, as the Washington Post said, processing without parallel to give honor due to American service members. Not just the anonymous soul today entombed in gleaming marble, but the generations of Americans who dared all, risked all, gave all for the cause of freedom. To commemorate in the wounds of the member, in the words of a member of Congress who proposed the legislation creating the memorial, an American warrior, quote, this is the quote, who typifies the soul of America. You veterans are the soul of America, America's soul. It's why our veterans have always fought, always been willing to put themselves on the line. That the first unknown lies now with his brethren, unnamed warriors from later wars, fellow patriots who picked up the mantle of honor and made it their burden. And today, 100 years later, we keep a sacred watch over their graves. Generations of elite sentinels have taken the post, pledging their eternal vigilance. We lay wreaths, we renew our oaths, we stand in solemn awe of such fidelity. Because for us to keep faith with American veterans, we must never forget exactly what was given us, what each of them is willing to put on the line for us. We must never forget that it is the mighty arm of the American warrior, never bending, never breaking, never yielding, generation after generation, has secured for us the blessings of a nation that still stands today as a beacon of liberty, democracy, and justice around the world. God bless you all. God bless all American veterans and those who proudly earn that title. And may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now the United States Coast Guard Band will play and the Armed Forces Chorus will sing, God Bless America.
While the stormy clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free.
Let us all be for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam, God bless America, my home, sweet home. God please be seated for the departure of the President of the United States and the official party. Thank you for joining us today as we celebrate and honor all who served.
So you've been listening in to these remarks from Arlington's ceremony today. President Biden speaking out very emotionally. And here on Live Now from Fox, we have had full coverage for you as well, as Live Now and Fox television stations have teamed up with U.S. vets. We're also on a mission to go ahead and try to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate, you can head over to usvets.org and let us know about your commitment to help using hashtag #HonorUSVets. Coming up after the commercial break, we have many more segments coming for you with the Make Camo Your Cause campaign. You definitely don't want to miss it. We'll see you back here in 2. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined by a very special guest. This is Lainey Kapkin. She is the Vice President of U.S. Vets. Lainey, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks for having us.
So I want to start off first with what U.S. Vets is and what the mission is behind this really beautiful organization.
So US Vets' mission is to end veteran homelessness. We are the largest nonprofit in America with boots on the ground to combat the epidemic of veteran homelessness in our communities. Most Americans don't realize that more than 38,000 veterans are homeless on our streets each night. And so our pledge is to continue in our mission until no one who served our country is left sleeping on its streets.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to think about the fact that these men and women are serving our country and then come back home and are sleeping on the streets that they served for. Why is this such a timely mission?
It's a great question. This has been a challenge for our communities for some time, but today with so many veterans coming home from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, we have the opportunity to really create a different trajectory for our nation's veterans and to make sure that this generation of veterans gets the support and the services that they need so that they and their families can build healthy futures.
And why is this so important to you? I can imagine you have a pretty close relationship with this.
I do. In addition to having family members that have served, it really has been my mission in life, my personal mission, to address the issue of homelessness in our communities. US Vets has been around for almost 30 years. We started with 5 veterans in California, and today we provide housing to more than 5,000 veterans and families every night across the country. It is an incredible mission to be a part of. And this Veterans Day, we have the chance to get the whole community involved.
And how can we do that?
Well, this year, US Vets is launching a campaign asking the community to make camo their cause to honor US Vets. Our goal is to have camo represent support of our nation's veterans when they come home, to have it be more than a fashion statement, more than the print on our backpacks, but a wonderful show of support for the brave men and women that served our country and deserve our care when they come home.
Yeah. I can imagine that you have met not only these men and women who have served, but the families that are walking alongside them as well. I'm just curious if you have any success stories that have really stuck out to you in serving in this mission.
Absolutely. We meet veterans that inspire us every single day, from members of our staff that themselves were once homeless on our streets, became outreach workers, continued to serve veterans today, lead our program services at our sites, to the gentleman who will speak at our US Vets Salute Gala tonight, a gentleman who has built an incredible career with Spectrum after getting off our streets homeless. There are thousands of men and women who come home and encounter really relatable challenges that all of us experience. Except they have experienced additional trauma and have additional needs for services, and they deserve our support when they come home, and US Vets is here to do that.
So for someone who is watching this right now and understands, probably doesn't fully understand, but sees the struggles that some of these vets are going through and feel bad and are frustrated for them, but don't really know what to do and how to help and how to lend a hand, what do you say to them?
Yeah, there's so many incredible nonprofits in our community that are here to get our veterans off the street, to make sure that they have housing and job and mental health services that are really going to help them to thrive. And by supporting one of those nonprofits, by supporting US Vets and our partners through the Make Camo Your Cause campaign, every community member can honor US Vets. So tomorrow on Veterans Day, we're asking you to do one of 2 things. You can go online and visit usvets.org/shop and buy some gear to honor US Vets, or find some camo product in your own closet, some camo pants, a shirt, and put it on and put it online with the tag Honor US Vets to show you support our nation's veterans.
Right, because we all know we're online and we want to rock our camo and show it off too.
That's right. And I think I'm always surprised and inspired by the different ways that Americans make an impact on the charities that they care about. And I think that there are so many people that support our nation's veterans that believe they deserve care, and that all find it terrible that any of them would be sleeping on the streets that they once fought to protect. So we really believe that every American can get involved, can show their support, can pledge their support, and help us get our nation's veterans off the street.
Last question for you, Lainey. What's your hope for the future of the organization and for all of these vets' lives?
Yeah, our goal at US Vets is clear. Our job is to work ourselves out of a job. We pledge to continue in our mission until every single veteran that bravely served our country has the opportunities that they deserve.
Yeah, and what a mission in this year where so many, like you said, of those veterans are coming home from overseas. So we appreciate what you're doing, and thank you so much for coming on the show and shedding some light.
Thanks for your time, and thanks to everybody for their support of US Vets.
All right, there we go. Wear your camo. And we had so many people using the hashtag today, hashtag honor US Vets. Coming up after the break, we'll show you some of those photos and posts that have made throughout the day today, and also some of the other segments from throughout the day that we've recorded with other organizations that are doing their part on this Veterans Day. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Happy Veterans Day to all of you out there, and for any of the veterans watching, we appreciate you and everything that you've done to serve our country all day today. Live Now from Fox, along with all Fox television stations, have been honoring U.S. vets by utilizing the hashtag #HonorUSVets, and so many of our fellow employees out here under Fox have been tweeting out their pictures, wearing their camo, making it their cause. You can see one of our reporters out with Fox 35 in Orlando. He says, wishing all my fellow veterans and battle buddies a day of solace and support for from loved ones. Saying hashtag Veterans Day. Also, Bridget Thomas coming out saying, thank you, veterans. Us happy Veterans Day to you all, including my aunt, Kelly Dunkley, who served in the U.S. Marines. Thank you, Kelly. Amy tweeting out again with Fox 35. She says, my favorite veteran today and every day, my dad. He served in Pearl Harbor in Japan with the U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet. He said, we're honoring our veterans all morning long on Good Day Orlando. We also honored our veterans out in Orlando today here on Live Now from Fox. Tisha Lewis out with Fox 5. She says, thank you, veterans. My grandfather served in World War II in the U.S. Navy. Gwen Tolbert, also with Fox 5 in D.C. She's honoring her friend Charles McGee. She says, thank you for your service. He's a USA retired fighter pilot and one of the last living Tuskegee Airmen. That's awesome. He's going to be 102 years old in December of this year. Really, really cool. Inducted to the National Aviation Hall of Fame. Definitely honoring Charles on this Veterans Day. So if you have any photos that you want to share, go ahead and use the hashtag HonorUSVets. But there's other hashtags that are being utilized right now on this day. Our Christy Larson did a pretty interesting interview today. Flanders Fields and Task Force Argo are raising awareness and donations with the Feet and Receipt Challenge. Two sisters who worked alongside U.S. forces on female engagement teams fled Afghanistan with a single pair of shoes, which they took turns wearing on their way out of the country. You can actually help Afghanistan refugees by posting your feet with hashtag Show Me Your Feet or post a receipt of your donation. And Christy Larson actually spoke with Flanders Fields about this. Take a listen.
Flanders Fields has a mission to help veterans in any way possible, and it's a group made up by both Army and Marine veterans. And today we are joined with just a few of those leaders who do help this organization. So not only are we joined with Ben Owen, who is the president and CEO, but we also have Tyler Ledford, the CFO and director of U.S. Veterans Affairs. I'm really glad that you guys could join us here today. And let's just kind of first start with who you guys are and that mission that really makes you Flanders Fields.
Great, thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Ben, you can go ahead.
Yep, I'm Ben Owen. I'm an Army infantry veteran. I got out in 2002. Tyler and I formed Flanders Fields earlier this year with a mission to help homeless and addicted veterans.
Yep, my name's Tyler Ledford. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, the CFO and director of U.S. Veterans Affairs, meaning for Flanders Fields, I'm our go-to person for any U.S. military veterans that reach out to us, and we help them in a number of ways, including, addiction struggles, homelessness, job search, and a number of other things. Really, we're just here to help them through any type of adjustments, things that they need post-military life.
So let's just talk about that, because a lot of folks might not understand the different trials that these veterans have to overcome once they return back home. Maybe this is after their service is complete. To talk about some of the ways that you guys are lending a hand. What are some of those needs that you're seeing them ask for help with?
Of course. So myself, I served in Afghanistan in 2010. Combat veteran, Purple Heart recipient as well. And I know when I came back, I was quite lost. And, I see that through prior to forming Flanders Fields with Ben, a lot of my fellow Marine veterans and other veterans that I've come in contact with, a lot of us kind of felt a little bit lost finding our place back in society. For me, I went back to school, but for many, finding that job and finding a purpose here post active duty and particularly post deployment life is kind of difficult at such a young age. So a lot of ways that we're helping out. We've helped veterans get enrolled in school with signing up for classes, whether it be transcript requests from high school, GED, military education. We help with VA benefits, getting set up with VA benefits. We help with housing. We've helped with, getting in touch with other types of services that are out there, whether they be, organizations that help with addiction treatment. And then also another thing that we've been big on helping others with is job search, and really helping veterans understand how their military experience translates and can help them be very beneficial in the civilian sector.
And for you, Ben, what really is one of the biggest things that you guys have been dealing with that you really say, this is one of the greatest needs out there, of just some of those that Tyler was talking about?
Sure, absolutely. So myself, I'm pretty much full-time on the Afghanistan evacuation. So that's pretty much where my focus has been since August 15th. But within the context of the U.S. side of veterans, I spent a lot of my time helping veterans navigate the drug court programs in the United States. We're partnering with a number of them around the country. A lot of veterans that do struggle with alcoholism and addiction, which unfortunately is a lot more common than it should be. invariably find themselves on the wrong end of the law. So the halfway house programs and getting them into recovery is kind of where I focus on the U.S. side.
So for you guys, when we speak about Veterans Day, a lot of people kind of go back to just, honoring, they pay tributes by, maybe taking part in some of those special events for the day. But what does it really mean for you guys to have a special day dedicated to veterans, even though I know you work with them 365 days a year?
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's special. It's really just a time that, I can sit back and be appreciative that, we live in the country that we do, and we have the support that we do from our society. And, particularly I like, with my family, my wife, my daughter, my parents, and I have a lot of family that has served in the military as well. And it's just a day that we can sit back and be grateful for the opportunities that we have in this country. And not only for myself and my fellow veterans, but also, we can look around and just be grateful for what we have. And it's an opportunity, for me to reflect and think about ways that I can continue to give back, to a country and to other veterans that have given me the great opportunities that I have.
Very well said.
Yeah, I was
It is
going to
difficult to add much of anything to what Tyler says. I think we need to change his title to Public Affairs Officer. But he hit the nail on the head there. Veterans Day is a great opportunity for all of us to go out and do something good for somebody. And it's that one day of the year that we can make that somebody be a veteran. We're not hard to find. I mean, you can find a veteran in need literally anywhere and pick Veterans Day to do something for them.
Well, and so with that point there, obviously we just, have heard how many different challenges that you guys really do try to help these veterans through. So as we do look past just Veterans Day, what can people do at home watching to really help you guys with your mission? Because I know sometimes, some people want to get really hands involved and others say, that's not for me.
That's a great question. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our website, which is flandersfields.org. Fundraising is something we always need help with, raising awareness, housing people, whether it's stateside or helping out with people who serve with our forces in Afghanistan, are not cheap endeavors. Helping veterans navigate the process of getting clean and back to work it's expensive. So one way you can definitely help, if you're not interested in getting hands-on, go to flandersfields.org and donate today. We're also actively recruiting volunteers, both for our job network, buddy checks, just, support systems. There's any number of ways people can get involved, and you can find all of that on our website.
Of course, yeah, and I'll add to that as well. One of the big reasons that Ben and I got involved in this and got Flanders Fields going is we saw that there's a disconnect between the veterans that want and need help, and then the number of organizations that want to provide that help. So one of our big goals is to connect A to B there, help connect those dots, connect the people that want to help to those in need of help. So in one way for anybody out there watching, certainly do follow Ben's advice and go to our website, and more information there. You can donate on there, and then also we're in the process of kind of building out a program that we've just come up with, and it's going to be, we're calling it Veterans Advocates. And, a lot of people, that's what Ben mentioned, our buddy checks. We're going to call those people veteran advocates, where they're kind of our front line, go to talk to our veterans. And those are the ones that are going to help us connect A to B, help us bridge that gap from those in need and those that want to help.
I was going to ask, are you finding that it's sometimes veterans who will reach out to you for assistance, or I know sometimes there's a lot of pride, or maybe they haven't even recognized some of the issues that they are dealing with. So how can people best get them in touch with you guys to really help them on all these different issues you try to connect them with?
So a lot of times go ahead, Tyler.
I was just going to say, yeah, and Ben and I were talking about this earlier today, actually, and I was there, and particularly for a lot of veterans, a lot of times we don't realize we're kind of hesitant to reach out for help, or we don't know the type of help to ask for. So kind of with that, a lot of times we'll have people reach out, whether it be family members or other friends. And really, that first point of contact, what I like to do, I really just want to be an ear to listen. I can be an ear for somebody to talk to. And that's really how we get started. And, anybody that has a veteran friend or family member that may be in need, just be that ear to listen to, and then, reach out to us, contact us through our website, And, then we can help everybody connect the dots. And I'm sure you have more to add there.
Nope. Yet again, you pretty much covered it, man. But Tyler's absolutely right. There's a mix of veterans that reach out who need help, and then family members or even neighbors that, hey, this guy served, he's got some issues going on, I think he needs some help. There's a stigma, not just with veterans, but with addiction and alcoholism in general, where, people don't want to reach out for help. They don't want to admit they've got something going on. And in particular in our society for men, it's not an easy thing to do to reach out for help. So one of the big things, support groups and family members of veterans in need can do is just normalize that process and make it, like it's okay to reach out for help. We do get contacted by spouses, neighbors, brothers, moms, a lot of moms that reach out that have a child who is a veteran that's struggling, or an adult child, but you know what I'm saying. So there's a wide variety of people reaching out to us, but I think the biggest thing is just raising the awareness that groups like ours exist. We're far from the only one. And you can't help somebody that's not trying to get help. Closed mouth doesn't get fed, as they say. So somebody's got to speak up on their behalf, or they've got to reach a point where they're at a point where they do want themselves.
Well, and just hearing some of the different ways that you guys have been assisting not only veterans, but also you had touched a little bit on, even Afghan families who had helped our fellow men and women who were serving in Afghanistan. Speak a little bit about that, since that's still so fresh in everyone's minds, that we just had that exit strategy that didn't go quite how we wanted it to. We lost a lot of service members during that war, and now here we are still trying to lend a hand, helping people get out of that country.
Yes, and we could literally talk about this for hours, and just, I'm sure you're well aware, I don't know that I would call the exit strategy a strategy. I know that's the narrative we're going with, but I mean, it was a disaster, an unmitigated disaster. Flanders never intended to be involved in that. We got pulled into it. The IRS approved our 501, no joke, the day Kabul fell. So we went from having a mission of helping homeless and struggling veterans in the United States to now we have quite literally countryless veterans on the other side of the world. We've been contacted from active duty, people who have still have family over there. We've been contacted by, thousands upon thousands of Afghans who serve with our forces. We've got, ANA generals, governors, the Afghan Uniformed Police, women. It's absurd, the number of people that did get left behind, and something that's personally extremely frustrating to myself and everybody in Afghanistan and everybody involved in evacuation is we keep seeing these news reports about the unvetted and potential terrorists getting released from camps in the United States, and it's given a black eye to the evac effort, but it's not accurate. It's not fair at all, because all of those unvetted people came from the first flights that we all saw leaving HKIA Airport in Kabul. There was no vetting. There was no volunteer effort at that point in time. Everybody that we're trying to get out is, extraordinarily vetted. I've got letters from, major generals recommending these people, and we still can't get them out. They're stuck. And all the groups are running out of funding. It's winter in Mazar and Kabul. It's cold. And we're about to have a whole lot of homeless Afghans who've already been displaced. They're having babies in our safe houses. It's ridiculous. And in my mind, Tyler's an Afghan veteran. They'll tell you, the Turks, they bled with us. They fought with us. A lot of them died with us, and we looked them in the eye and made them a promise. If you serve with us, we're going to get you a path to America. And here we are now.
And I'm sure that's, as you mentioned, too, it's frustrating not only for those who did serve in Afghanistan, but this can bring up a lot of different emotions for these veterans, even if they've been, out of service for many years. So emotionally, how have you guys tried to help with these veterans when you do have situations like this Afghan exit that went terribly wrong? How have you been helping them through some of these situations?
So, the volunteers working on the evacuation are largely veteran, or at least were to begin with. And the volume of veterans who served in Afghanistan, which I did not, I want to make that clear, but the volume of veterans who did serve in Afghanistan that had to drop out of this effort early on was staggering. It was very, very triggering for these guys. It was not a pleasant thing to see. Tyler can probably speak to the emotional turmoil of seeing this withdrawal and what's been left behind. It's not a pleasant scenario for anybody that served over there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Ben. It was difficult to watch. And just like you mentioned, a lot of, of our American allies, and that's really what we want to call them. They were our allies. I served side by side with, the Afghan National Army, Afghan National Police, interpreters, and their families. And, these people that, had the same goal and the same mission as all of our U.S. men and servicemen and women. And, watching the withdrawal and the way things kind of went down, it was tough to watch. I had to turn my head a few times. And, we feel like, as an organization, we can just do our part, and our part, largely relies on the support that we can get as an organization, and then we pass that along and do what we can to help provide safety to those in any way that we can. Ben can speak a lot more to that in terms of, getting those allies to safety out of Afghanistan, and then also, just being for American men and women, and also those that have gotten to safety, just continuing to be that organization. They can reach out to us, send us an email, and just sometimes more than anything, just be that steady hand that they can lean on, or that ear to talk to. We can always be that.
Well, and as you said, you're trying to help people in so many different ways possible, including those who are still overseas, all the way to those who are facing some issues here at home. And let's just again kind of tell people how they can reach out and help Flanders Fields with the mission you have of helping and protecting these veterans who do see so many challenges right here at home.
Sure, yeah. And Ben mentioned, go to flandersfields.org. That's our website. We have a large LinkedIn presence, as well as we're on Facebook. LinkedIn is probably our primary social media source at this point. That we've a lot of family members, as well as Afghan nationals, veterans, can reach out to us through. They can donate. They can send us emails. There's different ways that they can get in touch with us on there. If you can't donate money, send us an email. Like we said, we're building out a team of veteran advocates here stateside that, maybe you could just donate time and answer a phone call or exchange emails or text messages with a veteran that just looking for somebody to talk to. There's so many ways to give back that, outside of just opening up your wallet, being an ear, being just a steady voice to talk to. That goes a long way, not only for veterans, but really just people in general.
Our mission is to bring hope, whether it's to U.S. veterans or in Afghanistan. The mission is very much the same. And hope isn't always brought with money. It can be presence in many cases. It can be that voice that Tyler mentioned. Just somebody being there to listen to them, to walk them through the struggles and tell them, hey, it's going to be okay. I don't know when or how, but it will be okay. You've got people here that care about you, and we're not going to forget you. And nobody's getting left behind. Not in America, not in Afghanistan.
I think that's a good point. Sometimes even just being a close ear to hear exactly what those needs are of each of these individuals, because it does really range depending on each person's own personal case. So we do appreciate you guys joining us right here and helping share more on your mission. And don't forget, if you want to lend a hand in any way, as you mentioned, whether it is being a person who maybe steps out and helps in person, or maybe even just donating online, Flanders Field is definitely a location you can go and visit. Thank you guys for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christy.
A really fantastic conversation right there. And also, in addition to that, Flanders Fields and Task Force Argo are raising awareness and donations with the Feet or Receipt Challenge. Two sisters who worked alongside U.S. forces on female engagement teams fled Afghanistan with a single pair of shoes, which they took turns wearing on their way out of the country. So you can help Afghanistan refugees by posting your feet with hashtag Show Me Your Feet, or post a receipt of your donation. Learn more on flandersfields.org and click on the donation button. Really great conversation there with those two veterans. Again, we just support all of our veterans, honor all of you right now, not only today on Veterans Day, but also every single day. Thank you for fighting for our freedom here in the United States. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more segments on Veterans Day. We'll see you then. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is just about 9:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, as we've been taking you through some of these Veterans Day stories that we have. And we have several more segments to be showing you, but we do want to cut in with a bit of breaking news, which we are just getting into the newsroom. Winter, the dolphin, has officially passed away. Fox 13 in Tampa tweeting out saying, "Rest in peace, Winter." The Clearwater Marine Aquarium says its beloved Winter the dolphin died shortly before 8 p.m. After 16 years, she leaves a legacy of perseverance and inspiration for people around the world. Winter unfortunately passed away with a gastrointestinal infection. She was alive from 2005 to today. So we will definitely be missing Winter, and the whole Twitter sphere right now is trending with pictures and remarks about Winter and what she meant to the entire dolphin world and everyone who had the opportunity to go and see her. So we will be following this story alongside Fox 13 in Tampa, as I'm sure they will be doing more follow-up stories on her. Well, staying with some of these other stories for Veterans Day, we actually spoke with the Reagan Legacy Foundation. Andrew Kraft spoke with the son of Ronald Reagan, and so we want to play out that conversation for you as they talked about freedom as a whole on this Veterans Day.
And during Veterans Day today, we'll be interviewing and telling countless stories of veterans and veterans organizations, one of which is the Reagan Legacy Foundation, helmed by Michael Reagan, the son of the late former President Ronald Reagan, joining me right now. Good to see you, Mr. Reagan. Tell us, what is your organization doing today specifically to honor veterans around America?
Well, it's something we really do each and every day and have been doing it for quite a few years. What we have is a brick project where people can go online to walkwaytovictory.com. And they can order a brick. It's $250 to put the name of a loved one who served in the Second World War in the European theater on it, with the unit he served in, and also how long they served, what the years were. And then we put it in the ground at St. Mary Église, Normandy, France, which is the first town freed by America on D-Day, 4 a.m. in the morning, if you will. In fact, that's where all the paratroopers are going. You saw Saving Private Ryan. That's where they're going. We saw the longest day. Red buttons is hanging from the church steeple at St. Mary Église, Normandy, France. And I was asked to raise the American flag a few years ago at the American Cemetery, and of course, did it. And when I was there, I visited St. Mary Église and really became friends with the D-Day children, if you will, the D-Day mayor of St. Mary. And that's when we just came up with this idea: how in the world can we keep honoring these warriors who saved the world, back in the 1940s? And the brick project is exactly what we came up with, and have been doing it now for about 4 years. We have about 1,200 bricks in the ground. And what's great about it is that we pay it forward, because the brick's $250, but any proceeds left over from the cost of the brick and installing the brick goes to a scholarship program that we have and have had since the early 2000s for the men and women and their families who serve aboard the USS Ronald Reagan. We give scholarships to.
And I had the pleasure and honor for the first time to visit the American Cemetery at Normandy just last month, seeing some of these bricks there at the memorial. It's such a moving sight. And I kind of wanted to get your take on a quote that is often mentioned on Veterans Day. That, of course, is from former General Eisenhower, talking about, the only thing that Americans have requested of, foreign lands where Americans have fought is to bury their dead there. Just, it's quintessentially an American statement. Just wanted your thoughts on that on today.
Well, Colin Powell said the same thing years later. And Eisenhower is absolutely right. That's the only land we've ever requested. And it's interesting. There used to be 15,000 grave sites, and they were all up by St. Mary Église. And the wife of the D-Day mayor of St. Mary, for years, personally took care of every one of those grave sites, stayed in contact with the loved ones back home on birthdays, holidays, and what have you. And when the Americans made the agreement with the French for that piece of land to bury our dead, they also gave the availability to the loved ones back home to have their loved ones sent back home be interred back home or sent to the American cemetery. And that's why when you were there, you saw 9,600 grave sites instead of the original 15,000 that were up by St. Mary Gleaves. It is really something to really walk through and understand and what have you. And I'm so glad I went there. My kids have been there. In fact, my son Cameron, is going today to a cemetery here in Los Angeles, a veteran cemetery, so he can take his 3-year-old and 5-year-old daughters, our granddaughters, to a cemetery to understand. They're going to lay flowers on one of the graves. What a great time to learn. That's when I learned about America with my dad when I was a young kid, hearing about America. My dad singing the songs to me, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, you name it, the Coast Guard. And now my son is doing the same with his 3-year-old and 5-year-old. And then they'll head up to my dad's library later on in the morning for all the festivities going on at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
That's so great. I wanted to get your point of view on, veterans and members of the armed services. They account for just a very small fraction of the American population. I believe it's about 1%. And we see the grim statistics of the average daily suicide rate of veterans. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan winding down now, the wars on terror largely over. What is your view? Do you think especially the VA is doing enough? Are we doing enough rather than just one day out of the year to make sure we honor and support veterans?
No, we don't. Absolutely. You take this situation, actually 3 days a year, Memorial Day, D-Day and Veterans Day. You need to do this every day. When you have a 46% rise in suicides in those who have served, there is something terribly wrong. And so people need to do something every day. And what I found, when you go to dinner, you go to lunch, you go to breakfast, and you walk in, you see a member of the military there, buy the lunch. Buy the lunch. Or if you're flying first class or business on a plane, and you're sitting there and a member of the military gets on the plane, stand up, give that person your seat and take their ticket and go back to coach where they would be sitting. We need to do things each and every day. The VA needs to do more. We all, in fact, need to do more. To have a war that lasts 20 years and walk away, the way we did, and have the suicide rate at the rate that it is, we need to change what we're doing and do it quickly.
And can you kind of just offer more insight into the foundation itself, especially how it not only, advances the cause of veterans, but advances the cause of your father as well? What are some more, activities and programs, not only on Veterans Day, but throughout the year that you partake in?
Well, I do a lot of things, like with my father's library or the ranch. Young Americans Foundation have the ranch. I talk to young children. Just this afternoon, I'll be talking to 230 college students. And I talk to them about freedom. And what a lot of kids don't know, and a lot of people don't know, is they don't know the history of our country. And you know what I tell them? I said, let me take you back to August 12th, 1961. You're coming home from school. You go to your mom, you say, Mom, your sister, my aunt's asked me to come to dinner and go to a movie with her tonight. And your mother says, oh, that's great. Give my love to my sister. Go to the movie, have dinner. If it gets to be late, honey, spend the night. It's August 12th, 1961. You do that, it gets to be late. And so you spend the night with your aunt. You come home November 9th, 1989. That's when you come home, unless you found a way to break free. And a lot of kids a lot of people don't even know that. The fact that just a few days ago, we celebrated the 32nd anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And there was not a word of it in the news, not a word. We set a whole continent free. America did. And we need to be telling these stories. We always sit there and say, well, the schools aren't doing their job. And I agree, the schools aren't doing their job. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our job. And we need to do a better job ourselves of teaching our children the true history of America, true history of the true heroes.
And so there you have it right there. A pretty great interview with Michael Reagan, the son of Ronald Reagan. We're going to take another 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have been taking you to all of these different segments and interviews on this Veterans Day, and we actually spoke with the founder of Veterans Outreach, who is a major organization that helps veterans nationwide. Here's Christy Larson's conversation with the founder.
For more than 27 years, one program has been helping with veterans' employment, clothing and food, and even direct aid. And we do want to continue to say thank you to all those who have served with us, and even those who continue to help those who have served before. Bringing in here on Live Now from Fox, the founder and president of Veterans Outreach, John Eli. And John, let's just go ahead and first just tell people about Veterans Outreach, something you started 27 years ago. That's a very long time to run this program.
Well, I mean, I founded it back when, right after I got back from San Francisco. And I don't know if you read the story or not, but when I was there, I couldn't believe the amazing amount of homelessness that was right before me. I'm talking seeing thousands of folks out there, right along the famed trolley tracks. And, you know, and I just was in disbelief. Matter of fact, I got a hypodermic needle stuck in my shoe walking down the street. And that was back in '93. And so I was there for 3 days, and that's all it took for me to get really sick and tired of looking at this humanity in disarray. And so I went ahead and started talking to some of them. A good bit of them that I was talking to were veterans. And my dad being the founder of the Pro Survivors Association, brother being Vietnam and Korea, you know, I couldn't understand why the government would allow something like this to transpire and hurt these veterans. And there had to be some way to figure it out. So I actually even called the mayor of San Francisco, and I wanted to find out why there are so many veterans, especially that's in this condition. And I said, what are you doing for them? So, well, they just don't have the funding to take care of this problem or situation. Well, what do you do with them? They said, well, we just keep track of how we find them passed on. And that was the answer I got. So when I got back, it just bothered me like crazy. And I was talking to my father about it. And he said, well, do something about it, son. So I did. And all I needed is a nice little word and finger. And that's how I started.
So
and
talk about some of the ways.
Of course, I really know what I did. I've never had a nonprofit experience, you know. So, but it turned out like I was taking the rest of my life to do this. So, anyways, I'm glad I'm doing it. It's a feel-good feeling. I mean, when you go to my offices and see people standing outside waiting for help to get the food, the clothing, the help with their rent, utilities, and that's our national headquarters right there. And we're observing the pandemic protocol, very only allowing a few people in at a time. But it really basically almost shut us down, our funding, everything. We had to close down 38 events that year. So talking about, you know, taking better than half of our funding out of the picture, we had to provide resilience and keep our other offices in the South, like Florida and Alabama and Kentucky, all, you know, surviving. And it was just, we had 140 employees, and we got down to 40 employees, and just nobody wanted to work, wanted to be out there. So it has been really tough crawling back, and we've had a lot of great support from you know, just other businesses and some foundations that got us back to where we need to be. We're still way under our employee needs. So anybody out there that is interested in helping out with Veterans Outreach, whether it be donations or employment opportunities, helping me develop another office. My goal is to put an office in every state. And I'd like to do that while I'm still breathing. So, but we need a lot of help to try to get these veterans integrated into getting their life back. And that's why back 3 years ago, one of my volunteers in Kentucky, Grayson, Kentucky, offered to donate some property to us. And he called me up and told me about it. And he says, well, my kids, they don't want to, you know, be involved with the property. And it's been in the family since 1920. And I said, well, how many acres is it? And he said, 110 plus acres. And where's it at? Appalachia. So I said, okay, we'll figure something out. And so I did. And for the last 3 years, and then of course the pandemic got thrown in. That's why we're not really groundbreaking pretty much yet. But just trying to get back on track to do something of this monolithic value. I mean, the infrastructure, everything has to be done. And I'm looking at a $50 million project with 80 buildings plus being built there, a lake, and all these other programs that you can all see through veteransoutreach.org or our website. And it takes up a lot of my time. We've built up a real nice advisory committee. I met with the commissioners at the Kentucky Veterans Affairs Department. They're very, very excited about the program. So I'm just climbing up the ladder and trying to get to the promotion of getting everybody involved with this some way, somehow. I think everybody should be involved with this project because the main theme is to help our war-impacted veterans get their lives back by teaching them an agricultural trade, whether it be aquaculture or agriculture or any kind of culture, just so we can get them ready to get involved with that kind of industry. And the largest greenhouse in the world happened to just develop 20 minutes away from our property, which is App Harvest. And they're planning on 20 plus greenhouses, massive greenhouses, 90% efficient, by 2025, hiring 3,000 people. And I'm hoping we can grab 10% of those employee needs just with that organization. And we're talking, you know, the first greenhouse is 60 acres under roof. And they already have 2 other ones under construction. They're 40 acres each. And I'm just looking for a 5-acre incubator for that industry and to get up to speed with the food production that this world definitely needs. So, but I mean, and for these vets to come in and go through our PTSD programs, some other packages that we have developed, it's very, very elaborate of what we're planning on doing there. It'll be like a 6-month stay to get their PTSD and their other war-impacted anomalies taken care of. And naturally, they'll be selected by the Veterans Affairs Office throughout the United States for our best candidates.
That's going to be a major project. I know you've been working on that for quite some time, but that's going to be some great items. I want to stay in touch with you on the future, but I want to talk also about what you guys do right now, because we've seen just some of those different veterans. You said not only have you helped reach out to them, but sometimes they come to you in different situations to help lend a hand with your organization as well.
Oh, absolutely. Matter of fact, the funds that are raised basically through our outreach program. And at one time that was built up to about 90 folks. And I would say 90% of those guys and gals are veterans. So yeah, vets helping vets is a big slogan in our organization, but that's just the way it happens. We don't have any kind of things that we go out and we'll hire, of course, veterans first off, of course, and then we also find them jobs and we get lots and lots of clothing in, so they have work clothes. We help them with vehicles, car repairs, housing, but everybody gets what they can through a personal interview. Heck, we've even put kitchens and bathrooms in with the help of Home Depot. They gave us a large donation of cabinets and flooring and sinks and all that. So we just turn it right over without any cost to these guys and gals. Say, well, I need this done and need that done. Oh, funny you'd say that, you know, and then we help them out. And of course, roofing and ramps, wheelchairs. A lot of people say, well, what do you do for veterans? My answer back is, well, what don't we do for them? You know, we'll do everything and anything we can, just like what you're showing right now is from a stand down. We do, and there's me sitting in the back visiting veterans. And this one time, this last time I was out at that table, matter of fact, this one guy comes up and says hi to my wife, and she works at the office. And so he says, oh, I just really want to tell you guys, thank you so much for helping us out. And he says, and myself particularly, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you guys. And she says, well, let me introduce you to the president of the organization. And I know him from Adam. And he started shaking my hand. I stood up, and all of a sudden he started crying. I said, wow. And he said, yeah, you guys saved my life. is that I come in there all the time for help, and you're always there, and you always treat me with respect. When I leave there after getting what I needed, I always leave with my head held high. I don't feel embarrassed or chagrined about asking for that hand up when I need it most, and we were always there for them. So that's the kind of opportunity we have that we can provide nationwide as we get more people that's involved with possibly becoming a regional manager or a state manager for that matter. But we're going to do it very aggressively because time is of the essence with a lot of these folks, like that gentleman that I met with, that, you know, wants to end it all because they don't have a way out. They're in that dark room with no doors. And we want to get them out of those dark rooms. My brother and dad both had severe PTSD, so I saw it firsthand. And you know, I was involved with it, and it just tore me apart. And then I saw it in spades in San Francisco, and I said, "Oh, that's it. I got to do something." And I've always wanted to be an entertainer, be a movie star someday. But you know, God has different ideas for you. But I'm glad I'm doing this. This is something that I believe will last for the next 100 years, this organization.
Right.
Because there's always going to be war, and we always got to be at the ready. And the veterans are the best people. American veterans are the best people on the planet.
And we obviously are not only lending a hand to them and, you know, remembering them on days like today, but also on, you know, more days to come. You've been doing this for 27 years. So I just want to ask finally, John, what keeps you going? I mean, you've talked with so many of these veterans. You just shared that story that, you know, some of them even say that veterans outreach is what has kept them here and kept them going. Is that those words of kindness shared back to you what keeps you continuing to do this day in and day out?
That's my father. That's William Gordon Eli, World War II veteran. He almost was killed at Pearl Harbor, and I see that every day. I say hi to him. I love you, Dad. I'm doing my best I can. Every time that I sit down on this computer or I get in front of a meeting talking about veterans outreach and our mission, and the mission just kind of exploded, especially 3 years ago when we finally, as I said, the good Lord dropped 110 acres of Appalachian in my lap. Now what are you going to do, son? Those first words that turned my life around and directed me was through my father. And every time I have a question, I always go back to him, and I hear the same words echoing. So, but yeah, we have a lot going on. But we need a lot of help, a lot of people out there. If you want to just donate and become a sponsor once a month, go to our website, veteransoutreach.org, make a pledge, even a one-time donation. That will help a lot. If you're interested in volunteering or getting a job and maybe developing an office for us, just anything like that is going to help, and we very much appreciate it. And our phone number is 888-2VET-NET, 283-8638. And I'll even give you my email, J-Eli, J-E-L-Y, at veteransoutreach.org.
So many ways that people can help, and I'm glad that we do have you on here today to help just kind of share a little bit on your mission and what you guys have already been doing here in these last 27 years, and excited to see those projects, especially Heroes Passage, continue to move forward. Hopefully we'll get some more good news and updates from you on progress being made with that coming up soon.
Thank you very much for your interest too, Christy. I just love talking about this program and project, especially other people that get interested in doing the mission with us. And I always avail my time. Just any time that they want to talk to me, I'm available. And hopefully that they get kickstart some action on their behalf as well.
Right.
But hey, I'm here. I'm looking for some help, and I want to say thank you, veterans, from the bottom of my heart and my soul, for your services. And we couldn't have done it without you, and we'll always be here for you, and that's a promise.
Well, thank you,
Happy
John.
Veterans Day.
Yeah, happy Veterans Day to you too again. Thank you for all that you do as the founder and president of Veterans Outreach, and just the person you continue to be. So thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Good stuff right there. Great to see all of these organizations, as he said, vets helping vets, and that seems to be the case for several of these outreach programs that it just was on these veterans' hearts to go out and serve others as well who are struggling. So we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We're going to stay on some of these Veterans Day stories because we have so many of them for you. We took many of those events live for you this morning, but you'll be seeing them into the rest of the evening as well. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, 9:45 here in Phoenix, Arizona. As we continue on all of our Veterans Day stories here, let's go out to Fox 6 in Milwaukee as they were honoring some of the World War II vets out there. Take a listen.
Remembering the men and women from the greatest generation, the number of World War II veterans dwindling every day.
Fox 6's Carl Deffenbaugh sits down with some of these veterans and finds out how those days of service still have an effect on their everyday lives.
On a calm November day in Wauwatosa, Floyd Sorensen's thoughts are a world away.
What did I see on the beach? I don't even want to try to tell you.
Even at 96 years old, the events of June 6, 1944 are still seared in his mind.
The noise was terrific. Airplanes overhead, battleships shooting the 16-inch guns.
Not as grainy images from a video reel, but as first-hand memories of a day that changed the course of history.
Those of us down the beach with a rifle in our hand, what's that going to do against somebody up there behind 3 foot of brick?
The Navy medic from Oconomowoc wasn't part of the brutal first wave that landed on Omaha Beach on D-Day, but he wasn't far behind. His job was to carry as many of the wounded as possible back to his landing ship, back to the doctors desperately trying to save their lives.
Some of them we had to get a shot of morphine for pain, but I think there was probably 4 or 5 amputations. It was that bad.
More than 4,000 Allied troops died during the invasion. Almost 80 years later, millions more have fallen to Father Time. In fact, of the more than 16 million Americans who served in World War II, less than 2% are alive today.
You and I were in that little parade together.
Bill Jepson and Ed Bailing never saw combat like Floyd, but answered their country's call the very same.
I'm always proud of that. Always, always.
I felt like I was doing some good for the country.
Bill, from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, spent his last 6 months in the Army as a mail clerk in Japan. and watched two sons, two Marines, follow him into service.
It's something about the uniform that made me proud of him.
Oh, my Lord.
Mr. Ed, as he's known around these halls, never left the States. The war ended before the Pewaukee native finished his training.
Everybody was just so very, very happy it was over. But everybody had this feeling that it's not really totally over, finished, complete.
And perhaps that is what's lost with the greatest generation in their autumn years, that perspective and concern for a wider world.
People's got to pay more attention to what is going on around them, because like right now you got all these problems politically. Our government, you know, how long will it last? Will it last as it is? If you're not concerned about that, you're crazy. You've got to be involved in it one way or another.
The service never stops.
The last few years I just hope I can enjoy, and I hope I can do stuff for the honor flight or for anybody that needs help. And I've talked too long. We went on the LST.
As long as men like Floyd Sorensen,
235,
or Bill Jepson,
maybe 5-10 miles,
or Ed Bailing want to talk, we'll listen. With Chief Photojournalist Andy Conkle, Carl Deffenbaugh, Fox 6 News.
And staying with Fox 6 News, they talked about the honor flight that was going to be taking place out there as well. Take a listen to this.
And Carl, like so many things during the pandemic, the honor flights, the chance for veterans to tour their memorials in D.C. were grounded. The world in another kind of war, and those vets in the most vulnerable population.
But starting in August, after 21 long months, the flights did resume and the missions were renewed. And actually, just last weekend, I had the honor to be one of the guests along for the ride. We visited Arlington, and we visited so much else over the course of a long day.
Welcome home, Marine!
To serve is to sacrifice. To honor is to acknowledge. And to fully appreciate a moment like this, homecoming for the Stars and Stripes honor flight, you need to hear the stories, see the pain, recognize the cost.
Every person takes a little bit out. You can only pretend it doesn't exist for so long.
On a picture-perfect November day, 104 veterans and their guardians board two chartered flights out of MKE. After the short trip to Baltimore,
God bless our veterans!
they ring in the day.
And then a hello.
A photo op at the Marine Corps Memorial, another picture or two at the sweeping Air Force Memorial. But it's as they enter the hallowed ground of Arlington Cemetery that the tone begins to shift.
Don't cry for love.
With a song.
We made it to Arlington.
Followed by silence. At the tomb of the unknown soldier, the strict routine of the sentinels is only broken by a subtle scrape. Their way of saluting veterans in attendance. From Arlington, it's on to the most recognizable stops, sightseeing for so many tourists, somber reflection for the honor flight.
The first stop on the National Mall, the World War II Memorial, is a poignant one for the Stars and Stripes honor flight. Since forming in 2008, this, their 60th mission, is also their first without a single World War II veteran.
We're sad that we don't have many World War II vets anymore, but the stories of the Korean vets and the Vietnam vets are equally important, and it's important for us to guard their legacies as well.
Further down the mall, the cold black granite of the Vietnam Memorial rises from the ground, a picture for the wall, another for a widow.
Show respect to what he had done for our country, and she'll appreciate the fact that I brought him here.
The thousands of names etched in stone.
Ron Sandel, Thorpe, Wisconsin.
Hit differently when you called that person a brother or friend.
He was in Vietnam about 30 days, and he was
shot in an main artery and bled to death.
Russ Boy went through grade school, high school, college, and the draft with his buddy Ron. He's gone far longer now without him.
We know he's not here, but just seeing his name permanently imprinted here on the wall, it just means something emotionally.
Rich Breest and his daughter Jen are hard to miss. His colorful lei and the cut of her uniform, signs of how far she came from Pearl Harbor to get here.
There's nowhere else I could be than here with my dad.
Rich's journey, though, was even harder.
It's to say, I'm sorry I wasn't there for him. And I held that guilt for a long time.
The Army medic and his friend Bob survived countless helicopter missions together.
I was doing pretty good today, and then got to the wall.
Until the time Rich went on leave, and Bob wasn't there when he got back.
And that's when I realized the cost of war is 36 live people and a C-130 with 140 some aluminum boxes with flags on them. That's the cost of war. It's not the money. It's the friendships that can't be there anymore.
For so many of the veterans, the wounds of the war never healed.
Our Vietnam vets in particular really not only didn't receive a welcome home, but often were really scorned or ostracized even by their own families sometimes.
When I returned home from my first deployment, my dad asked me if people had come to see me home. And I said, yeah, there was so many people on the pier welcoming me home. And he started crying and he said, I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful that your experience was different than mine. And so I'm so thankful that I can be here to change that storyline for him.
I have forgiven the country for how they treated us at that time, because I have had nothing but total compassion and appreciation for my service from people here.
Kozlowski.
On the flight back, the organizers have one last surprise.
John Allen, you've got mail.
Mail call, a pile of cards and letters of appreciation for each vet, from complete strangers and their closest family.
Hi, Grandma. I love you. Have a wonderful time. Thank you for serving the entire country. I love you, Grandma, from Jordy.
I didn't expect all these cards and letters to come, you know. And it kind of hits home. It's everybody I love that supports me, and they show their appreciation. It's just overwhelming.
Back in Milwaukee, at the end of a 16-hour, emotionally exhausting day, they're home. This time to a hero's welcome. As members of the Honor Flight know, every day is a bonus. And that was with Fox 6 photojournalist Eric Litzheim with me for the entire day and doing a beautiful job editing that piece. On that same trip over the weekend, Stars and Stripes Honor Flight recognized the 8,000th veteran they've flown since 2008. And all that is as an entirely volunteer-run organization. If you would like to support their efforts, either financially or as a volunteer or even as a guardian on one of those flights, you can find more information on fox6now.com.
So again, that was Fox 6 in Milwaukee with that really, really great story, sharing so many of those veteran stories who went over on that honor flight to Arlington National Cemetery. And these are some of the events, the marches that took place earlier this morning for Veterans Day 2021. Pretty amazing moments right here. We're just going to listen in to what we missed earlier and took live for you this morning on Live Now from Fox.
Stands at the heart of Arlington National Cemetery. as an eternal monument to the sacrifices of all members of the military and their families throughout the nation's history. 100 years later, our nation has, since its creation a century ago today, although it began as the grave of one unidentified service member from World War II, it has become a multi-generational shrine. It now represents all American unknowns, no matter where they are buried or when they died. It stands at the heart of Arlington National Cemetery as an eternal monument to the sacrifices of all members of the military and their families throughout the nation's history. 100 years later, our nation has come together again to commemorate this anniversary and rededicate our commitment to memorializing our war dead. As you witness these events, we encourage you to reflect on the tomb's significance and what it means to you. Think about the 3 unidentified Americans buried there and the families they left behind. Look beyond the grand marble monument that dominates this hillside shrine and remember the personal sacrifices it represents. You are ensuring that their legacy lives on and that the stories of their service will be told, generation after generation, century after century. You are writing the next chapter of the tomb's history, a chapter that begins today. This chapter now takes center stage with our current procession, narrated by Specialist Browning of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
So pretty amazing to see these visuals from earlier today, and they were talking about the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Fox 5 in D.C. brings us a story on that.
It's a must-see if you're visiting D.C. The changing of the guards at the Tomb of the Unknowns at Arlington National Cemetery.
I'm a military veteran, so it's something I've always wanted to see. I have family buried here. It's just moving, touching.
This hourly ceremony every half hour during the summer months is a way to protect the tombs and honor the unknowns.
They're incredibly important to us. We want to continue to honor them, honor their service and their sacrifice, not just of them, but all service members who have served. And it's the Sentinels being here and the changing of the guard is a part of that honoring that we as a nation continue day after day in perpetuity.
To mark the 100th anniversary of the funeral for the first unknown, an unidentified soldier from World War I, selected in France, the remains shipped to the United States and laid to rest here, Arlington National Cemetery's Dr. Gerald Lowe says they'll be having a first-of-its-kind public flower ceremony this week.
From 9 until 4 each day, the public will have an opportunity, just as the Sentinels do now, to walk across the plaza and place a flower at the tomb.
The first to do that today, members of the Crow tribe from Montana. Their chief, Plenty Coops, was here at the dedication ceremony a century ago.
And it was very emotional for us, and it was quite an honor for us to come in and honor our chief that was here 100 years ago. And we're still here.
It was a very emotional experience knowing that we were helping to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
And on Thursday, Veterans Day, another special ceremony.
The same procession that occurred in 1921, bringing the remains from the Capitol here to Arlington. And it'll be a joint services procession, so all services will be represented, as well as a joint flyover will be taking place concurrently with the procession and be flying over Arlington National Cemetery.
At Arlington National Cemetery, Bob Barnard, Fox 5 Local News.
And here on Live Now, we're going to play out for you those beginning ceremonies from earlier today at Arlington National Cemetery. You can see President Biden right there. Let's take a listen.
The wreath-laying ceremony is now complete. The Veterans Day program will begin momentarily. Please move to your seats.
Trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored, he hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
Okay, Battle Hymn of the Republic playing there by the U.S. Marine Band as we wanted to re-show you this from the Arlington National Cemetery. Today, President Biden was there, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough, was there. But in the meantime, we do want to just pause. We're going to get back to that because it looks like there is a police chase happening right now in Southern California. We're going to take these aerials live, as we always do here on LiveNOW from Fox. And as we always say, about 99% of the time, these police chases happen in Southern California. This is coming to us from Fox 11. Our chopper up there, Skyfox Aerials. Right now, we're working to get more information for you, and frankly for me too. We just got these pictures moments ago. What looked like this sedan there going about 85 miles per hour, weaving in and out of traffic, followed by police. So we're going to stay on this. We're going to work to get more information. Don't go away. We cover all these police chases here. We'll have more on that in just a moment. All right, if you're just joining us here, it's about 10 minutes after the top of the hour, and we're taking a live look of these aerial pictures out of Los Angeles right now as we continue to follow this police chase. This car really getting up there, upwards of 100 miles per hour. Almost hit that car right there. Not too much traffic right now on the I-710 there, Long Beach Freeway. But that driver is going very, very fast. We're working to confirm exactly what this driver is trying to escape authorities from. We don't know yet. There have been a lot of police chases in the last few weeks, and we've brought you them. And remember, I always say, each one is very, very different. All the circumstances are different in each of these cases. But you can see he's not really abiding by staying in the lane. He's weaving in and out of traffic. So hopefully we'll get a better understanding of when this all started and how long this has been going. But he's driving quite erratically, you can see, which is clearly a danger to the other drivers on the freeway as well. So it looks like he almost was on the shoulder there. He seems to be slowing down. Now we're about 30 to 40 miles per hour. He was upwards of about 100 miles per hour. You always have to wonder what is going through their minds. Almost seems to be coming to a stop here. And unfortunately, we just lost our shot. Nope, we got it back. And there you can see the police cruiser responding behind. A lot of times, drivers and suspects like this, they slow down initially and then pick back up to continue the chase. We'll see if that's the case here. All right, you can see 3 cruise cars now behind, but you can see The driver is now almost to a complete stop. He's on the shoulder of the freeway here. So remains to be seen what is going to happen. And it looks like the sunroof of the car is open. So that would be interesting. I believe that is what we are seeing. The sunroof of this car is open. The lights are on. But now this chase has essentially stopped. And you can see, oh, wow, about 5 patrol cars behind with their flashers on. They have to treat every suspect in a chase like this very, very cautiously. You never know if the suspect is armed and dangerous or what the driver may have up his sleeve. My colleague Daytona Everett's joining me in the newsroom as we watch this. Daytona, we haven't really narrated a car chase together in quite some time, but this is proving to be quite unique. It has come to a full stop. We now see police opening up their cars and getting out, probably shouting commands. And there the driver with his hands up.
Yeah, Andrew, we've been trying to gather information this entire time about what possibly caused this police pursuit in which we saw for the past maybe 10 minutes now. We do believe this is in the Los Angeles area. This is coming via Skyfox. But Andrew, 2 different police chases that we've been seeing over the past day to day, and it does look like the driver threw something onto the ground, possibly some sort of object. Do you see what that is? Maybe a phone?
Yeah, it looks like to be, a phone possibly. We don't know, but of course, as police always do in these situations, they tell the suspect to put their hands on their head and to walk backwards. This one walking laterally and then probably backwards as well. But you're right. We saw a very deadly police chase today in Houston, where the suspect ended up getting shot after exchanging fire with officers.
And then also out in New York today, there was another high-speed pursuit in which that ended with the driver being shot by police as he was carrying a weapon and advanced towards officers. And like you said, the Houston one also ended in gunfire. So you have to be so careful in these instances. That's why Los Angeles, very used to these police pursuits, is diligent in telling them exactly what they need to do, laying down on the middle of what seems to be the freeway here, hands and arms on the ground, hands behind the head now.
And we just want to remind our viewers, remember, even though it looks like this is coming to a close here, viewer discretion is advised. You never know if drivers or suspects like this could, make sudden movements or seem to be threatening to police officers. So just a reminder, viewer discretion is advised. And then usually in situations like this, the suspect walks backward to the police, but maybe the police are going to move in now that he is on the ground. Most likely, Daytona, they're going to search his vehicle as well. But we showed you a little bit of this chase, and it looks like it is almost over there on the Long Beach freeway.
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. Luckily, it's a little bit later out in California right now, so not too busy of a freeway, but you can imagine they've probably closed things off for now so that there's not any cars that could be passing here. But it was a very high presence that was following him. Like you said, I think there was maybe 5 or 6 patrol cars that were tailing him, keeping their distance, and now they are closing in to go ahead and check out if anyone else is inside of the vehicle. They have their flashlights and guns drawn towards the car.
Yeah, that of course is always a possibility too, Daytona. Someone could be in there, or something dangerous could be in there as well, and police will have to inspect the vehicle. And before this was all taking place, the car, was driving very, very erratically. So you have to wonder what they were pursuing him for, and now they will take him into custody and apprehend him, but still kind of unease about what might be in the vehicle itself. They're going to be opening the passenger door, the trunk, as they always do, making sure everything is safe. But now the suspect is in custody, and unfortunately, we couldn't tell you why this is all taking place. We're still working on speaking with Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and they can provide hopefully some more of those details to us. And there the suspect goes. All right, well, it's about 9:18 there in California, a little after 10:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to thank you for watching and tuning in to Live Now from Fox. As you know, we are live, raw, and unfiltered, as we just saw evidence there. That's what we do here. We bring you these feeds, live pictures from all across the country and around the world, and we show you them as they happen immediately in real time. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more content surrounding Veterans Day, honoring our nation's veterans. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to head back into the event there at Arlington National Cemetery earlier this morning with President Biden and other officials speaking and commemorating our nation's heroes. Let's listen back in.
To Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Veteran Affairs, the Honorable Dennis McDonough and his wife, Kari, Secretary of the Army, the Honorable Christine Wormuth, Chief of Staff of the Army, General McConville and his wife, Maria, welcome. And Mr. Alan Paley, the National Commander of the Jewish War Veterans, thank you for being the Veteran Service Organization's host and for your participation in this important national observance. And to all dignitaries and families and everyone watching from across our great nation, thank you for being with us today. The cemetery is beautiful this time of year, and it is fitting that we once again recognize our veterans on these most hallowed grounds. Today is a celebration of honor, duty, and patriotism. Arlington National Cemetery is a solemn place surrounded by over 400,000 soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and Coast Guard men, and their families who have proudly served our nation in peacetime and in war. While Memorial Day is dedicated to remembering those whom we have lost, today is a celebration of all of those who have worn the uniform including and especially those who are still with us. I encourage each and every one of you to pause for a moment today and thank a veteran or military family member for their service and sacrifice. Today may be solemn, but it can also be joyous, as we remember loved ones, friends, comrades in arms who have served and may still be serving. I will also briefly talk about an historic event that concludes today with this observance. For the last year, we have held events to commemorate the centennial of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier with the interment of the World War I unknown. 100 years ago today, that service member completed his final journey from France and was laid to rest here in the heart of Arlington National Cemetery to represent all service members who had lost their lives and their identities. We did so to provide comfort and closure to those family members who were never given the opportunity to lay to rest their child, husband, or father. More of the history of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier can be found in our commemorative educational programs online. I encourage everyone to learn more about this iconic site. Stories of the service and sacrifice we celebrate today are etched in marble all around us, from the inscriptions on gravestones to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Most important are the patriotism, valor, and fidelity etched in the hearts and souls of our service members, past, present, and future. They are the vanguard of our freedom and our liberty. Today, as for the past 157 years, Arlington National Cemetery is honored to serve our veterans and their families at our nation's most sacred shrine. No place at Arlington National Cemetery can be purchased. Each must be earned through honorable service. To everyone here today, I'm proud to say we are a great people honoring service and sacrifice to a grateful nation. So thank you to all of our veterans and families, and once again, welcome to Arlington National Cemetery. I will be followed by the National Commander of the Jewish War Veterans, Mr. Alan Paley. Thank you.
President Biden, Secretary McDonough, Director Aguilera, Major General Pepin, distinguished guests, my fellow veterans, ladies and gentlemen. On Veterans Day, at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month, we pause for a few brief moments to both honor and pay tribute to the men and women who served in the defense of our country and then returned home. We owe you our thanks, our respect, and our freedom. George Washington spoke about the country's obligation to care for its veterans and their families. He said, "The willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in any way shall be directly proportional to how they perceive the veterans of earlier wars were treated and appreciated by their nation." Let us remember, treated and appreciated. Engraved on a granite wall of the Korean War Memorial a short distance from here is a simple but powerful phrase: freedom is not free. The freedoms we enjoy today were made possible by the more than 19 million living veterans and countless others who served in the defense of our country. The symbols of America and freedom are interlocked, and they are present here today. The flags flying, the white grave markers, and all of us, the veterans and service members who protected our nation. It is you that we celebrate and honor today. Our work continues as citizens in supporting America's veterans and service members. JWV and VSOs must continue to fight for adequate funding for VA services and assure that issues facing veterans from all eras remain at the forefront. I call on each of you to take action and make your voice heard on issues we continue to face, including ending homelessness, increasing access to health care, delivering mental health care, reducing claims processing times, deploying integrated electronic health records, and addressing toxic exposure concerns in a comprehensive way. Seated throughout the amphitheater this morning are the leaders of many veteran service organizations. Every VSO was created with the purpose to advocate for the unique needs of the veteran community. VSOs understand and work tirelessly to maintain and improve the benefits we earned. There is strength in numbers, and veterans must continue to be strong advocates and have our voices heard. When the Jewish War Veterans celebrated its 100th anniversary, our national commander, Robert Zweiman, also addressed this gathering. His closing remarks that day are just as powerful today as they were in 1996. He said, and I quote, "Never should our government presume that by setting aside but one day, they have met their obligation to the survivors of yesterday's wars and today's or tomorrow's conflicts. We welcome your thoughts that this is not merely a singular day of honor, but indeed a public recognition of obligation to service. And we welcome your concerns that such obligation must be answered with compassion and with resolve," end quote. I stand before you as a veteran myself. As we honor, celebrate, and share thanks, we must remain vigilant and continue to ensure that the freedoms, benefits, and services we enjoy today remain with us for centuries to come. May God bless those who have earned the title of veteran, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the 11th Secretary of Veterans Affairs, the Honorable Dennis McDonough. Before coming to VA, Secretary McDonough served as the 26th White House Chief of Staff, working across the cabinet to develop and execute critical U.S. priorities in national security and domestic policy. Before his tenure as Chief of Staff, he served as Principal Deputy National Security Advisor, Chief of Staff of the National Security Staff, Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Communications, and Chair of the National Security Council's Deputies Committee. In all of those roles, he helped lead the administration's work on behalf of veterans and military families. He believes deeply, as he testified to Congress, that there is no more sacred obligation nor noble undertaking than to uphold our promises to our veterans, whether they came home decades ago or days ago. Join me in welcoming the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough.
Thanks, Alan, for that very generous introduction, for your service to our country, and for leading today's fantastic host organization, Jewish War Veterans of the United States of America. Mr. President, welcome. My deepest thanks to you and to the First Lady for being here. We are forever grateful for your leadership, for your unwavering support of our nation's veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Let me also acknowledge the distinguished leaders from the Cabinet, Congress, VA, veteran service organizations, veteran family and caregiver advocacy organizations, and our Veterans Day National Committee. It's great to be here with you. Most of all, thanks to the veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors with us this morning. This day is your day, and it's an honor to spend it with you. Each year, America pauses on November 11th to remember and recognize those men and women who fought our nation's wars and defended us during periods of restless peace. From the beginning of our fight for independence at Lexington and Concord to the end of the longest war in American history in Afghanistan, millions of veterans have risked their lives to preserve the democratic ideals of this great nation. We live in peace and prosperity today because of them and because of you. On this day, we must not only appreciate those great blessings and the vets who delivered them, we must also remember the terrible cost at which they came. Veterans have told us of the costs of war throughout history. In letters home from World War II, Captain George Montgomery of the 82nd Airborne Division described his experience on D-Day, writing, "I never, in my wildest dreams, knew such terror could grip your very soul." Senator Max Cleland, an indefatigable patriot, hero of the war in Vietnam, and the father of the modern VA, who passed away earlier this week, echoed that sentiment, writing, "War is as close to hell on earth as anything ever could be." Sentiments like these have been expressed by veterans of every conflict. Those who bore the bloody battles of the American Civil War, the hellish trenches of the First World War, the frozen mountains of Korea, the jungles of Vietnam, and the cities, deserts, mountains of Iraq and Afghanistan. Many service members gave their last full measure of devotion during those wars, some of whom now rest on the hallowed grounds of the cemetery or in the tomb of the unknown soldier, which, as of today, has stood for 100 years. Other brave service members come home as veterans. But for those veterans, those wars did not end when the final bullet was fired, nor when the final service member came home. Instead, those wars live on, in their minds and in their bodies, in scars visible and invisible, sometimes for years, sometimes forever. This day, Veterans Day, is our day to honor the vets who made those sacrifices, a day to remember what they've done for us, a day to recognize that when those veterans serve and sacrifice, so do their families, their caregivers, their survivors. But critically, Veterans Day is also a call to action, a reminder that it's our sacred responsibility as Americans to serve those who have served our country. That call to action dates all the way back to President Lincoln's second inaugural, when he charged a wounded nation to care for those who shall have borne the battle and for their families, survivors, and caregivers. And that same call echoes today, when President Biden reminds us that our nation's most sacred obligation is to prepare and equip troops we send into harm's way and to care for them and their families when they return home. At VA, that means we're providing veterans with world-class health care, with benefits they've earned and so rightly deserve, with a lasting resting place that's a tribute to their service. And with President Biden's leadership, VA is doing exactly that, providing more care, more benefits, and to more veterans than at any time in our nation's history. But this day reminds us that it's not just the job of VA to serve veterans, their families, survivors, and caregivers. It's the job of every American. Because whenever someone signs up to honor our country in the military, our nation makes them a simple promise. If you take care of us, we'll take care of you. If you fight for us, we'll fight for you. If you serve us, we'll serve you when you come home. The thing is, our nation as a whole makes that promise. But it's on all of us, every single one of us, to keep that promise. There are many ways to do that. From reaching out to the veterans in your life, to lending a hand when a veteran needs help, to doing your small part to uphold the principles of democracy for which veterans have fought and bled to defend. Whatever the method, serve veterans and serve them well. Remember their sacrifices, recognize their service, and recommit and renew your pledge to them, because that is our most sacred responsibility as Americans on this Veterans Day and every day. I know of no one who keeps that promise better than President Biden. As a senator, as vice president, and now as president, and as the surviving father of an Iraq war veteran, President Biden has dedicated so much of his life to serving those who have served us. Veterans, their families, survivors, and caregivers could not ask for a stronger advocate. And so, without further ado, it is my great personal and professional honor to present to you our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Okay, so that was the VA Secretary, Dennis McDonough there, but we are going to include President Biden's full remarks in our overnight programming. Right now, though, we do want to bring you up to date on some of these headlines we have yet to bring you here on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us here, one of which has to deal with this lawsuit that former President Trump had filed against both the National Archives and the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th riot. We have some news we want to share on that front because the court today granted him this reprieve here. We're now learning that a federal appeals court granted Trump's request to pause the release of documents. And this is significant. This battle has been playing out now. Trump was asking the appellate court to pause the release of White House records to the House Select Committee currently investigating the January 6th attack. A U.S. archivist was scheduled to begin producing the disputed documents tomorrow night. Trump was impeached in the House for inciting the incident and acquitted in the Senate. So we just wanted to update you on that story there. You can see some file video of former President Trump and the January 6th riot at the Capitol. So we'll be following all of that. We wanted to update you as well with some other international headlines at the moment. We have not gotten to this news just yet, but we wanted to update you because South Africa's last apartheid president has died. We have some video footage of that from today. His name, F.W. de Klerk, died today at his home in Cape Town after a battle with cancer. He was 85 years old. As president, de Klerk was a controversial figure who oversaw the end of the nation's white minority rule. Many white South Africans saw his efforts to end apartheid as betrayal, while others blamed him for violence against black South Africans and anti-apartheid activists. He shared the Nobel Peace Prize with Nelson Mandela for their work in moving South Africa towards democracy. When de Klerk became president in the early 90s, he was the one that granted release from prison of Nelson Mandela, who served there for about 27 years in prison. So quite a significant moment of South African history. So many South Africans remembering the life of F.W. de Klerk today, dying at the age of 85. In the meantime, we do want to move on to some of these other stories on this Thursday night. We're going to show you a lot of content from Veterans Day, from cities and states all across the country who held their own programs and ceremonies today, including, there on the National Mall, at Arlington National Cemetery, and elsewhere. So we just want to thank you for being with us here on this Thursday night. I want to leave you with this beautiful live look at New York City, the Empire State Building in red, white, and blue, all lit up on this Thursday night. But for all of us here, we want to thank you for watching. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. Don't forget, give us